Quest presents an unabridged recording of We Used to Live Here by Daniel Hurst, narrated by Deirdre Whelan and Adam Goodwin.
Prologue. How many people does it take to look for a dead body? 17, apparently, if the number of people currently in the garden at 31 Birchfield Drive was any way of judging it. That's how many were standing around at the back of the property, their feet moving across either the patio, the grass, or the quaint little path that led down to the shed at the bottom of the garden. Most of the people were wearing boots, which seemed sensible given that this environment was quickly turning into a mud bath as land was churned up and soil was dumped to the side of the rapidly expanding hole. But some of those present were wearing less appropriate footwear for the conditions, like the set of sandals on the feet of the female homeowner or the smart black shoes on the feet of the male homeowner. However, those two people were not technically involved in the search for a body in this garden. They were just here to see if their property turned into a crime scene. For what was normally a very quiet street in an extremely quiet town in the south of England, there was plenty of noise and activity in this little section of the map. The back of this house was overrun with police officers, detectives and forensic experts, as well as a couple of sniffer dogs, while the front of it was home to all the vehicles they had travelled here in today. Cars, vans and even an ambulance sat on the street, giving all the neighbours plenty to look at as they stood by their windows and speculated on what might be happening at number 31. At the moment, it was all gossip and hearsay, but as the old saying went, there was no smoke without fire. So if the police were looking for a body, then there was a good chance they believed they would find one. Such a thing would have surely got every journalist in this town salivating at the prospect of having something more interesting to put in their news articles than a cat getting stuck up a tree again in the local park. But for now, all journalists were kept out of the way, as in the dark as the neighbours were. This was strictly a matter for the police at the moment, and until they knew more, nobody else would know anything. But as the officers, detectives and forensic experts worked diligently, deploying impressive technological items such as ground-penetrating radar devices, as well as more heavy-duty instruments like spades, the mystery still remained. Would they find a body or not? There was surely nobody on the scene morbid enough to actually want to see human remains here today, but perhaps the two people who were hoping this would have a happy ending the most were the property owners standing on the patio. The wife had her arms folded across her chest and was nibbling on her bottom lip nervously, while the husband had his hands on his head, watching his well-manicured lawn and flower beds being destroyed by a combination of excavating tools and heavy-footed police officers. But as bad as it was to see their garden taken over while they stood by helplessly, it was even worse to see it become a hive of activity for a serious crime investigation. What would it mean for them if a body was found here? Would they have to leave the house? Would they have to sell? And would anybody ever want to buy a place associated with death? Those were just a select few of the dozens of questions that the homeowners had, but they would have to be added to the list along with all the other questions that surrounded this puzzle. The first thing to establish was whether there really was anything more interesting under the surface than just soil and worms, and as of yet, it didn't seem like there was. But then came a cry that suggested that had just changed. "I've got something!" All heads instantly looked in the direction of the man who had just conveyed the potentially life-changing news, and as the search area suddenly shrank in size, zeroing in on that one patch of grass not far from the shed, the homeowners held their breath. This was the moment of truth. This was why the police were crawling all over the place, and this was the reason why laws had been made in this country. Laws existed to protect citizens. If somebody had died here, then somebody else would have to pay for it. As the ground continued to be disturbed and more soil was moved, it felt like time stood still in the back garden. But all hell broke loose a moment later when the police found what they were looking for. They had a body, and the homeowners' worst fears had just been realised.
Before the body was found. 1. Steph. They say you should never judge a book by its cover. But what about a house? My eyes are all over the property that we have just parked in front of as I get out of the car alongside my husband, Grant. He is also examining the exterior, looking for anything that might be a red flag, and tell us to get back in our car and drive away as quickly as we can before we make a big mistake. But everything looks okay. So far, so good. Now all we have to do is see the inside. Passing the for sale sign that has been hammered into the soil in the modest but well-maintained front garden, Grant and I head for the front door with the number 31 stuck to it. This is the house that the pair of us looked at online a couple of days ago, before agreeing that it was worth a proper viewing in person. So here we are, my husband of 6 years and me, looking to buy our second home together, and we're hoping our next move will be our last. Unlike our current house, which was great for just the two of us, but quickly became far too small once we added a couple of children to the equation, this next house has to be bigger, much bigger. We need more bedrooms, we need more storage space, and we definitely need a playroom to accommodate all the toys that our two little cherubs have accumulated in their young lives to date. Charlie is 5, and Amelia is 6 months old, and while they are both currently at their grandparents' house being looked after today, they will be back with us shortly, and when they are, neither Grant nor I will have much time to do anything other than tend to their needs. That's why we decided that we were better coming to look at this house as a couple, rather than as a family. It'll be easier to form an honest opinion about this place, without our little boy running around at our feet, and our little girl crying while we try and ask the estate agents simple questions about the current owners, and how quickly they could move out if we decide to buy. Of course, we could have just asked the current owners those questions directly, if we had the chance to meet them, but alas, they have opted to be out of the property for all viewings, leaving it to the appointed agent to do all the work. That's fair enough, I suppose, because it is a bit of a hassle having to show people around a house that you are trying to sell. I know all about that as we try to sell our current home, but we've had a few offers in recently, and we'll probably accept the largest one, which means the clock is ticking on us finding our own place to move to. Otherwise, we'll either have to rent or move in with my parents for a while. But I don't want to do the former, and Grant certainly does not want to do the latter. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Let's hope this house is the one. Let's hope this is going to be our forever home. It doesn't take long for our knock on the door to be answered, and when it opens, we see Rose, the effervescent 20-something-year-old estate agent, who I spoke to on my mobile yesterday to confirm this viewing. She's as bubbly in person as she was on the phone, and as she steps aside and welcomes us in, her youthful exuberance is making me feel every one of the 10 or more years I might have on her. But I'm not bad for a 37-year-old. A little worn out after bearing 2 children and not sleeping much since, but apart from that, I'm still pretty energetic. Just not as energetic as the woman in front of me. How are you both? Did you find it okay? The sat-nav sometimes says to take a left at the top of the street instead of a right, but I guess you figured it out. Come in, come in. Would you mind taking your shoes off? It's just that the homeowners have asked viewers to do so. I hope you don't mind. If you just pop them over there by the stairs, that will be fine. That's great. As Grant and I remove our shoes and place them down neatly where we were told to do so, Rose barely pauses for breath before launching into her next monologue. So, as you can see, the hallway is very spacious and gets plenty of light, which is important. I believe it was only recently redecorated, and it's certainly added value to the property. It's obviously a very important part of the house because it's the first part that any of your guests will see when they arrive. And you know what they say, first impressions are everything. Rose smiles widely, clearly trying to ensure that she gives a good first impression of herself as much as this property. But she's doing a good job so far, even if she is a little too keen. And Grant and I return the smile before she leads us into the living room. I recognise the stylish sofas from the photos on the agency website, as well as the impressive fireplace that forms the centrepiece of this room. While I would look to change most of the furniture and decor in here, were I to move in, the fireplace would be one thing that I left untouched. It's perfect, And I am already imagining what it will be like to be curled up in this room on a winter's evening, with the TV on and my family around me, while a roaring fire keeps us warm and cosy. Rose rambles on as we move into the dining room, and I run my finger over the oak table that sits in the middle of this room, surrounded by 6 chairs, that make this the perfect place to entertain a few of our friends, should we live here one day. But it's the next room that really has me salivating at the idea of having guests over, and I'm not the only one who likes it. "This has to be my favourite room in the house," Rose says, as she walks around the marble countertop that serves as a breakfast bar in this magnificent kitchen. Marvelling at the layout of the kitchen, I visualise myself cooking meals in here. Pasta dishes, curries, and so many salads on a weekday evening, bacon and eggs on a Saturday morning, a roast dinner on a Sunday afternoon. Rose has a point. This is now my favourite room in the house too. "So, which one of you is the chef?" Rose asks as I wander around the worktops, while Grant cheekily opens a cupboard door or two to look inside. "That would be me," I say in response to the question. The less time Grant spends in a room like this, the better. "Hey, I'm not that bad," my husband cries, trying to defend his honour. But I'm not having it. "Are you kidding? You can barely make toast." That is true, and Grant doesn't try to deny it, causing Rose to giggle a little. "My talents lie in other rooms of the house," Grant says, which I'm sure he didn't mean to come across in a sexual way. But I think that's how Rose takes it, because she suddenly blushes before telling him to say no more in a very mischievous manner. I'm a little perturbed by the estate agent being flirtatious with my husband, but seemingly not half as much as Grant is, because he's now gone bright red and is pretending to concentrate on opening and closing one of the utensil drawers, rather than make eye contact with me or Rose again. "Can we go out into the back garden?" I ask, deciding that it's best to move on quickly, and Rose is only too happy to oblige, rushing towards the double doors that give a view out into the rear of the property and unlocking them before pushing them open. "This house is south-facing, so you'll get the sun all day in the summer," Rose tells the pair of us as we step out onto the patio and survey the scene. I'm not much of a gardener myself, and it's more the area of the home for my husband to excel in, which I assume is what he was getting at a minute ago, when he made his slightly miscued quip. But maybe I will change all that if we do move in here, because as I look across the luscious lawn all the way down to the little shed at the bottom of the garden, I see what a beautiful area this is. It's great news that it gets the sun in summer, because there's nothing worse than being in shade, on the rare occasion that the weather is nice in England. And it's also good to see that this space is not overlooked by any of the other properties in the area. There are no windows offering a viewpoint for a nosy neighbour to spy on me sunbathing in my bikini, and I like that, because nobody wants to be spied on when they're semi-naked, do they? "This is lovely," Grant says as he ventures down the garden path a little bit, getting a closer look at the flower beds, and presumably imagining what kind of things he would do in this space, if he was given free rein over it. "Plenty of room for the kids to play," I reply as I step onto the grass for a moment and picture my 2 little ones running around on here, or sitting on a blanket having a picnic. "I'm very jealous," Rose admits, as she remains standing on the patio behind me. "I live in a 1-bedroom flat on the 5th floor. No garden for me." I smile at the younger woman, hoping that she is aware that one day, as she climbs the career ladder and grows her income, she could have a property like this too. I'm just older than her, so I'm a little ahead. She has the advantage of fewer years taking their toll on her body, but I have the advantage of having more years to have earned a wage. She'll catch me up eventually, and when she does, she'll probably long for the days when she was poor, yet young and energetic again. As Rose completes the tour of the house by showing us upstairs, I reach out and take my husband's hand behind the estate agent's back. Once I've got his attention, I turn to him and give him a knowing smile, and he seems to register what I am silently saying to him. I like this place. I think this could be the one. Of course, I don't come out and say it in front of the agent, because if she sees how keen I am about making this property mine, then she might pass that information on to the owners, and they could hold out for a higher price. That's why I stay quiet. But as Grant smiles back at me and gives me a wink, I can tell he is thinking the same thing. He likes it too. That means there is only one thing we will do after we have left here and given it some thought. We will put an offer in, and then we will hold our breath to wait and see if it gets accepted.
2. Grant. There's always a lot to do on day one in a new home. Carrying boxes, unpacking boxes, tripping over boxes. I'm surrounded by so much cardboard as I walk around this chaotic house that I'm pretty sure I'll be seeing boxes in my dreams tonight. But it's all worth it to be called the owners of a property like this. Steph and I celebrated when we heard the news that our second offer to buy 31 Birchfield Drive had been accepted by opening a bottle of champagne and toasting to an exciting new future. Now we are finally in our new house. There's no time for little luxuries like having a glass of something fizzy because there is so much to be done. But it's important to take a moment to reflect on how far we've come, and I do just that as I put down yet another box and take a seat on top of it. I've not done too badly for a guy who left school with poor exam results and a desire to do nothing but drink beer, smoke weed and chat up any pretty girls that came my way. Then again, I have done a lot of growing up in the 20 years since I left formal education behind and realised the real world was not as easy as I thought it was going to be. I've got a proper career now, working for a company that even allows some work-from-home days on occasion. I cut out the weed a long time ago, and while I'm still partial to a beer or three on occasion, I'm hardly a big drinker. And as for chatting up pretty girls, not since I met Steph and married her, preferring the life of a family man rather than that of a ladies' man. I was never a very good Lothario anyway. Yep, it's safe to say that I am hurtling headfirst into middle age as I sit here and look around at all the boxes that are filled with ornaments and utensils and children's toys. But I wouldn't change any of it for the world. I love my wife and kids, and even though it's very early days, I love this house too. What are you doing? There are still a dozen boxes to bring in yet. I realise my moment of laziness has been rumbled when I turn around and see Steph walking into the room with our daughter, Amelia, in one arm while she carries the lamp in the other. Sorry, I was just having a breather, I say, as I get back to my feet and try to motivate myself to pick up another heavy box and carry it through the house. It's been a long day, but we're nearly there now, Steph says as she plugs the lamp in, still expertly balancing our youngest child in her arms as she works. She's great at multitasking with kids around, but then again she did get plenty of practice with Charlie, our firstborn. He's 5 now, so thankfully he no longer needs to be carried everywhere, but he does need to be watched because he's a little terror, and as I look to the doorway I realise I can't see him nearby. Where's the whirlwind? I ask, using the nickname I came up with for our son once he started walking and realised he didn't have to stay in one place anymore. He's outside with my dad, helping him unpack the garden furniture, Steph replies before turning on the plug socket to make sure that it works. It does, and the lamp comes on, which is a relief because if it hadn't, that would have been one more thing to go on my to-do list over these next few days. I've booked a couple of days off work to be around for Steph while we get settled in this house, but as the size of the task before me seems to get bigger by the minute, I'm wondering if I should have taken the whole week. Getting all our stuff into this house is one thing, but even then there's so much to do before we can really unpack and make it feel homely. Like wallpaper stripping and painting and potentially even knocking a wall down upstairs to make 2 small bedrooms into one big one. Some of it will be a job for a qualified tradesman, but most of it will be a job for me because it will be cheaper that way, and I've already stretched my salary as far as it's going to go on getting us into this place. We've upsized, which was the logical thing to do as our family has grown, but my wage hasn't grown at the same pace, and that means money is going to be tight around here for a while. That's why I'll be getting on my scruffy clothes and dusting off the paintbrushes to redecorate most of this house myself. It's either that or sell a kidney to pay for somebody else to do it, and I can't do that because I need my kidneys for when I have to sell one to put the kids through university several years from now. Right, I'll go and get another box, I say as I walk out of the room and enter the hallway, a space that looked so welcoming when we first viewed this place but now looks like the aftermath of an explosion at a furniture factory, given how much stuff is strewn around everywhere. It's almost a relief to get out of the untidy house and be back in the open space of the driveway as I make my way around to the back of the van that I hired for this move today. But as I get there, I notice an unfamiliar car parked at the end of our drive. It's only when I see the driver get out that I recognise who it belongs to. "Hey, happy moving in day," Rose cries as she sees me and flashes me the bottle of champagne she's carrying in her hand. I'm surprised to see the estate agent making an appearance here, but it's a pleasant surprise, especially if she's bringing alcohol. "How's it all going?" she asks me as she reaches me by the van and looks over my shoulder at the pile of boxes I still have to take out of here. "We're getting there," I tell her, which feels like wishful thinking, but I should try and be positive. "Well, I don't want to hold you up, I just called round to give you this. It's just a little gesture from the agency." Rose holds out the bottle of bubbly for me to take, and I do so gratefully, examining the label for a moment once I have it in my possession, although I'm not sure why, because I'm hardly a champagne connoisseur. "Thank you, that's very kind. You didn't have to." "It's no problem. It was a pleasure dealing with you and your family." I look up from the label on the bottle to see Rose smiling at me, and I'm struck again by how attractive she is. It's the same realisation I had the first time I met her when she showed Steph and I around here before we put an offer in. But I'm married, and am a lot older than her, and she's just being nice, so I'm not sure why I'm even thinking that her smile could mean she actually fancies me too. She's just doing her job. Thank her again, and then let her get on with her day, idiot. Thanks for this," I say. "Steph and I'll have a glass tonight." "I'm sure you will," Rose replies, still smiling. "As you should. This is a lovely house. You're very lucky. Your wife is too." Rose holds my gaze for a moment, and her smile has altered a little. It no longer seems innocent. It now looks a little mischievous. Okay, well, drive safely," I say, looking away from Rose and past her at her cheap car. I have no idea why I just said that to her, because it's not as if I'm her father advising her to stick to the speed limit on a long drive. But I'm nervous, and she is still smiling at me. "Thanks, I'll try and do that," Rose says with a laugh before turning and heading back to her vehicle, almost skipping away because she seems to possess the kind of energy in her bones that I haven't had in a long time. I decide not to keep watching her all the way back to her car and turn around to look at the boring boxes in the van, putting the champagne down so that I can carry something a little more productive into the house rather than just a bottle of booze. I'm sure Steph will appreciate the gift as much as I do, but I'm also sure that she would rather I brought our belongings inside so we could get on with unpacking them. I glance back at the car as I lift another box under the van and see Rose giving me a wave as she drives away, but I try not to spend too long thinking about what she said about my wife being lucky. She was just referring to this house. She didn't mean me. By the time I'm back inside, I quickly forget about whatever nonsense is on my mind because Charlie comes running towards me with blood pouring from his hand. "What's happened?" I cry as I put my box down as quickly as I can before grabbing my son and pulling him nearer to me for a closer look at his wound. "It hurts," Charlie says, wincing as I examine his hand before I gladly diagnose it as nothing more than a simple cut that should heal in no time. "I'm sorry, I told him not to play with the box cutter, but he just picked it up before I had a chance to grab it." I look up to see Steph's dad, Bill, rushing towards me, clearly apologetic about having his grandchild injure himself on his watch. But I tell him that it's okay before I go about trying to figure out which of the boxes in this house has the first aid kit in it. Trying to find it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it's a thankless task. But then again, so is being a parent. As Charlie shows Bill his war wound, I get to work searching for the plasters, but all the time I do, I'm thinking about how I can't wait for one thing. I can't wait for the kids to be in bed, so I can open that bottle of champagne with Steph. This is our first day in our forever home, and that's a big deal. How do I know it's forever? 1, because Steph has told me we're never moving again, and 2, because after today, I definitely agree with her.
3. Steph. It's been 2 weeks since we moved into our new house, and slowly but surely things are starting to take shape. Some of the rooms were nice enough to be left for a little while before they needed our personal touch applying to them, but there are a couple that cannot wait, and one of those is the main bedroom. That is where I am now, standing side by side with my husband as we work on stripping the old wallpaper off, so we can get to the part where we put the new one on. I'm not quite sure why the previous owners thought that a yellow floral pattern was the way to go in here, But it's certainly not to my tastes, and every strip of paper that comes off is bringing me one step closer to having a bedroom that I can really be proud of. For now, we have been sleeping in one of the spare rooms, while Charlie and Amelia are together in the third bedroom. The plan is to knock down a wall in the very tiny fourth bedroom and make one bigger bedroom that Charlie can have to himself as he gets older. But that is a job for another day. Right now, the focus is on the task at hand. Nothing beats scraping wallpaper off a wall after a long day at work, does it? Grant says to me sarcastically as he manages to get another piece of bright yellow paper off. We're nearly done, I say to him, to cheer him up. But that is a massive exaggeration, and he knows it, because there's still over half the room to go. Can we at least put some music on? Yeah, but not too loud, we don't want to wake the kids. Grant takes out his phone and finds an online radio station for us to listen to, as I check the time and see that it has gone 9 o'clock now. It's getting late, and it's certainly late enough to put the scrapers down and go and spend the rest of the evening doing something a little more enjoyable than this. But I'm conscious that the quicker we get this done, the quicker we can tick off another room in this house as being finished. This is just how it is when you buy a house. There's always jobs to do, and unfortunately, many of them have to be done late at night, when the children are out of the way. I haven't heard this one in years, I say, referring to the 90s pop hit I can hear playing on Grant's phone now. I used to have a poster of this group on my bedroom wall. You're joking, Grant says with a laugh. I'm afraid not. And I saw them live too. My parents took me. Bill went with you? That's hilarious. The two of us chuckle at the thought of my dad surrounded by screaming kids at a pop concert. But for me, it's also a memory. And it's a nice one. The things we do for our children, I say with a smile. You'll probably have to take Charlie and Amelia to some concerts at some point. You won't be laughing then. God help me. I'm just about to tell Grant that he can find us something else to listen to if he would like, when I notice something underneath the piece of wallpaper that I am currently peeling off. It looks like somebody has written something on the wall. What's this? I say, as I lean in for a closer look, trying to decipher the previously hidden message. Grant stops what he is doing and has a look too, and he's the one who is able to figure out what it says. K and J forever, he says, reading it, and I think that's supposed to be a love heart. Now that my husband has figured it out, I can see it quite clearly now. It does say K and J forever, and it does look like someone has drawn a love heart beside that message too. Who are K and J? I ask, feeling a little confused. I don't know. They must have lived here before us, Grant says with a shrug. The last owners were called Craig and Alice, so it can't be them. I don't know. It must have been the people before them. Maybe. I run a finger over the message on the wall, as if touching it will give me some idea of how long it has been here for, which of course it doesn't. I wonder when it was written, I say, pondering the possibility that it could have been here for decades. Who knows? We'll probably find some other messages around here when we come to redecorate the other rooms. The house could be full of them. You think? Yeah, probably. I mean, this house was built in the early 60s. I don't know how many owners it has had, but it's probably had a few. Each of them will have left their mark around here somewhere, just like we did in our last house. I think back to our old home, which was our first, and will always have a special place in my heart. It was the house where we first brought Charlie and Amelia when they left the hospital after arriving into the world, and while my daughter didn't get to spend much time there before we left, Charlie changed a lot in the years he had there. He went from a baby to a toddler to a little boy, and one of the markings Grant is referring to is when we measured Charlie's height as he grew. The markings we made with pencil on the wall in the utility room showed how he was growing over the first few years of his life, and the dates we wrote next to the height measurements were our way of seeing how fast he was springing up. It saddens me a little to think that we had to leave those records behind, as it would have been something nice to look back on as our son got older. I imagined him standing next to it one day when he was a 6-foot-tall teenager, scarcely believing me when I told him that he used to only come up to my knee. But we've moved now, and left those markings behind. And who knows, the new owners might have already painted over them. I couldn't blame them if they have, because those markings hold no sentimental value for them. They only matter to the people who wrote them in the past. Like this marking here. It only matters to K and J, whoever they are. It's weird, isn't it? It's like a little time capsule, I say, as I run my finger over the love heart. I wish they had put a date with it. Come on, get back to it or we'll be here all night, Grant says, already having returned to scraping off more wallpaper, and clearly having had enough of chatting about the message we have found from the past. But though I do go back to work, I don't forget about the message so easily, and I find myself fantasizing about who K and J could be. They must have been very in love with each other to write such a thing, that's for sure. I see them as a young couple, much like Grant and me, standing in this bedroom many years before we arrived, decorating the room themselves and putting their own stamp on the place. But amongst all the painting and stripping, they stopped and found time to declare how much they loved each other by leaving a message here to stand the test of time. Who knows what became of the people who wrote this? Maybe they lived happily ever after. Or maybe they split up. They might even be dead now. But I hope not. It's nice to think of them as two old people sitting together somewhere, now in a different house, still near to one another, and still very much in love. I assumed then that I would never know, and that this couple would remain a mystery to me forever. But I was wrong. It wouldn't be long until I found out exactly who K and J were, and when they lived here. And when I did, things would never be the same again.
4. Grant. Am I doing it wrong if I have more paint on my clothes than on the wall? I'm not sure, but whatever the case, I'm trying my best to get as much of this white paint as possible on the wall as quickly as I can. But it's not the most exciting of jobs to be doing around the house, nor is it the quickest now that I'm having to do it alone. Steph is keeping an eye on the kids in the living room, leaving me to do the decorating. I could do with an extra pair of hands to help here, but I guess my wife could say the same thing in the other room, so I shouldn't complain too much. I do hate painting, though. With nothing but the song on the radio to distract me, I whistle along to the tune as I work, slowly but surely transforming the colour of this room into something that both my wife and I can stomach a little better. Like some of the other rooms in this house, we didn't agree with the previous owner's choice of colour scheme, and we're doing as much as we can to rectify that. Or rather, I'm doing as much as I can. Steph has already declared that she's bored of redecorating, and it didn't take long for the novelty to wear off there. But I can't blame her. I'm bored of it too, and I can't wait for the day when the house is finished and I can do something a little more enjoyable with my evenings and weekends other than buying paint samples and slapping them on the wall. Then again, it's only been 3 weeks since we moved in, so there's some way to go yet before I can kick back with a cold beer every night and leave the paintbrushes to collect dust in the garage. Having resigned myself to being alone with nothing but the voice of whichever singer came on next on the radio, it was a pleasant surprise to hear my mobile phone bleep in my pocket to tell me that I had a text message. Putting down my brush and taking out my device very carefully so that I don't get any paint on it, I look at the screen and see who the message is from. But when I do, I wince. It's from Rose, the estate agent, and this isn't the first time she's texted me today. Her first message arrived on my phone at lunchtime, just as I was sitting at my desk in my office and pondering which supermarket to go and buy a sandwich from. Rose has had my number ever since we had to give our details regarding the viewing that we'd booked with her, so it wasn't totally weird that she was able to contact me. But it was weird that she was choosing to do so after the house move had already been completed, and there was seemingly nothing left for us to discuss. That first message had been a short and simple one. "Hi Grant, it's Rose. I hope you enjoyed the champagne." It seemed friendly enough, although very random, but I'd replied to be polite. "Hi, yeah, we both enjoyed it. Thanks again." I suppose it was quite a curt response from my end, but I didn't know what else to say. But it didn't take Rose long to get back to me. "Great, glad you liked it. I picked the bottle out myself and was worried you'd hate it." I figured Rose was just being a little needy because she was still early in her career and was always worrying about making a mistake with the clients she dealt with. That was why I responded again. "I definitely didn't hate it. You chose well. I guess you know your champagne." It was a fun, complimentary reply, and one I did think it was a bit strange to be having a text message chat with an estate agent 3 weeks after the house move had completed and over 3 months since she had first shown us around the property. I was bored, and it was either this or go back to doing nothing at my desk. But the messages just kept on coming. I'm more of a cocktail girl myself, but I've been known to get through plenty of champers in my time too. So how are you finding the house? All settled in? It was obvious at that point that Rose was very happy for this exchange to carry on for a good while yet, but I was conscious of not spending my entire lunch hour messaging a woman who was not my wife. That was why I hadn't replied straight away, choosing instead to put my phone back in my pocket and go out to buy a sandwich. Because of that, I ended up completely forgetting about Rose's question until I was on my way home that evening, and it suddenly came back to me that I'd left her hanging. After parking up outside my house, I had fired back a quick response telling Rose that we were feeling very settled in our new home, and while I was very busy with decorating it, everything was going well. I honestly thought that would be it then. Until now. Here is another message on my phone from the estate agent, and once again Rose is looking for a response from me. Wow, busy man. I bet you're good at DIY. I'm useless. I've been meaning to put a shelf up in my flat for ages, but never got round to it. Maybe you could help? Kiss. It's at this point that I realise Rose is not just being friendly with me. She's flirting. And not only that, but she's just made it clear that she'd like to see me again. I don't know what to do. Ignore the message? That would be rude. Reply, but say I can't help? That might be my best option. Or tell her that I could come and put the shelf up for her? That would be the dangerous option. I'm not sure how I'm going to play this one, but it's not just my choice of words in whatever reply I conjure up that I'm thinking about now. I'm also thinking about why an attractive younger woman like Rose is so interested in a guy like me. She must have her pick of men, surely, so why is she behaving as if I'm the only guy she wants? I'm in my late 30s, I'm a dad, and I'm married. I'm hardly boyfriend material. But then I realise that she isn't looking for a boyfriend. She's more than likely just looking for a bit of fun before she moves on to the next guy to catch her eye. It's that prospect of no-strings fun, combined with how flattered I feel at the attention I'm getting, that sends a short, sharp jolt of excitement through my body. But it fades quickly when I hear the door open behind me and spin around to see Steph standing in the doorway with Amelia in her arms. Hey, how's it going? I stuff my phone back into my pocket as quickly as I can, feeling guilty even though I technically haven't done anything wrong yet. But my wife must detect my nervousness because she frowns and tries to figure out what might be bothering me. To my relief, she gets it completely wrong. So this is why the painting's taking so long. You're looking at your phone instead of working. I let out a nervous laugh before shrugging and saying that she caught me, before asking her what she thinks of my progress so far. Yeah, I'm really happy with the colour we went with, she says as she casts her eye over the only wall that I've painted in here so far. Are you? Yeah, I think it looks great. Cool. Well, I'm just going to put Amelia to bed, then I'll need a hand with Charlie. Is that okay? No problem. I can always do a bit more in here when he's in bed. I say, happy to abandon my workstation for a while and get away from the smell of paint that's starting to give me a headache. But as I follow my wife out of the room, I wonder if my headache has little to do with the fumes and more to do with the fact that I'm still debating what to do about Rose's last text message. The sensible thing would be to just say I can't help, wish her all the best, and then hope she leaves it at that. So why haven't I done that already?
5. Steph. I stare at the calendar on the kitchen wall as I make myself a cup of tea, and as I do, I wonder how time can go so quickly. Unbelievably, it's now been a month since we moved into this house, and I'm trying to figure out where that time went. The obvious answer is that I lost track of it, all amidst a blur of decorating, dirty washing, and doing whatever else was demanded of me by my family. But there's another thing I notice as I stare at my calendar. It's looking a little empty over the next couple of weeks. I guess I haven't had much time to make much of a social life with everything I've had going on recently, but I decide to change that now. And after taking my hot mug of tea into the living room, I pick up the phone and decide to give my friend Shirley a call. The kids are in bed, and Grant is out with a friend, clearly having not forgotten about his need to socialise quite as much as I have. So I am more than free to have a good catch-up now with my pal. I was planning on spending tonight watching some of the TV shows I've recorded over the last few weeks, but I'll check in with Shirley instead, and hopefully by the end of the call I'll have arranged an event to put on my calendar. Hey, long time no see. How's it going? Even though it's been a while, it takes the pair of us no time at all to fall back into our old ways, and the next hour passes by quickly in a barrage of gossip, news, and bitching about people we don't like. No way! I always knew she was a quirky one, I say, after Shirley has told me about the woman from the cake shop we used to go to, who has sold the business and moved abroad to be with a man half her age. It's good to have a laugh and let my hair down with my friend, even if it is only over the phone. But I tell Shirley that we should meet up soon. We can just get together as families if that's easier. Save on needing to get a babysitter, I say, before suggesting we all go for lunch next weekend. The two of us, our partners, and the 4 children that we have between us. Great! It's a date, Shirley tells me, and I'm already excited to go into the kitchen and make an addition to my calendar. After hanging up and realising that I barely touched my tea in all that time, I get up off the sofa to go and make myself another drink. But I check the time as I go, seeing how late it is, and wondering when Grant will be back. But it's not even 10 yet, so I don't need to think about sending a text to him to check on his plans. It's a weeknight. He'll be sensible and be home soon. Or he'll be very tired and hungover tomorrow. One or the other. With the kettle boiling and the calendar proudly displaying a brand new social event for this upcoming weekend, I'm feeling good about things. To put the icing on the cake, there have been no noises from upstairs either so far this evening. That suggests the kids are sleeping well, and there won't be any drama on that front to put a dent in my good mood. But then I do hear a noise, and it comes from a place that almost makes me wish the kids had just made it instead. It comes from the back garden. It sounds like somebody is out there. Rushing over to the kitchen window, I lean over the countertop and peer out through the glass. But it's difficult to see with how dark it is out there, mixed in with the reflection from the lights in here, so I can't make anything out. But I definitely heard something, so I don't want to just pretend like I didn't. But what else can I do? I'm hardly going to unlock the back door and go out there to have a look around. Call me paranoid, but I saw enough horror movies in my youth to know that such behaviour might not end well for me, or the 2 other people in this house. Having ruled out going outside to investigate, all I can do is check the front and back doors to make sure they are still locked, and then wait for Grant to come home. As I do, I keep the volume on the TV down a little lower than I would usually have it, so that I can hear if there are any more sounds from outside. But there aren't, and the next thing I hear is the sound of Grant's key turning in the front door just after 10. Someone's going to be tired in the morning, I say to him as I see him walk into the room while yawning. Yeah, it's been a long day. How was Dave? You boys have a good catch-up? Yeah, it was good to see him. Great. Before I forget, we're going for lunch with Shirley and her family on Saturday. We arranged it tonight. We're all going? Yeah. Is that okay? Sure. Grant doesn't seem thrilled by that idea, but then again he's hardly ever been excited to hang out with my friends and their partners. He gets along with them, but they're not the kind of people who could spend all day sitting in a pub watching football and drinking beer, so they're never going to be his favourite people either. I'm going to have a shower and then get in bed, Grant says after glancing at the TV, and obviously not being tempted to come in and watch the end of this reality show with me. Wait, before you do, I need you to check on something, I say, leaping up from the sofa. I heard a noise in the back garden earlier. Can you just go out and see? See what? If anybody was out there. Of course there wasn't anybody out there. How do you know? Who would be creeping around in our back garden? I don't know, that's why I need you to check. It was probably just a fox or something. It didn't sound like a fox. What did it sound like? Like a banging sound. What? Can you just go and check? Grant lets out a very slow and very deep sigh that I'm sure every exasperated husband has let out in their time, but like the good wife that I am, I don't offer him any sympathy until he has done what I have asked of him. Pushing his reluctant body towards the door, he eventually gives in and goes outside to check, and I wait nervously in the doorway to see what his findings will be. But he's back in less than 30 seconds, and when he is, it seems like there is a sensible explanation for all of this. The side gate had swung open. It must have been the wind. Are you sure that was it? Yeah, it probably banged against the side of the house, but I've closed it now. We need to get a lock for that so it doesn't happen again. I'll sort it. Tomorrow? Fine. I decide that I've pestered Grant enough since he got home tonight, so I leave it at that, locking the front door again as he goes upstairs to shower. I choose to finish my TV show before joining him in our bedroom, the one that still smells a little of paint, but not as bad as it was when we first started sleeping in this room last week. I've had the windows open most of the time since, and that's why it's chilly in here, but I soon start to warm up once I'm under the duvet and snuggled up against my man's body. You know, we've been here a month now and we haven't christened the house yet, I say to him, referring to the long time it has been since we were intimate together. Our sex life has gradually nosedived over the last few years, starting when Charlie came on the scene, getting worse when Amelia was born, and ending up in a non-existent state since we moved house and found ourselves with a load of decorating to do. But perhaps tonight is the night we put that right. I want to rekindle the intense fire that once burned between us, and as I start to kiss Grant's neck, I'm expecting him to get the hint and pour a little petrol on that fire himself. But I stop kissing him when I realise that he's not in the mood. I figure that out by the fact he has fallen asleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow.
6. Grant. I don't think I'll be the first man to admit that I hate shopping. That's why I always do my best to avoid it, preferring to leave Steph to purchase food, clothing and anything else our family might need on a week-to-week basis. But there are some things that she insists I do the shopping for, and one of those is boring banal items like a lock for the gate at the side of our house. I was surprised to see how stressed out my wife had become about the fact the gate had swung open last night in the wind, but buying a lock to stop it happening again in the future will put her mind at ease. Or at least it will, once I've found the damn thing. Like most DIY stores, this one is a huge warehouse with dozens of aisles stretching out in every direction, and all of them filled with various things a homeowner or tradesman might need if they were planning on doing some work around a house. Planks of wood, tubs of paint, fixtures and fittings like taps, toilet seats and shower heads, spades, plant pots, brushes. I can see everything here, everything except a damn lock for a gate. After wasting too long wandering the aisles in pursuit of what I need, I give up and seek the help of a store assistant, in this case a weary-looking teenager who is clearly hating life as he wastes some of his precious youth toiling away in a place like this. The assistant mumbles something at me to get me to follow him to the opposite end of the store before he half-heartedly gestures to something on one of the shelves and then shuffles away, his shoulders hunched and his eyes barely open. Oh, to be young and energetic again. Despite the best efforts of the assistant to be as useless as possible, he has shown me to what I need, and I inspect the various locks on offer before opting for one of the mid-range ones. I don't want a cheap one because it will probably break easily, but I'm not paying a fortune for one either. This one in my hand will have to do. As I carry it in the direction of where I'm hoping I'll find the checkouts in this place, I'm thinking about how fitting this lock is just one of the many jobs I have to complete when I get home. There's still painting to be done, as well as looking at a couple of the quotes we got back from builders who were seeking to knock down that bedroom wall. Basically, I'm as busy as ever. But just before I make it to the checkout and hand the lock to another teenager that doesn't want to be here, I hear my phone ringing, and I stop before wearily reaching into my pockets to take out my device. I'm expecting the caller to be Steph and for her to either ask me what's taking me so long or to tell me to pick something else up. But it's not her. It's Rose. I wonder if it would be best not to answer this call as I stand in one of the aisles and look around as if my wife could be about to burst out from some hiding place any second now. But I figure it will be best to speak to her here than when I'm at home, so I answer the call and put my phone to my ear. "Hello," I say as if I'm still trying to make this seem innocent in case Steph is listening on the line, like a detective trying to crack a case. "Hey you, so you are alive. I was worried I might have worn you out so much last night you'd slipped into a coma." I know Rose is only joking, but I don't find it particularly funny, mainly because me cheating on my wife is hardly a laughing matter. "You haven't texted me all day," Rose goes on. "Is everything okay?" Yeah, it's fine. I've been busy, and I told you not to call. I know, but I was worried. There's nothing to worry about. While that might be true in terms of what Rose is concerned about, it's definitely not true for me. I do have something to worry about. I have to worry about the fact that Steph might one day find out that I wasn't with my friend last night, but was with the estate agent instead. I'm stupid. I shouldn't have done it. I've made a big mistake. But it's happened now, although, like I said to Rose just before I left her flat last night, it shouldn't happen again. So why is she calling me? When am I going to see you again? She wants to now know, and even though it's hardly what I want to hear, I can't deny it's thrilling to have a woman like her making it so clear that she wants me. Rose, you know I shouldn't be doing this, I reply, as if it's her leading me astray rather than of my own doing in part two. But it's not her fault. She's single and she can do what she wants, but I can't. This is all on me. Are you trying to tell me you don't want what happened last night to happen again? Because it seemed like you were enjoying yourself from what I could tell. My mind instantly flashes back to last night and the blur of our two bodies beneath the bedsheets. It was regrettable, but there's no denying it was also a lot of fun. Look, I have to go. I've got things to do, I say, trying to subtly remind Rose that my daily life isn't as simple as hers. She just goes to work and comes home. No partner, no kids, no DIY duties. Okay, but I'm just reminding you that you came around last night to help me put a shelf up, and it still hasn't been done yet, so I guess you're going to have to come back here and see me again. Soon. There's a sexiness to the tone of her voice as she is firm with me, and while I know she doesn't really give a damn about that shelf, it's entertaining how she's using that task to try and set up another date for us in the bedroom. I'll speak to you soon, I say, grimacing as the words leave my mouth because I've clearly failed at nipping this fling in the bud at the earliest opportunity and keeping it as a one-off. You better do. A girl gets lonely when she doesn't hear from her sexy man. With that, I hang up before Rose can say anything else that might make me excited or nervous. Having reached the checkout, I put the gate lock on the conveyor belt and wait for the teenage woman on the till to ask me for payment. She chews hard on her gum as she looks at me for the briefest of seconds before returning her gaze to the item I'm looking to purchase, and it's as if I barely exist to her at all. This is how I'm used to feeling around women, as if I'm not here, but Rose didn't make me feel like that. I guess that's why I'm so enthralled by her, and I guess it's why I'm risking everything to see her instead of staying home with my family. With the lock purchased from the second grumpy teenager to cross my path today, I head for the exits, thinking about how it probably won't be long until I have two moody teenagers in my own house. Charlie and Amelia will grow up so fast, and soon it will be them slouching around, chewing gum and looking at me as if I'm some ancient relic of the past. Unless Steph finds out about my fare and kicks me out before I get to see our kids reach puberty. I make it back to my car, but before I get inside and drive home, I do one thing. I delete the record of Rose's call from my phone, just in case Steph has a look at my device when I leave it unattended at some point over the next few days. I've already deleted the multiple messages that have been sent between the seductive estate agent and me, so I'm doing what I can to cover my tracks. But that is doing nothing to alleviate my guilt, and all the way home I can't shake the feeling that something very bad is about to happen. However, it turned out it wasn't Rose I should have been worried about. Instead, it was the people who were on the verge of paying us a surprise visit.
7. Steph. Trying to get myself ready to leave the house and meet a social engagement is a hard enough task these days, but trying to get my family ready at the same time makes it even more difficult. But I shouldn't complain too much, because it was me who arranged to meet Shirley and her family for lunch today, so I'm the reason why Grant, Charlie and Amelia have to get their coats on and get out of the house in the next 5 minutes. Here, let me help you with that, I say to my son, as I bend down and fasten the last button on his coat for him, speeding up the process because he's hardly rushing himself. It's a miracle in itself that he is even standing in the hallway now, as we prepare to leave, because it's usually at this point that he runs off into another room, and I have to go and chase him. But he's here, as is Amelia, who is strapped into the car seat and ready to be taken out. The only person missing now is my husband. "Grant, what are you doing?" I call up the stairs as I hear him moving around up there. "1 minute," he replies, sounding flustered, as if I'm rushing him and didn't give him plenty of notice about what time we had to leave today. I shake my head as I check my watch and see that even with a little delay, we should be okay to make it to the cafe on time to meet Shirley. I'm looking forward to seeing her, and I'm also looking forward to tucking into some good food, because the cafe we are going to has a great menu, and it will be nice to have someone else do the cooking for me for a change. Grant finally appears a moment later, coming down the stairs while running a comb through his hair, literally using up every last second available to him to get himself ready before we depart. "Honestly, I'm not sure who is worse sometimes," I say to him as he reaches me at the bottom of the stairs. "You or Charlie?" "Hey, it takes time to look as handsome as we do. Right, buddy?" Grant holds out his fist towards Charlie, who smiles and bumps his own fist against it. I can't help but smile too, because it is sweet seeing my son light up whenever his dad treats him like an adult. I think I'm really going to have my work cut out when Charlie is old enough to drink in pubs, and he goes for a night out with his dad. "Right, let's get a move on. Can you put Amelia in the car?" I ask Grant as he puts his coat on. "Already on it," he replies, before rushing over to our daughter and picking up the car seat via the handle. Amelia has been very quiet so far today, and while I'm not complaining about that, I just know she is probably saving the crying and the tantrums for when we're in public with our friends, so I'm not feeling totally relaxed about it. As Grant goes to the front door with Amelia, I pick up my own coat from where it hangs on the banister before pulling it on and telling Charlie to follow his father. All that will be left to do then will be to set the house alarm, and we are out of here. But as the front door opens, Grant stops in his tracks, and when I turn to see why, I realise that it's because somebody is blocking his route. There are 2 elderly people standing on our doorstep, and they look almost as surprised to see us as we are to see them. "Oh, hello, I was just about to knock," the man says, and the fact that his hand is raised and his knuckles are facing us backs up that claim. "Sorry, we hope this isn't a bad time," the woman beside him adds, looking a little sheepish about her presence here. I study the 2 strangers on the doorstep as I would anybody else who turned up unannounced at the home of my family. I would estimate that this pair are in their late 70s or early 80s, although the woman looks better than the man for it. She has a wonderful head of grey hair, permed and pristine, and there is a light in her eyes that makes me think she has grandchildren and is used to spoiling them regularly. He, on the other hand, looks a little more ravaged by time, and the few strands of wispy hair that do a bad job of covering his scalp are as flimsy as the anorak that hangs over his skinny frame. The woman has a nice handbag hanging on her wrist, and he has a gold watch, items that could easily be fakes, or could just as easily be the fruits of a very profitable retirement fund. But who knows? Certainly not me. I don't even know their names yet. But they are about to enlighten me. "I'm Ken, and this is my wife Julie. It's a pleasure to meet you," he says while she smiles beside him, and I notice that her eyes have been drawn to Amelia, and particularly Charlie, who is standing beside me in the hallway, nervous and shy. Okay, can we help you?" Grant asks, perhaps being a little blunt, but we are on our way out, and we have no idea why these people are here. "Oh yes, we hope so," Julie replies. "You see, we used to live here, my husband and I, many years ago now. We noticed the house had been sold recently, and because we haven't been back here in so long, we had the idea of perhaps calling around to meet the new owners, and possibly seeing how the place has changed over the years." "You had the idea, darling," Ken adds there, highlighting that being here now wasn't down to him. "Well, we came to the decision together," Julie says, shaking her head a little at her husband's unnecessary need for clarification, and it reminds me of how I feel sometimes when Grant says something unhelpful. "You used to live here?" I ask, seeking a little clarification of my own. "Yes, that's right, dear. We were the first people to move into this house, actually, back when it was built in 1963. Gosh, I feel old now." Julie chuckles to herself, and I can't help but smile, because her pleasant demeanour is putting me at ease. But it doesn't completely disguise the fact that they have turned up here completely unannounced, and just before we are due to go out. However, the names they have given us remind me of the initials I discovered written on the wall when I was stripping wallpaper. K and J. Ken and Julie? I'm sorry, but we're going out to meet friends now, Grant says, making it clear that he would rather these two leave, so we can do the same. Oh, I'm sorry, I can see that. It seems we have picked a very bad time to call around. I told you they would be busy on the weekends, Ken, Julie says, glancing at her husband again. Sorry, what was it you wanted to do? I ask, feeling a little guilty about the possibility of turning these two sweet people away without being as helpful as I could be. Ken and Julie share a look before he answers me. I know it sounds a little strange, but we were just wondering if we could come in and have a quick look around. You see, we have a lot of memories in this place, and while I'm sure it has changed a lot, we wondered if we could have one last walk down memory lane before... His voice trails off then, and I notice his wife take his hand and give it a squeeze before she finishes his sentence. My husband has had a few health scares recently, she tells us. Forgive us if we are asking too much of you, but we were just hoping that we could have one last moment together in our very first home. I hope you understand. Having initially been sceptical of this pair, I find my heart breaking for them now. And before I know what I'm really doing, I'm telling them that it's fine and gesturing for them to come in. Grant looks surprised by my willingness to let these strangers into our home, but I know I can deal with him later. He's not as soft as I am, and would probably have told these people to be on their way if I wasn't here. But I am here, so I can decide if I'm willing to let them spend 5 minutes taking one last walk down memory lane. They used to live here, and while we do now, I know that one day Grant and I will be an old couple, reminiscing on old times. A first home is a special place for any couple. That's why I'm giving Ken and Julie the chance to see theirs one more time.
8. Grant. I'm really not happy about the fact that my wife has just allowed 2 complete strangers into our house. I tried to make it seem like that was because we had places to go and people to see, but really, it's just because I didn't want anybody nosing around in my home. I don't care if this couple used to live here. They don't live here anymore, do they? But they are in our house now, and as I close the front door, I hear Steph telling them all about the writing she discovered on the wall when we were stripping wallpaper. Was that you? She asks them. Oh my gosh, it was, Julie says. I remember I wrote on the wall when we were decorating ourselves. It's a little embarrassing that you found it. No, not at all. It's so sweet. It already appears that Steph is enamoured with this couple, but I'm still reserving judgment as I tell Charlie he's okay to go and play with his toys for a minute while I take Amelia out of the car seat and carry her with me as I follow the uninvited guests around. This used to all be green, Julie says as she looks around at the living room. Do you remember, Ken? I do, he says with a stiff nod of the head, and my chair was over there. He points to the corner of the room before Julie informs us that there used to be an armchair there that Ken liked to sit in and watch TV. Of course, the televisions in those days were very different to the televisions now, Julie adds before gesturing to our flat-screen TV. Look at the size of that thing. How big is it? It's 60 inches, I reply, not bragging, just answering her question quickly so it will hopefully speed this whole thing up. I wouldn't have thought anybody needed a television that big, Ken muses, and I'm not sure if he's having a dig, but it's too late to find out because Steph is already taking them into the next room. Ah, the dining room, Julie says wistfully. Your table looks a lot more expensive than the one we had in here. Oh, it's not that expensive, Steph says, politely trying to downplay how much we actually spent on it because she obviously doesn't want to make these people feel like we are superior to them. Then we move on to the kitchen, and it's there where Julie tells us how much things have changed around here. Oh my goodness, this doesn't look anything at all like how it looked when we were here, she says. There was no breakfast bar and we certainly couldn't afford marble worktops. Yes, it's very different, Ken adds, and I'm not sure if he says that like it's a good thing or a bad thing. But I'm not really sure what this pair were expecting to find. Of course this house has changed drastically since they left it. I bet every house does the same. But just how long ago was it when they left it? When did you guys move out? I ask, injecting myself into the conversation. 1996, Ken tells me. It was just the two of us then, and we didn't need all this space, so we downsized. I was very sad to leave this place behind, Julie admits. We moved in when we were 20, and it was all we'd ever known until we were in our 50s. But Ken was right, it was too big for just the two of us. A house like this should be filled with children, like your lovely daughter here. What's her name? Julie steps towards me and gently tickles my daughter's belly as she squirms a little in my arms. Amelia, I say, before politely stepping back a little to increase the distance between us because I'm not sure my daughter is enjoying having someone unfamiliar so close to her. That's a beautiful name, Julie tells me. Just beautiful. You didn't have children? Steph pries, and I notice the couple share a look before they answer. We did, Ken admits. We had a boy, but he's no longer with us. I certainly wasn't expecting that, and it seems Steph wasn't either because she suddenly looks mortified. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, she cries. I hope I haven't upset you. The atmosphere in the kitchen has suddenly become very subdued, but the couple do their best to pick it back up again. It's okay, dear, Julie says with a warm smile. It was a long time ago when we lost him, and we've learnt to just cherish the time we had together. Very long time ago, Ken adds, and that seems to be all they want to say on the matter. Do you want to see upstairs? Steph asks, changing the subject quickly, and I turn for the door, assuming that the pair will respond in the affirmative, but it seems they aren't quite finished down here yet. Is it okay if we go out into the garden? Julie asks. Oh, of course, Steph says, as she steps towards the back door and turns the key, unlocking it and opening it up so that we can go outside. I let out a sigh as I follow them all out onto the patio, and I can tell that Amelia is getting a little craggy as I carry her. But she's not the only one. I'd much rather be at that cafe now having my lunch than stuck back here with these polite but uninvited people. We should get going soon, I remind Steph. They'll be waiting for us. I'll text Shirley now and tell her we're running a little behind, she replies without skipping a beat, and I see then that she seems to be quite enjoying this little exchange with Ken and Julie. Did you spend much time out here? She asks the pair as they stand on the patio and look around the garden. I did, Ken replies, and I'm getting the sense that he is a man of few words, but then again, that is probably just because Julie does most of the talking for him. Ken was very green-fingered, she tells us. I still am, he says. Well, yes, but not quite as much as you were. Gardening gets a little harder as you age. Julie winks at Steph, and she chuckles, and I see that this is all very cosy and cute, but it doesn't distract me from the fact that this is still very weird. So whereabouts do you live now? I ask the pair. Are you still close by? We're not far, Julie replies. Still in town, just the other side now. It's not as nice as around here, but we're not in the old folks' home yet, and that's the main thing. Steph laughs again, and I admit I break a smile there too. Julie is very disarming. Then again, it is difficult to spend too long being suspicious of someone like her. I'm almost expecting her to produce a tin of buns from out of her handbag and offer me one at any moment now. So you've never been back here since you left? I ask, still trying to clarify if this is something this couple might make a habit of, or if it really is just a random one-off type of thing. Nope, we've never been back, Ken replies gruffly. It was Julie's idea to come here today. It was a joint decision, she quickly adds, but he doesn't seem too keen to concede that. There is another subtle shift in the atmosphere then, and this one carries a little tension, but Steph does her best to cut through it quickly. Well, I'm glad you decided to call around, she tells them. I think it's important to remember that a house has a history, and people have been here before us, and they'll be here after us. Quite right, dear, Julie agrees. This house has a lot of history. I notice then that Ken has stepped down off the patio, and he's making his way across the grass, slowly but deliberately looking around as he goes. He really did spend a lot of time out here, Julie says, as we all watch her husband moving down towards the shed, but he stops before he gets there, right in the middle of the grass, and from the part of his face that I can see from this angle, his expression is best described as a pensive one. What is he thinking? What's he doing? I have no idea, but the moment is over almost as quickly as it began, and he walks back over to us. With the garden section of this surprise tour concluded, we all head back inside, and Steph leads the couple to the stairs. But I've had enough of this intrusion now, as pleasant as the pair might be, and tell my wife that I'm going to check on Charlie. She disappears upstairs and I can hear Ken and Julie's voices as they move around up there as I find Charlie in the playroom, sitting on the floor and amusing himself with a train set. Walking over to the window, I look outside at the driveway and I see the car parked across the top of it. It must be the vehicle that Ken and Julie came here today in, and I can't help but have a wry smile to myself when I think that the car almost looks as old as them. I sit down with Amelia after that and do my best to keep her from getting even more agitated as I wait for those upstairs to come down again, and it's not too long before they do. When I join them back in the hallway, they're discussing the writing on the wall again, and it seems Julie and Ken are trying to agree on when the message would have been written. I reckon it was back in 66, Ken says, but Julie shakes her head. No, it must have been 71. That was when we worked on the bedroom, remember? Ken thinks about it for a moment before he raises his eyebrows, and I guess that is him remembering what really happened all those years ago, but I don't blame him for struggling a little to recall the exact dates of the past. They're talking about events that occurred over 50 years ago, so they're doing well. I struggle to remember something that happened last week. Well, thank you for letting us into your home today, Julie says, and I'm grateful she's bringing this visit to a close. I apologise again for the intrusion, and you would have been well within your rights to turn us away, but it was very nice of you to indulge a couple of OAPs like us. No, not at all, Steph says. It's been a pleasure to meet you. I'm glad you called by. I make it clear that I have no problem with what has happened here either, although I stop short of calling it a pleasure like my wife did, because I wouldn't say that was the best way to describe it. I open the door then and allow Ken and Julie out, and they bid us farewell before they make their way up the driveway towards their relic of a car. Well, that was different, I say to my wife as we watch them climbing gingerly into their vehicle, Julie getting behind the wheel and Ken getting in the passenger side. It seems she does most of the driving as well as most of the talking. I enjoyed it, Steph admits as she gives them a wave. Didn't you? Enjoyed is quite a strong word. Don't be mean. That'll be us one day, old and grey and reminiscing about the past. Yeah, but we won't be going knocking on the doors of the houses we used to live in, will we? Maybe not, but this place obviously meant a lot to them, so I think it was good of us to let them inside and see it one more time. Yeah, as long as that was the only time. I doubt they'll be back again. Yeah, you're probably right. At their age, they'll be lucky just to see next year. Grant, that's an awful thing to say. My wife might be right, but I can't help but be mischievous, and I've amused myself as we watch the couple driving away. I guess my wife and I assumed that would be the last time either of us saw Ken and Julie, but that wasn't how it would turn out. Not by a long shot. 9. Grant. I'm so sorry we're late. It's a long story, Steph says as we rush towards the table where Shirley and her family have been waiting for us to arrive. I shake hands with Eric, Shirley's partner, as the two women hug, while Charlie is already sitting with Beth and Brittany, their twin girls who are the same age as him, and who he has always had a soft spot for. With the waitress bringing a high chair for Amelia, we are all eventually seated, and as I peruse the menu and hear the sounds of the chefs cooking in the kitchen of this cafe, I can already feel my stomach rumbling at the prospect of a good meal. But Steph seems to have the need for conversation on her mind more than the need for food, and she's already telling the friends opposite us all about the couple who just paid us an unexpected visit. What? That's so random, Eric cries after Steph has enlightened him about Ken and Julie. Tell me about it, I say, rolling my eyes. I mean, who just turns up at a house they lived in decades ago and asks to come inside? I think it's sweet, Shirley says, and Steph agrees with her friend. It is sweet. They were so lovely. I hope we're like that when we're their age. Steph reaches out and takes my hand then, having a soppy moment with me, but that's just the kind of thing women are happy doing with their partners in front of their friends. But I'm less comfortable with it, and I made that clear by clearing my throat and asking Eric if it's too early to have a beer. He happily tells me that it's not. Then we order our drinks with the waitress, who jots our order down on a small notepad before scurrying away to pass it on to her other colleagues. This is one of those modern trendy cafes that seem to be springing up everywhere these days, and while most of them are in the cities, it seems our small town is not immune to their reach any longer. Back in my day, cafes were called greasy spoons, and they were the kind of places where construction workers would come for a bacon sandwich, a cup of tea and a flick through the day's newspaper before going back to work. But these days they serve coffees with fancy names, have a couple of beer taps for when it's after midday, and it's almost impossible to find any meal on the menu that doesn't come with avocado. Do they do a full English or not? I ask as I turn the menu over and try to find something a little more to my tastes. This isn't that kind of place, Steph says with a chuckle, and Shirley seems amused too because her partner is having just as hard a time finding something to order as I am. But eventually we settle on bacon and eggs on toast, although the toast is actually granary bread, and despite my best efforts to persuade the waitress otherwise, she insists on me not removing the avocado from it. As we wait for our food, the women chat about some celebrity scandal, the kids continue to play with the toys that they brought, and Eric and I discuss the consequences of last weekend's football results. I'm actually having a better time than I thought I would before I arrived here, and I'm even pleasantly surprised when I get my food, and the avocado doesn't go as badly with the bacon and eggs as I expected it to. We're about halfway through our meals when Shirley asks us how we're getting on with the redecorating, and that's my cue to launch into a bit of a monologue about how much painting I've been doing and how much there still is to go. But it also seems to remind Steph of the message she found on the wall, and she brings that up again now, telling Shirley and Eric about how she knew Ken and Julie were telling the truth about having lived there because their initials matched that message from the past. Oh, that's so funny. We've done the same thing, Shirley tells us. We wrote all our names on the hallway wall just before we papered over it a couple of years ago, and we put the dates beside it too. That way, whoever finds it in the future will know exactly when we were there. It's so much fun, isn't it? Steph squeals. Like a record that stands the test of time. Yeah, it's really exciting, I quip sarcastically, and Eric sniggers before Shirley slaps him playfully on the arm to shut him up. It's weird to think of other people living in your house before you, Shirley says, as she scoops up a bit of scrambled egg with her fork. All the things that they could have done in all those rooms, and we have no way of knowing. I'm not sure that I want to know what people got up to in our bedroom before we were there, Eric says rather sensibly, and that gets a good laugh from around the table. You know what I mean, Shirley goes on. Every room has seen so much. All the highs and lows of life, the good times and the bad. If only the walls could talk, I bet they'd have some interesting stories to tell. There was something that was a little awkward, wasn't there? Steph says as she looks at me. When Ken and Julie mentioned their son, remember? I do remember, but I don't say anything, leaving it to my wife to broach what seemed like quite a heavy subject. It sounded like they had a boy, but he passed away, Steph tells our friends. Oh my gosh, how sad, Shirley cries, putting her hands to her mouth. It's awful, isn't it? Steph agrees, glancing at Charlie as if she needs confirmation at that moment that her own son is okay. I've needed to visit the men's room for a while now and decide that this might be a good time to leave the table, so I excuse myself and go to the toilet. When I'm in there, I take out my phone to make a quick check on this weekend's series of football results, because that will help fuel the next conversation with Eric. But when I do, I see a new message from Rose waiting for me on my screen, and I nervously glance over my shoulder to make sure Eric hasn't followed me in here before I go into one of the cubicles and lock the door. Reading the message, I see that Rose has been out shopping, and it turns out that she has picked herself up a new outfit. But she doesn't just tell me about it, she shows me it, and she does that by way of a picture message that has come through along with it. What do you think? She has asked me, and it's obvious that this saucy little outfit has been brought with me in mind. It's hard not to be excited when I see it and think about the prospect of Rose wearing it in front of me, but it's also hard not to think of my family sitting only a few yards away from me, waiting for me to rejoin them back at the table. I decide not to reply to her yet and put my phone away before leaving the cubicle and rejoining the rest of the group at the table. But I find it impossible to concentrate on the conversation after seeing that photo on my mobile, and I'm still thinking about it as we say our goodbyes to Shirley, Eric and their girls and get back into our car to drive home. That was fun, wasn't it? Steph asks me as she drives us back after my 2 beers over lunch, and I nod my head to agree with her. If only she could see what was really going on in my head at that moment, she would probably crash the car in shock. That's because I'm thinking about Rose in that new outfit she's just bought. More specifically, I'm thinking about when I can see her in it.
10. Steph. A lot can happen in 2 months. And as I stand here now and look around this house, I can see the evidence of that everywhere. Rooms that were previously not to my taste have been repainted and filled with furniture that I find more appealing. And all mine and Grant's hard work in the evenings and weekends has started to show dividends. But despite all of that, we're not miracle workers, and 2 months hasn't been enough time for us to do all the redecorating that we want here. We still need that wall knocking down upstairs, and there are still a couple of rooms that require the old wallpaper to be stripped off so that the new decor can go on. That's why I'm not stopping yet. It's the middle of the afternoon, but with Grant at the office, Charlie at school and Amelia asleep, I have time to kill, and I'm making the most of the opportunity by getting started on the next lot of stripping. I know Grant is dreading coming home for another evening of DIY, but hopefully I can make a good start, and it will mean he won't have to spend the entire night working. We've hardly spent any quality time together since we moved in here, but I'll try and change that going forward. We're not drifting apart or anything, but I feel it's important that we remind ourselves sometimes that there is more to our relationship than decorating and making decisions about our children. I've put on the old radio that my husband kept from our last house, and as I get into the groove of what I'm doing, I'm feeling very much like the modern woman. Look at me in my overalls and a scraper in hand, surrounded by discarded wallpaper, and bopping my head to a little rap music coming over the airwaves. I wouldn't go as far as to say that I'm having fun, and I can't turn the music up too loud in case Amelia cries for me, and I need to be able to hear her, but it's not as painful a task as it could be. And it's only a moment later when I get another reminder that stripping wallpaper can even throw up a few surprises now and again. That's because, as I peel back another strip of paper, I find another message on the wall, which must have been written by a previous occupant. I gasp slightly when I spot its existence, because I had a lot of fun when I found the first message, so I'm intrigued to see what this one says. But as I lean in and try to make it out, I realise this one is very different to the one where Kay and Jay proclaimed their love for each other. "I hate it here," I say, reading aloud the words on the wall, before frowning. That's a strange thing for somebody to have written. Who did it? And what made them hate this place so much? I'm a little spooked by the message because it's nowhere near as sweet and romantic as the first one I found, and I take out my phone to snap a photo of it. But I'm not sending the picture to Grant, because I know I'll be able to show it to him when he gets home. Instead, I'm sending it to Shirley to see what she makes of it. Having pressed send, I carry on stripping as I wait for her response, all the way trying to figure out the message myself. It could have been written as a joke by a previous owner, who was probably aware that somebody would find it one day and be a little freaked out by it. It's a strange sense of humour to have, but I can see how somebody might have done it with that intention. Then again, this could have been written by a child who was fed up with living here with his parents, possibly after being grounded again, and this was their way of rebelling and making their feelings known. I guess I'll never really know the real reason for somebody to have written this on the wall, or at least I won't unless the person who wrote it calls by unannounced, like Ken and Julie did, and ends up giving me a history lesson on this place. But I doubt that will happen again, just like I doubt Ken and Julie were the ones who wrote this. Shirley doesn't take too long to respond, and when I read her message, she has sent me a shocked face emoji before saying that it's a little creepy and speculating as to who might have authored it. Her opinion is that it was scribbled on the wall by somebody who was kept prisoner in this room, under lock and key, but I just laugh and sarcastically thank her for her valuable input. We spend the next few minutes exchanging text messages back and forth, chatting about other things from the school run to the next time we might be able to meet up again, and by the time I put my phone down, I've lost the motivation to carry on with the DIY. But I don't feel too bad because I've made a good start, and it's better than nothing. Leaving the bedroom behind and going into the kitchen, it's easy for me to forget about the scraper and the wallpaper, and even the rubbish songs I heard on the radio. But what isn't as easy is forgetting the message I just found. I know it's silly, but as much as the first message made me feel warm and cosy inside, the second one has left me feeling disturbed. I guess it's easy for my imagination to run wild as I stand in a quiet house, without too much to distract me, thinking about all the possible reasons why somebody would have written such a thing. I'm also thinking about what Shirley said when we had lunch not so long ago. If only the walls could talk. I'd bet they would have some interesting stories to tell. I wish the walls could talk to me now, because I'd love to know who wrote about hating it here. But they can't, of course, so rather than spend the rest of the afternoon worrying about it, I go in to check on Amelia, almost hoping that she will wake up, because even if she needs something, it will give me something to do. But she is still fast asleep, my little angel, so I don't disturb her. Slumping down onto the sofa in the living room, I pick up the remote control and look for something on the TV to keep me occupied until it's time to go and get Charlie from school. But rather predictably, the programmes on offer at 14:10 in the afternoon are not exactly of the highest calibre, and I'm soon bored again. Deciding to try and take a half-hour nap, I lie down on the sofa and lay my head on one of my plump cushions, feeling my skull sinking down into it and looking forward to a little shut-eye. But as I start to drift off, I realise I have an urge to do something very soon. It's an urge to strip the rest of the old wallpaper off in this house as soon as possible. That's because the sooner I do that, the sooner I will know if there are any more messages waiting to be read. And maybe there are. What else might I find? At best, I'll have something to talk about with Shirley. But at worst, there could be something even creepier than that last message waiting to be discovered. I have to know. That's why I give up on sleeping after only 2 minutes of trying and go back to the room with the radio in it. But I don't turn it on this time. I just pick up the scraper and start hacking away at more wallpaper. It looks like I'm being productive, but really, I'm just being nosy. I'm looking for more hidden messages. The question is, will I find any?
11. Grant. I walked through the front door with my heart set on kissing my wife, having a moment with my children, and then grabbing a quick shower before tucking into a lovely dinner. But I hadn't even got the first thing out of the way before Steph told me about the new message she had found. "Look at it," she says to me as she leads me into the room where she made her great discovery. I'm more surprised by the wallpaper I see on the floor rather than what I see written on the wall, because it's clear that Steph has been working in here while I've been at work. "Wow, I'm impressed," I say, as I survey the fruits of her labour. "Thanks, love, you've saved me some time tonight." But my wife seems less interested in proudly promoting the DIY she's been doing and more about pointing out the handwriting she unearthed. "What do you think it means?" she asks me, and I read the words, "I hate it here." "Was probably just written by a kid," I surmise. "You think?" "Yeah, I mean, all kids hate being at home at some point during their childhood, don't they? I know I did." "I wish we'd found it before Ken and Julie came round. We could have asked them if they knew anything about it." "I doubt it." "Why?" "They're not the only ones to have lived here before us." "I know, but they already wrote on the walls once. Maybe they did it again, or maybe their son did. The one they didn't like to talk about. I wonder what happened to him." "You're overthinking this way too much," I say, stepping towards my wife and trying to give her that kiss I planned on giving her when I walked in a minute ago. But she's still too distracted, and she isn't receptive to my gesture, and while I do manage to kiss her, it just ends up being a peck on the head as she moves away from me rather than a kiss on the lips, which would have been a little more appropriate considering we are husband and wife. "I've been looking to see if I could find any more messages since then," Steph admits as she gestures to the second wall that she started stripping. "So that's why you've been so productive today," I realise. It's less about the DIY aspect and more about hunting for more words on the wall. "I'm multitasking," she tries, and I laugh at that. "Well, I don't mind what your reasons are for stripping wallpaper. As long as you keep doing it, the more you do, the less I have to." I go in again for another kiss, and this time Steph is unable to resist my charms, and I hold her in my arms as I give her a long, slow smooch. "What's gotten into you?" she asks me after we break off from the kiss, and she glances towards the door to make sure Charlie hasn't wandered in and caught his parents being soppy. He always groans and pulls his face whenever he does that, clearly unaware that one day there will be someone in his life that he wants to grab and kiss, just like his parents used to do. "I just love you," I say to Steph, being honest because I really mean it. "I love you too," Steph replies with a smile, and she really looks pretty, even without makeup on and after a long day of looking after the kids and helping decorate in here. Now, I really need to see what's in the fridge for our dinner. Have I got time for a quick shower? I ask her, and she tells me that I do. So I hurry, but only after giving Amelia a kiss when I find her giggling in a high chair in the kitchen, a load of mushy food all over the floor around her. Charlie is to be found in the playroom, lost in another adventure with his toys, and he gives me a very manly high five before I go upstairs and start undressing in the bathroom. It's a relief to get under the hot water in the shower as I let the liquid cleanse my skin. I wish there was another part of my body that it could cleanse as well. My mind. The mind that is thinking about how I made another mistake today. There are a lot of ways for a person to spend their lunch hour, sitting in the kitchen gossiping with colleagues, taking a walk around a nearby park while listening to a podcast, or just staying at their desk and eating a sandwich while working through the break. But I didn't spend my lunch hour today doing any of those things. I spent it with Rose instead. The invite to meet her at her flat for lunch came through as a text message at 10, just after I'd come out of a very boring meeting with my bosses and felt as though my head was going to explode. But my mood brightened as soon as I saw what she'd written to me, and even though I knew it was wrong, I couldn't resist replying to tell her that I was in on her plan. Her flat is only 10 minutes from my office on foot, another advantage of living in a small town like this one, so I'd been able to make it there and back in plenty of time during my 60-minute break. But it was hardly a restful hour that I spent there, and Rose certainly had me feeling worn out when I left her. As the steam rises in the shower and my skin sizzles, it's almost comparable to the heat that existed between our two bodies as Rose and I did the thing we had already agreed shouldn't happen again. Every time I leave her place, I promise myself that I will never go back there and see her again, but every time I fail in keeping that promise to myself, and sure enough, I'm back in her bed, with her on top of me and whispering naughty things in my ear. It's hard to feel even guiltier about what I'm doing behind Steph's back than I already do, but it's not been helped by the knowledge that my wife has spent the best part of today continuing to help raise our children and bring our family home a little closer towards completion, while I've been having sex with someone else. Without thinking too much about it, my fist flies out and I hit the tiled wall in front of me, not hard enough to break a bone, but certainly hard enough for me to feel the pain of the blow and wince. But I wanted it to hurt. It deserves to hurt. I deserve it because I'm risking hurting Steph by my selfish actions, and she does not deserve that at all. I stay in the shower a lot longer than I usually would, but it's only because I'm so distracted by thoughts of the mess I've got myself into. I know I need to extricate myself from this situation before it goes too far. End it with Rose for good. No backing down, no U-turns, no falling into her bed again after telling myself that I wouldn't. This has to stop, and this time, I really mean it. After getting out of the shower and drying off, I compose a message on my phone to Rose. I'm really sorry, but I can't do this anymore. You're great, but I'm married, and I don't want to lose my family. I hope you understand. I'm deleting your number now. Please don't message me again. If you do, I won't reply. All the best. I have no idea if that's the politest way to text your mistress and tell her that your affair is over, but I've done the best job I can, and I'm feeling a little better once the message is sent. I feel even better about things as the night goes on, because I don't get a reply from Rose, suggesting that she's taken what I said on board and is respecting my wishes. I'm grateful for that, and because of it, it allows me to focus on what really matters in life, like my son, my daughter, and my wife, who has cooked a delicious dinner and is continuing to prove time and time again that she is the best partner any man could ever ask for. I don't deserve her, but I have her, and I'm never going to let her go.
12. Steph. Day 90 in our new home is marked by the first day on the job for the builder we have sourced to knock down that wall between two of the smaller bedrooms upstairs. His name is Jeff, and he's a chatty, upbeat, middle-aged man who has not been shy about telling me how long he has been in the trade and some of the funny things that have happened to him in his industry over the years. He turned up early, as most builders tend to do, and gratefully accepted my offer of a cup of tea, as most builders also tend to do, before I had presumed he would head upstairs and crack on with the job. But he's still down here now, his mug of tea in one hand and his mouth showing no signs of slowing down as he keeps chattering on about one of his previous jobs and the difficulties he had in dealing with one particular customer who tried to get away with not paying him after he had completed the work. Can you believe how cheeky some people are? I mean, here I am, just an honest guy trying to do an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, and she's not paying me. I asked her, how am I supposed to feed my kids if you don't pay me? And do you know what she said? She said that wasn't her problem. Can you believe it? I shake my head, but no better by now than to try and say anything, because Jeff is already starting his next sentence, having barely paused to draw breath. So I did the only thing I could do in the circumstances. I told her that I was going to go back into her bathroom and remove the sink that I had just installed for her, because if she wasn't going to pay for it, then she couldn't have it. Well, she soon changed her tune then, and I'd barely made it onto the second step before she was reaching for her purse and handing me the cash. But even then she was only wanting to give me half. She said the job had overrun by a day, and that meant she was entitled to a discount. She didn't mention the fact that it had overrun because she had locked me out of the house that day when she had gone to have lunch with her friends. I roll my eyes as the plot thickens. But as riveting as this story is, I have 1,000,001 things to be getting on with around the house, and I know that Jeff does too, because that's why I'm paying him to be here. But at this rate, the only thing that is going to happen today is that I'm going to get a headache and he's going to lose his voice. I'm really sorry, but I need to get back to my daughter, I say, gesturing to the playroom where Amelia is currently lying on her back, on the playmat I put out for her. I'm hoping that will be enough for Jeff to get the hint that it's time for him to get to work. And thankfully, it does the trick. Of course, you're a busy mum, I get it. I'll get out of your way now. I'll be upstairs if you need me. And if you get a minute, I won't say no to another cup of tea. Thanks, love. Jeff hands me the empty mug I gave him 10 minutes ago, and I can see that he's going to be one of those thirsty builders that keeps my kettle running several times a day. But anything to get this job done as quickly as possible. No problem. I'll bring it up to you, I tell him, and I watch as he picks up his toolbox and wearily trudges upstairs to begin his day's work, only around half an hour after it was due to start. But with him out of the way for a little while at least, I can focus on playing with my daughter, and this is always a fun part of my day. Grant dropped Charlie off at school this morning, on his way into the office, so that was a big help. And while it was supposed to be one of Grant's work-from-home days today, I can't blame him for opting to go into the office and get out of the way of the builder and whatever noise he is going to make. It doesn't take too long for that noise to start, and 10 minutes later I am carrying Amelia out of the house and into the back garden to try and escape it. It's still early, but it's looking like it will be a pleasant summer's day, and I guess with the sound of a wall being broken down inside the house, we're better off spending the majority of the day out of it. After putting a rug down on the grass and finding a couple of toys to keep my daughter entertained, I'm feeling good as I lie in the sun and watch Amelia giggle. The fact that I completely forgot about making the builder another cup of tea only occurs to me an hour later, and I scurry back inside to amend for my error, expertly making his drink with my spare hand while I hold Amelia with the other. I get a surprise when I go upstairs to give Jeff his tea, because while he's been making a lot of noise, there doesn't seem to have been much in the way of progress yet. Just doing the prep work, he tells me, as he gratefully accepts the tea and guzzles it down as if he hasn't drunk any liquids in weeks. It won't take too long once I've got this down, but it will be noisy. Don't worry, we'll be out in the garden, I tell him, and he agrees that would be the best idea. Then I leave him again before he can launch into another one of his spiels, heading back downstairs with Amelia, and all the while thinking about how I can't wait for that wall to be knocked down so that we can be another step closer to having this house the way we want it. Once the renovation is finished, and the decorating has been done, Grant and I can turn our minds to more interesting things, like where we can go for our family holiday this year. I'm hoping we can get a good deal at the end of summer. Some all-inclusive package will be best, where Charlie can swim in the pool, I can sit with Amelia in the shade, and Grant can recline on a sun lounger and forget all about work for a while. Bless him, he's been working hard for a long time now, mainly because if he hadn't been, then we wouldn't be able to afford to be in this house now. I'm always grateful for the sacrifices he makes for us as a family, and never more so than when I'm walking through the lovely kitchen I have now and marvelling at all the marble surfaces. It's better that he is out of the way while the builder is here, because he has a lower tolerance for tradesmen than I do. He always thinks they're playing tricks and doing what they can to squeeze more money out of a job, and while I tell him that's not true, he says he's yet to be convinced. With a bit of luck, he can go into the office every day this week, and he won't have to be around Jeff at all. I can handle him. I can handle his multitude of stories and his thirst for tea, and I can also handle his noise. But Grant probably couldn't, although he's got enough on his plate to handle. I just didn't realise until later how much he really had on there.
13. Grant. They say you should always try and focus on the positives. Well, I'm trying to do that now, but it's not easy. That's because there's a guy working above my head who seems intent on making as much noise as possible. Despite planning on working in the office all week to avoid the builder at home, my boss has told me that there isn't enough desk space in the office today and that I'll have to work from home. Normally, that would be a good thing, but not now. I'd rather be in the office, but it seems I'm a victim of the changing times of the world, where employers would rather their employees work remotely than where they can keep an eye on them. Because of that, I'm now trying to do my job while Jeff, the chatty, thirsty builder, smashes a wall down in the same building as me. But that's a negative, and I'm supposed to be trying to focus on the positives, so I'll do that now. It's a positive that I have gainful employment, because it's how I can afford a house like this. It's a positive that I have a lovely family to share this property with, and it's definitely a positive that Jeff assures me that he'll be finished by the end of the week, so that means that the noise should be stopping soon. But I suppose the biggest positive of all that I'm grateful for right now is that my stupid affair is 100% over, and it appears I've gotten away with it. Rose, for all her mischievousness and appetite for adventure, accepted my decision to not see her again, and she hasn't been in touch since. That's made it far easier for me to forget about her and not be prone to giving in to temptation. I'd like to think that I'd be able to stay strong and resist her if she sent me another saucy message or photo, but who knows? I'm a weak man. I've already proven that. But thankfully, she's not putting me in that position anymore. It's been radio silence from her, and the saying goes that no news is good news. With my mind freed up from the worry of my wife finding out about my mistress, I've been able to focus more on what really matters in life, like spending quality time with the kids. I've taken Charlie to his first football match, and he had a great time sitting in the stands and cheering on the players on the pitch, although I think his favourite part of the whole experience was the cheeseburger that I bought him after the game. I've also been helping him a little with his schoolwork, trying to pass on some of my wisdom and experience when it comes to such topics as maths, English and science, although it's become clear that I'm not as helpful there as I thought I might be. My times table skills certainly need a little brushing up. I've also been spending plenty of time with Amelia, rolling around on the carpet with her in the playroom and making her laugh, which has to be one of the easiest things to do in the world because that little girl will laugh at anything. It's impossible to be stressed when I'm with her because she lights up any room she's in, and I'm loving every minute of watching her grow, most likely into what will be a smaller but just as stubborn a version of her mother. Steph. The best mum and wife in the world. She's been my other focus recently, aside from work and the kids. We had a date recently, nothing too special, just a trip to a Thai restaurant in town before a couple of drinks at the local pub. But that was all we needed to let our hair down and have a laugh. The children were staying with her parents, and we took full advantage of our free time, stuffing our faces with food, getting tipsy on drinks we hadn't consumed in years, and then, best of all, rekindling the passion we had for each other when we had first met. Let's just say we certainly made the most of having the house to ourselves when we got back from the pub that night. But we don't have the house to ourselves now, and that lovely memory is shattered a second later by the horrendous banging from upstairs again. I check the time in the corner of my computer screen and see that I'm due to have a conference call with a couple of colleagues in 5 minutes, but I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to do that with the builder working above me. I might be able to hear them if I use my headphones, but I'm not sure they'll be able to hear me with the thudding and banging of a sledgehammer so nearby. But the incessant noise stops a moment later, and I'm wondering if I might have got lucky and Jeff is moving on to a quieter task for the next part of this day. But I find out why he stopped a minute later when I hear him calling for me from the top of the stairs. "Is everything okay?" I ask him as I leave my study and look up to where he stands on the landing. I noticed that his clothes are covered in dust and his hair, face and beard haven't fared much better either, but it's what he says that gets my attention the most. "I've found something up here. Think you'd better come and take a look." I have absolutely no idea what it is that he could be talking about as I head up the staircase, checking the time on my watch to see if I can fit this detour in before my call, but I have a couple of minutes, so I should be okay, although I suppose that depends on what it is that he's found. "What is it?" I ask him as I follow him into the bedroom where he's been working. "Have a look for yourself," Jeff replies, and he gestures towards the wall that he's been knocking down before picking up his cup of tea and taking a sip. I survey the work scene and see there are several holes in the wall now which explain the noise and is also what we're paying Jeff to be here to do. But I'm not sure why he's showing me this now because it's clear he has a long way from being finished yet. "I'm knocking the wall down, right?" he says, and I shrug before agreeing that is what he's being paid to do. "Okay, so I'm doing that, but guess what? There's another wall behind this one. The one I'm knocking down now is a secondary one." "What?" I say, because this isn't making any sense. "It seems that somebody built an extra wall here, in front of the main one." "Why the hell would they do that?" "That's what I was wondering," Jeff admits as he wipes a little dust off his t-shirt. "But then I looked through one of the holes and saw the wall behind it, and then I got my answer." "What do you mean?" "There's some weird stuff behind there." "What are you talking about?" "Have a look for yourself." Jeff invites me to peep through one of the holes he's created in this wall, and I guess that's the only way I'm going to understand what he's getting at, so I do just that. But when I do, I get the same surprise that he obviously got. "What do you think?" Jeff asks me. "I'm guessing you weren't expecting that." "No, I was not," I admit, troubled by what I'm looking at. "So, what do you want me to do?" "Hang on a minute," I tell him as I keep peering through the hole. "I better go and get my wife."
14. Steph. It's never good to hear that your builder has found something unexpected when carrying out work in your home. But that's what has happened as Grant tells me I need to follow him upstairs. "What do you mean there's an extra wall?" I ask him as I pick Amelia up to bring her with me. "There's literally another wall behind the one we're knocking down," Grant says as we head up the stairs. "So what does that mean? Can't we knock that one down as well?" "Well, yeah, but it'll cost more money." It seems that my husband's worry about tradesmen always charging more for a job than originally quoted has come true. But in this case, it's not the builder's fault. We paid him to knock down one wall, not two. But why did somebody build this extra wall to cover up the original one? I start to form an answer to that question when I peep through one of the holes and take a look for myself. The hidden wall is half covered from the midpoint down, in writing. But this isn't writing from a pen or pencil on the surface. These words have been scratched into the wall in deep, desperate grooves. And as I read all the various messages, I realise the one I had been worried about pales in comparison to these. "Help me. I'm dying. They're trying to kill me. I hate Mum and Dad." "Oh my God! What is all this?" I say, horrified at the content of these messages. "I'd say there were some pretty screwed-up people living in this house before you," Jeff chirps up, but I'm not going to thank him for his contribution, because it's not making me feel any better. Then again, neither is reading any more of these creepy messages. I'm going crazy. Get me out of here. Why are they doing this to me? "Are they scratch marks?" I ask, referring to the long lines I can see in the wall in between some of these disturbing messages. "Looks like it," Grant says solemnly. "This is terrible. Who did all this?" I'm not expecting to get much in the way of an answer for that question, because how would my husband or our builder know that? These markings could have been made decades ago. But to my surprise, Jeff speaks up again. "There's a name," he says, "just down in the bottom left corner. Can you see it?" I look in the direction he has just guided me to, and when I do, I see that he is correct. There is a name. William. I say the name out loud as if doing so will somehow help jog all our memories of who this person might be. But it doesn't, of course, because none of us have any idea about a person going by that name, who could be associated with this house. Looking away from the grim wall behind the first wall that Jeff has already started destroying, I turn to my husband in the hope that he might know what to do next. But his plan isn't exactly what I had in mind. So how much is it going to cost to knock this extra wall down? He asks Jeff wearily, probably doing the mental calculations to see if he has enough money in this month's paycheck to stretch to whatever figure the builder will give him. I'll have to let you know once I've got this first wall down, Jeff tells him as he strokes his dust-speckled chin. I need to see what I'm working with when I get there. It's just another wall, Grant says, and I can see he is getting frustrated about the fact that Jeff is being vague. My husband probably thinks that it's better to get a quote quickly, rather than give the man too long to think about it and come up with a bigger number. But I think they're both getting ahead of themselves here. We can't knock this wall down, I say, surprised that they are just ignoring the contents of it. Shouldn't we show it to somebody? Like who? Grant asks. I don't know. The police, perhaps? What are they going to do about it? I don't know, but there are some very concerning things written on here. Maybe they should have a look. I honestly think they have better things to be doing than coming to see our wall. But they might know who did this. Maybe there's a story behind it. I'd say there's definitely a story behind it, Jeff interjects then. The question is, do you really want to know what it is? That's a good point, Grant says then, surprisingly taking the builder's side. Who knows what crazy stuff went on in this room before we were here. I say we just knock it down and get rid of it. We can't just pretend we didn't find this, I cry, shocked at both men's disregard for messages in which it's clear the author was very afraid and possibly in danger. Look, we don't know who this William is, and when he wrote these things, Grant tells me, becoming more irritable by the second, he could have just been some kid playing a prank 50 years ago. What does it matter to us? I don't know, it's just very strange, I say, stating the obvious, but that's the best defence I've got. Don't you think it's weird that there is a wall in front of this? It's as if it was covered up. Why is that? And why didn't this extra wall appear on the house survey we had done? Or on the deeds? Nobody knew it existed. Again, why is that? I'd say whoever built it didn't tell anyone before they moved out, Jeff muses, still stroking his chin. That way nobody moving in would know. And you still wouldn't know now if I hadn't started making holes in it. When do you think this wall was built? I asked the expert. Hard to say, but I don't think it's much newer than the other walls in here. It certainly didn't stand out to me when I first saw it, or when I started breaking into it. So it's been here for a long time? Yeah, I guess. I think back to Ken and Julie. They were the first owners of this house. Did they put this wall up? If so, was it their son who wrote these things? I've got to go on a conference call, Grant says, snapping me out of my daydream. But we need this wall removing, so just do what you need to do, okay? Jeff nods his head at the clear instructions from his client before Grant leaves the room and goes back downstairs. But I'm not in as much of a rush to go, and I have an instruction of my own to give to our builder. Carry on knocking down this first wall, I tell him, but please come and get me before you start knocking the second one down. I'd like to take a few pictures of it, if that's all right. Whatever floats your boat, Jeff says with a silly grin, and he goes to pick up his sledgehammer again, which is my cue to get myself and Amelia out of there before the banging starts and the dust begins to rise again. Heading back downstairs with my daughter in my arms, I'm troubled by the latest discovery in this house. But it doesn't seem that my husband is, because I can hear him laughing away on his call as I pass his study. It's as if what we just discovered hasn't bothered him at all. But it's bothered me, and I can't stop thinking about the poor person who wrote all those things. William, who are you? And what made you say all those terrible things?
15. Grant. I spent the rest of the day holed up away in my study doing my best to avoid both the builder and my wife. I was dodging the builder because the more I thought about it, the more I dreaded whatever price he might have given me for the extra work, and I've been steering clear of my wife because I just know that she is only going to want to talk about those messages on the wall, and I haven't got the patience for that at the best of times, but especially not after the day I've had. My second conference call that had been scheduled for mid-afternoon had been supposedly about an upcoming project that me and my team are working on. But it took a nasty turn when our director made an appearance on the call and grimly warned us that due to changing economic climes, the business was not doing as well as expected, and there might have to be a few difficult decisions made in the coming weeks and months. And we all know what that means: possible redundancies. That's the last thing any employee wants to hear from their boss, but especially an employee who is the sole earner in his household and has a wife and 2 children to support, as well as the mortgage to pay on a brand new home. I just have to hope that my job is secure and that I won't be encountering any financial difficulties in the near future, but who knows? From what I could gather, even my boss doesn't have a clue what's going to happen yet. But I'm not going to mention any of this uncertainty to my wife. Steph doesn't need to know yet until there is some more concrete news, and I don't want her worrying because she's already a pro at doing that, and most of the things she frets about aren't even that important. If I tell her my job might be at risk, then she really will have something to keep her awake at night. But as the clock on my computer screen ticks over to 6 o'clock in the early evening, I'm aware that I'm not going to be able to hide in here all day. I know the builder has already left because I heard him crashing down the stairs earlier on his way out, his heavy-footedness showing no signs of abating. I heard Steph say goodbye to him and say in reply that he'd be back at 8 a.m. tomorrow before the front door closed. But Steph didn't pop her head around my study door then to see how I was getting on, probably in case I was in the middle of something and she didn't want to interrupt me. But I haven't been busy. I've barely done anything since I learned that my job might be at risk. Managing to find something to distract myself with online for another half an hour, I'm wondering if I can get away with staying in here until 7 now. But the knock at the door, a moment later, ruins that plan, and as I turn around in my swivel chair, I see Steph peeking in. "You're working late," she says, seemingly concerned. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, it's absolutely fine," I reply, a little too defensively. "Just catching up on emails after those conference calls I had today, but I'm pretty much done now." "Great. I need you to give Amelia a bath while I get dinner ready for us." "No problem," I say before letting out a weary sigh and logging off. After all the nonsense that I've heard today, whether it was my boss giving me concerning business figures, my wife speculating about hidden messages and their meaning, and the builder chattering away about some job he used to work on that isn't relevant to this one, it's nice to hear the nonsense that comes out of my little girl's mouth as I bathe her. She's just making a load of random noises, in between all the giggling, of course, and that's absolutely fine by me. I love listening to her. She's always so happy. Don't grow up too fast, kid. Things aren't as simple when you do. I'm feeling a little stressed about things by the time we've stopped playing with the rubber ducks, and I've got my daughter wrapped in a towel to dry off. As far as stress relievers go, there's none better than being around an innocent child who doesn't demand anything of you other than a little love. I know Amelia won't always be this easy to deal with, but right now she's no trouble at all. After giving my daughter a kiss and putting her down in her bed, Steph goes in to see her while I get Charlie ready for his own impending bedtime. It's not as straightforward with him, but again, it's better than dealing with all the other stuff I've had on my plate today, and as I help him with his pajamas, he tells me that he loves me, and it makes it all worth it. Then, with the children tucked up and the dinner on the table, there's one more thing I can do to really de-stress. I pull the cork out of a bottle of red wine and pour a couple of glasses. "What's the occasion?" Steph asks me as she re-enters the kitchen and sees what I'm doing. "No occasion, just thought it'd be nice to have a drink with our dinner." I'm playing it cool, but my wife knows me better than that, and she asks me what's wrong. It's easier to tell a half-truth rather than the full truth, so I just say that work is hectic and leave it at that. "Do you know what we need?" Steph asks me as she dishes up dinner and takes a seat with me at the table. "We need a holiday." That is definitely what we need, but I'm not sure how I can tell my wife that spending a load of money on a trip abroad might not be the best thing to do if my job isn't as secure as it once was, so I just mumble my agreement back with a mouthful of food before saying that we should probably wait and see how much the extra building work is going to cost us before we make any decisions like that. But I regret mentioning the bedroom wall instantly because no sooner have I done so than Steph takes out her phone and shows me something. "What's this?" I ask as I look at the photo on her mobile. "I've taken some pictures of that wall Jeff found," she tells me. "What have you done that for?" "So we have a record of it before it gets knocked down." I stop eating then, because my wife isn't making any sense, which is quickly becoming a habit of hers recently. "What do we need a record of it for?" "I don't know, in case it's important and we need the evidence." "I think you've been watching too much TV, or you've been spending too much time cooped up here. Maybe take Amelia to the park tomorrow and get out of the house for a bit." "You can't deny that we found something very strange today." "I'm not denying it. It is strange, it's crazy, but it's not our problem." "It's our house." "Yes, it is, and whatever nonsense was written on the walls before we moved in belongs to the people who used to own this house, but they're not here anymore. We are, so can we just get on with it and forget about the past?" All the day's frustrations have just been unleashed on my wife, coming in the form of a very angry and very loud rant, and it's no surprise to see her shocked at my outburst. It's also not a surprise to hear Amelia start crying upstairs, having been woken up by her father raising his voice downstairs. "I'm sorry," I say, as I go to get up from the table. "It's been a really long day." "It's always been a long day," Steph says, getting up quicker than me to show that she'll deal with the problem I've just created, which makes me feel even worse about it. "You can't keep using that as an excuse every time you get annoyed or don't want to talk." "Steph, wait," I say, but she leaves the room without looking back, and I'm left alone in the kitchen, a plate of hot food in front of me and a glass of red wine that I haven't even touched yet. I pick up my drink then and take a long sip. Not that it does me much good. I'll need more than one glass to get any real benefit right now. That's because it seems like my life is still far from going back to normal. I'd presumed that ending my affair with Rose would mean the end of any drama that could threaten what I've worked so hard to have. But I guess not. Bizarrely, it turns out the estate agent was the easiest thing I've had to deal with over these last few months. Not that I'm going to try and get in contact with her again. That would be stupid. I've got my work cut out enough in both my personal and professional life without reintroducing my mistress to the equation. As I wait for Steph to return so we can carry on with this meal, I notice that she's left her phone on the table, and it's still open on the photo of the wall that she took. Picking it up, I zoom in on a section of the image so I can read some of the words on the wall more clearly. But I don't know why I bothered to do that, because what I see doesn't do anything to enhance my mood. "I'm scared. Somebody, help me." As bad as my problems are, it seems that this William had things even worse than I do. Poor guy. But he can't help me right now, and I certainly can't help him either, whoever he was and whenever he wrote these messages. I should just delete these pictures, but I don't because that will only make Steph angry. Besides, the wall is still standing at the minute, and she could just go and take some more. Hopefully, she'll drop all of this nonsense soon. But I guess if I believe that, then I really didn't know my wife as well as I thought.
16. Steph. I should have known that Grant would have wanted no part in finding out what the weird writing on our bedroom wall meant. Me trying to involve him in my investigation really wasn't worth the argument we ended up having, and that's why I've stopped involving him in it. As far as he knows, I've dropped my interest in that wall and anything that might have been written on it. But he has no idea that in reality, my search for the truth behind it is only just beginning. It's been a couple of days since we argued, and in that time the wall has been knocked down by Jeff and his trusty sledgehammer. But I still have the photos on my phone, so I'm not likely to forget about all those cryptic comments in a hurry. But it's not just Jeff that has been busy in the last 48 hours. I've been using the services of a very handy little website, which allows me to find the names of everybody who has owned my home before me. The land registry service I have used has produced 5 results for my address, but I can skip past the latest one because that entry belongs to Grant and me. That has left me with 4 couples to work with, and the first names on that list belong to Ken and Julie Gray, the visitors who returned to their first home to have a snoop around not so long ago. I can see from the records that they moved in here in 1963 and left in 1996, which matches the story they told us when they came here. There was a couple by the name of Martin and Mary Whitehall after that, who lived here from 1996 to 1999. They were followed by Joe and Lynn Jones between 1999 and 2008. And finally there was Craig and Alice Cartwright, who were the couple we purchased this place from. Neither Grant nor I ever got to meet Craig and Alice throughout the process of buying this place, because they were always out when we viewed, and Rose, the pleasant estate agent, dealt with it all. Therefore I have no opinion of them like I have one of Ken and Julie. So now I have those sets of names, I have a better picture of this property's past. It still doesn't tell me who might have written those concerning markings on the concealed wall, but at least I have something to work off. And, of course, I have a name that I can add to this. William. The name that was carved into the wall alongside all the other messages is my best lead, and now my plan is a simple one. I am going to try and find out if any of these people had a son named William, because if they did, I'll know it was most likely them who lived here when the wall was defaced. My next port of call on the internet is to a website that allows me to search birth records for this town. I'm looking for a William with a surname that matches any of the ones I have on my list. Gray, Whitehall, Jones, Cartwright. Let's see what results I get. The search engine does its thing and produces some results, but none of them match exactly what I am looking for. They are all variations on the name I want, rather than an exact match. That could mean that this website isn't as good as it is purporting to be, or doesn't go back
You've made it this
in time far enough. But it could also mean that William was not born in this town. If he was born somewhere else, then I'll have to widen this search. But that will be very time-consuming. And while I have time on my side being a stay-at-home mum, I still don't particularly want to be looking through birth registers from all over the country. But I have to subscribe and pay if I want better results. And I'm not keen on doing that because Grant will notice the transaction on the joint account, and I'd rather he didn't know that I was digging around in the past. That's why I decide to try a Hail Mary and just put William's name into Google alongside all the surnames I have. It's a long shot, but I might get lucky and get a result a hell of a lot quicker than by searching birth records of every town and city in this region. Working backwards, my first search is for William Cartwright, 31 Birchfield Drive. But that produces no results. Neither does the same search for a William Jones and a William Whitehall. Therefore, I'm not feeling very optimistic as I type in the final name, William Gray, and press enter. But my laptop screen is suddenly flooded with results. Sitting forward in my seat, my eyes scan the array of results that the search engine has spat out, and there are a lot of them. But it's the top one that gets my attention the most. Mystery of missing boy remains unsolved 30 years on. Clicking the link, my browser takes me onto a website of the local newspaper, although it's very dated, and that's because the article in question is over 20 years old. It's here I find further details on the concerning headline, along with a photo of a young boy above the caption, William Gray. I stare at the face of the youngster and see that in this image he looks to be only a little older than Charlie. When I read the article, it confirms it. It has now been 30 years since William Gray, 7, of 31 Birchfield Drive was last seen, and to mark the anniversary, police officers are appealing for any information that might lead to the solving of a case that has baffled them for years. William, who has been deemed to have learning difficulties, was reported missing on the 17th of May 1970 by his parents, Ken and Julie Gray, who told officers that he had disappeared after being allowed outside to play in the back garden. A search team was quickly assembled, and with the help of dozens of local residents, the entire town was scoured for any sign of William. But the youngster was never found, and despite multiple investigations and theories since, the case remains unsolved. But William's parents have never given up hope of being reunited with their son, and are asking once again for anybody with any information to come forward. The article ends there, but I'm quickly onto another website to read another article, and then another, and another. There are so many stories about William's disappearance, but the more I read, the more I see that they all just say the same thing. Not seen since May the 17th, 1970. No leads. Appeals for information. I stop reading then and sit back in my seat, trying to process all of this. But now that I have discovered for sure that there was a William who lived here, I'm convinced this is the person who wrote all those things on that wall. But now I also know that he went missing and has never been seen since. It makes the things he wrote even scarier. Taking out my phone, I go back to the photos I took of that wall and start reading all of the messages again. Only this time, I have some kind of context to put them in. Help me. I'm dying. They're trying to kill me. I hate Mum and Dad. Is this what happened to William? Did his parents hurt him, then just pretend he vanished? Could Ken and Julie really have been capable of murdering their own child? The same couple who were in this house not so long ago, standing so close to my own children. I feel sick as my mind runs away with itself, thinking all sorts of awful thoughts, although I don't have any evidence to really know if they are true or not. I then tried to console myself with the knowledge that the police would have surely suspected Ken and Julie and questioned them about their son's disappearance, so they must have been satisfied that they had not done anything to harm William. But what if there was just no evidence? What if the police had found the wall with William's frightened markings on it? And is this why the wall was hidden by another wall in the first place? I start reading another article, hoping that there might be a new piece of information to glean from this one. But there isn't. It just says the same thing as all the others. The mystery of William Gray. Police seeking information. Parents reported him missing on May the 17th, 1970. I almost fall out of my chair when I realise that date has even more significance than I first noticed. Thinking back over when Ken and Julie visited our house, I recall it was in May. But what date exactly? Was it the date of their son's disappearance? Did they come back on the anniversary? If so, why? This is too much for me to figure out on my own, so I get up from my seat and head for the study, determined to fill Grant in on what I have just found. I'm sure he'll be annoyed to hear that I am still looking into this, but I'm also sure that he'll be shocked when I tell him what I have found.
17. Grant. Do you think we're going to lose our jobs? The question from my colleague Jean is a paranoid but valid one, and as I stare at her face on my computer screen, I decide that I should try and give her an answer that makes her feel better about the future. I don't think it will come to that. We'll be fine, I tell her, speaking through the microphone that is attached to my headset. I see Jean smile a little on the screen, and I smile too, but it's not half as comforting as if we were together in person. But that's just how so many companies like ours are operating half the time these days. Why sit around a meeting room table when you can sit at your own desk at home? It can't be good for team spirit, but I'm not the boss, which is why mine is one of the jobs hanging in the balance now. I'm just about to steer this conversation onto our latest work project when the door to my study flies open, and Steph appears, acting as if she has completely forgotten that I'm in the middle of a busy workday. "I'm on a call," I shout out before turning back to face my screen and preparing to apologise to Jean. But to my surprise, Steph doesn't respect that and leave the room quickly and quietly. Instead, she acts as if my job isn't important at all. "I need to speak to you now," she says authoritatively, and I quickly mute the call on my computer because I don't want my colleague to hear the argument that is now likely to ensue. "What are you doing? I just told you I'm on a call." "This can't wait." "It'll have to. I'm working." "Can't you call them back?" "No, please." "Are the kids okay?" "What? Yeah, they're fine." "Then it can't be that important then, can it? So please get out so I can finish this call." Steph sees then that I'm not backing down, and she reluctantly leaves, closing the door behind her, and leaving me shaking my head because I feel like all of that was totally unnecessary and could easily have been avoided. There's me feeling bad for losing my temper with my wife a couple of times recently, but she seems to be the one who is always starting the trouble. "I'm sorry about that, Jean," I say as I unmute my microphone and look at my colleague, who has waited patiently for me to start talking to her again. Now, where were we? I look down at the notes in front of me and just about manage to recall the point I was going to make when I look up again and see that the image on the screen has frozen. "Jean, can you hear me?" But the image still doesn't change, and I guess the connection has dropped out, although hopefully it's only temporary. Checking the Wi-Fi signal icon in the bottom corner of my screen, I'm expecting to see that it has dropped somewhat but is still connected, but when I do, I see a big red cross next to it. The internet has gone completely. "Not now," I say with a heavy sigh as I get up from my chair and head for the hallway where the router box is located. I guess I'm going to have to reset it, and while this hasn't happened for a while, it does happen on occasion, and always at the worst possible times. But when I get into the hallway and go to where the box is sitting on the table, I find my wife standing beside it, and she has a disconnected cable in her hand. "What the hell are you doing?" I cry when I realise that she's disrupted the internet on purpose. "I've just lost the call." "I don't care. I needed some way of getting your attention so I can tell you what I've just found." "Are you being serious right now? Do you want me to get fired?" "Calm down. You're not going to get fired because of a dodgy internet connection. You can go back on in a minute and just say the Wi-Fi cut out. But I need to show you something first. Come on." With that, Steph heads into the kitchen, but I'm in two minds whether or not to follow her in there or just plug the cable back in myself and return to my study. But she's gone to a lot of trouble to get me off that call, and I'm curious now as to what her motivation behind all of this is. She better have a good reason for what she's just done. If not, it seems another argument is on the cards. I enter the kitchen in a foul mood, and although I'm pacified somewhat by the sight of my daughter sitting in a high chair, I'm still fuming at my wife as I stand over her by the open laptop. "What is it?" I ask. "Look," she says, pointing at the screen, and when I do, I see what looks like a newspaper article. "What is it? I don't have time for this." "It's about a boy called William who used to live here. He went missing in 1970, and he hasn't been seen since." It could be the red mist of my mood that has descended that is clouding my thoughts right now, but I can't figure out any way that the words she has just said have any relevance to me. "And? Don't you get it? This is who wrote on the wall upstairs. It's him. It has to be." I see the photo of the youngster alongside a load of words that I don't have time to read, and Steph can still tell that I'm not getting it. "There's more. Ken and Julie are his parents. You know, the couple who came here and wanted to look around? He's their son. And guess what? The day they came here was the anniversary of the day he went missing." It's quite the tale, and quite a lot of information for anyone to process, especially when it's being shouted at me by my very excitable wife, and I step away from the table to try and get some space to think. But Steph just keeps on jabbering away at me. "What if Ken and Julie killed their son? And what if they covered up that wall because they knew it was evidence against them? And what if they came back that day because they felt guilty? Or maybe they just wanted to check that we hadn't found anything?" "Calm down," I tell Steph, struggling to think with all of this being thrust upon me, but telling my wife to calm down when she's got a bee in her bonnet is a complete waste of time. "It says here in this article that William had learning difficulties. What if his parents couldn't cope with that? What if that's why they locked him upstairs and he wrote all those things on the wall? And what if that's why they killed him?" "Hang on a minute. I think we should go to the police and show them the photos of the wall. They need to know about what we found. It might make them talk to Ken and Julie again." "What? We're not going to the police." "We have to. What if they're guilty? What if they killed this poor boy?" "You're really letting your imagination run away with itself." "Am I? This is a mystery that hasn't been solved in over 50 years. What if we've just solved it?" I stare at my wife and see that she genuinely believes she has just cracked a case that the police couldn't in all the time they've been investigating it. Because of that, I don't know who the mad one is here, her for even thinking it, or me for listening to this nonsense. "I need to get back to work," I tell Steph, heading for the door. "You're kidding me. How can you just act as if this isn't a big deal?" "We'll talk about it tonight. Until then, just drop it." I almost slam the door behind me as I go, but I think of Amelia at the last second and refrain from doing so, sparing her the loud noise and the tears that would most likely follow it. But I can't calm down, even when I'm back in my study and I find myself hitting my keyboard in frustration as I try and get back online and reconnect my call with Jean. It's been another messy day with another argument. What the hell has happened to us since we moved into this house? My affair should have been the worst thing to happen in the last 3 months, but Steph's paranoia about previous owners is really getting out of hand now. I said we'd talk about it tonight, but I'm already dreading it.
18. Steph. The marital bed should be a warm and cosy place, but right now it feels very cold and very uncomfortable. Not that my husband seems to feel that way. He's snoring away beside me, seemingly quite content. But I'm not. I'm struggling to drift off, and I have been ever since he and I had another argument to round off our day. As promised, Grant allowed us to discuss what I found on the internet after he had finished work and the kids were in bed. But while I had been hoping that would have been the time when I could have gotten him to see sense and realise that what I was suggesting wasn't crazy, it just ended up being another edition of him telling me that I was getting carried away and needed to drop it. Of course, that wasn't what I wanted to hear. I told him that the evidence was too overwhelming to ignore. The markings on the wall from a frightened child, the same child being reported missing, and that same child never being seen again. I asked him what if it was Charlie who had disappeared. How would he feel? He would want answers, wouldn't he? How would he like it if somebody potentially had those answers, but kept them to themselves? He'd hate it, of course. What we had found on that wall deserved to be divulged to a detective, and they could take it from there. If they thought Ken and Julie were suspects, then it would be up to them to look into it. If not, maybe there would be a new line of inquiry for them to go down. That would be for them to decide, They were the professionals after all, although the fact they still hadn't solved the case of William Gray after so many years hardly put them in the best light. But Grant was so insistent. "Just drop it," he kept saying. "Leave it. It's none of our business." He was acting as if somebody going missing for over 50 years, somebody who used to live in our house and had once written on a wall here that he was afraid, was as inconsequential as finding out you had a £50 parking ticket when you had millions in the bank. He just kept shrugging his shoulders and shaking his head, not showing 1 ounce of compassion to that poor boy, and getting justice for him, even if it is surely far too late to save him from whatever fate has befallen him. The more he did that, the less he looked like the man I had married. Where was the love? Where was the compassion? I couldn't see it. All I saw was someone who was fed up, with life, with this house, with me. We ended up getting into bed and turning off the lights without ending things on a good note. We never sleep on an argument, but that's what we're doing now. Or at least that's what Grant is doing as he snores away beside me. But I'm still lying here under this heavy duvet, feeling trapped, my legs restless, and my head unable to find that sweet spot where it just sinks into the pillow perfectly and makes me feel like I could sleep all night. I have no idea how long I have been lying here like this, because I haven't checked the time. But it must have been hours. I need to try something else. Perhaps I should get up and have a little walk around, have a glass of water, check on the kids, do something to reset my brain so I can come back into the bedroom in 10 minutes and hopefully get some sleep that time. Carefully peeling back the duvet so as not to disturb Grant, though why I feel he deserves to be undisturbed is beyond me, I swing my legs off the bed and put my bare feet down on the carpet before standing up and heading for the door. There's only a small amount of moonlight coming through the curtains, but I already know the route to the bedroom door well enough by now to navigate it in gloomy conditions, and I make it easily. Once on the upstairs landing, I creep down to the bedroom where my children are sleeping. They are still sharing a bedroom at the moment, until the renovation work is complete on the other 2 smaller bedrooms, with the wall now missing in between them. But it won't be long until they each have their own space. Amelia obviously doesn't need that at her age, but Charlie certainly does. And I know he is very excited about having his very own room again, that he can fill with all his toys, posters, and dinosaur magazines. Reaching the bedroom door that is half open, I peek my head in and peer through the dark in the direction of the crib in one corner and the bed in the other. I can see Charlie's shape under his duvet, and while he never makes a sound when he sleeps, I know he's all right. I can't quite see Amelia from this angle and in this light, but I can hear her breaths and smile, still finding it funny that someone her size is louder in her sleep than her big brother. Back when I first had Charlie, I hated the fact that he was such a silent sleeper, and would find myself sitting by his bed and constantly putting my hand above his nose and mouth to try and detect the intake and output of breath to make sure that he was still okay. He always was, and now that silence of his is convenient, because it's the only time of the day that he is quiet. But with both of my babies sleeping soundly, there's no reason for me to keep loitering in the doorway, so I leave, heading downstairs as quietly as I can to get a drink from the kitchen. I stifle a yawn as I pour myself a glass of water from the tap, and try not to look out of the kitchen window into the back garden, because it's pitch black out there, and I don't want to be creeped out. I know that I'm a little old to be worried about seeing a monster or a man in a mask, but I still don't tempt fate, keeping my eyes down on the sink rather than up and out to whatever lurks in the darkness. Guzzling some water down my parched throat, I feel a little better now that I'm not quite so dehydrated, and I decide to take the rest of my drink back upstairs with me as I prepare to try again when it comes to sleep. But just before I get back to the staircase, and just as I am passing Grant's study, I hear a noise in there and freeze. Listening out for it again, I hear nothing, but there was definitely something. So I open the door and cautiously peep inside, worried about what I might find inside. What could it be? What fresh problems might I discover about this house and its past? To my relief, it's nothing, just Grant's computer. He hasn't logged off properly, which he tends to do from time to time if the computer needs to download an update overnight. The problem with that is his emails still make a sound whenever a new one goes into his inbox. That must have been what I heard. Nothing major. Nothing to worry about. Then I hear Charlie scream. The glass of water falls from my hand as my body instantly runs cold at the sound of my son in such abject terror, and now I'm running up the staircase, taking it 2 steps at a time, in a desperate bid to get to my boy to find out what is causing his distress. Bursting into his bedroom, I see him sitting up in his bed, still screaming, and while it's a miracle Amelia hasn't woken up yet, it's surely only a matter of time because Charlie is hysterical. "What is it?" I cry as I rush towards him, my heart breaking to see him so afraid. It's then that he points to something behind me, in the corner of the room, the corner behind the door that I have just entered by, and it seems that whatever is making him so scared is right behind me. Turning around to get a look at it, I'm not sure what I'm expecting to see. But when I do see, I can't help but scream either. It's William. He's standing right behind the door. And he's covered in blood.
19. Grant. Steph, it's okay. It's just a nightmare. I'm trying to calm my terrified wife down as quickly as I can. 1, because it's not nice to see her this way, and 2, she's going to wake the kids up if she keeps screaming. But it's too late for the latter because I hear Amelia start crying a moment later, followed by Charlie calling out for us to find out what's going on. I need to go to them, but first I need to see what's wrong with my wife. It's okay, seriously, you were just dreaming, I tell Steph as she snaps out of it, shooting upright with her eyes open and looking around the bedroom as if she's double-checking to make sure everything really is okay. What was it? What did you see? I ask her, curious because I've never known Steph to have a nightmare in all the time we've been together, and I hadn't really expected her to start with them now. But she doesn't answer me right away, instead looking around the dark bedroom like there might be something in here with her that shouldn't be. But there's not. There's just me, tired, old me, who now has a distressed wife and a couple of crying kids to deal with at 3 o'clock in the morning. The children, Steph says suddenly, going to get up, but I tell her to stay where she is, and that I'll go and check on them myself. Getting up, I rush out of the bedroom and down the upstairs landing, reaching the room at the end where I find Amelia in tears and Charlie standing beside her crib, looking afraid but protective of his little sister. It's okay, I tell him, as I smile before picking up my daughter and trying to soothe her. Mummy just had a bad dream, but everything's okay now. Just get back into bed. But Charlie doesn't seem so sure, and bless him, he wants to go and check on his mother to make sure she's okay. No, she's fine, Charlie. Just get into bed. I try again, but he's not having it, and he runs out of the room to go and find his mum, leaving me with his sister, who's still making an awful lot of noise for someone so small. This is the last thing I need before another long day of work commencing in the morning, and as I look towards the window and see that it's still dark on the other side of the curtains, I know it won't be too long until the sun comes up and I'm back at my desk in the study, trudging through another tedious day of commitments. That's why I'm eager to restore order to this house and get everybody back in their bed as quickly as possible. So I give Amelia a kiss, and as her crying lessens, she starts to settle down, and it's a relief when I can put her back down again. Then I go in search of my son, finding him having taken my place in my bed, cuddled up beside his mum, and looking like he doesn't want to leave her in case she gets upset again. Okay, she tells him, running her hands through his mop of hair that always seems to stick up in every possible direction after he's been lying on his pillow. Go back to bed. I'll see you in the morning. Come on, buddy, I say, holding out my hand for my son to take, and he eventually does, getting out of his parents' bed and returning to his own, where I tuck him in and kiss him goodnight for the second time this evening. All I want to do when I get back to my room is get my head back on my pillow, but when I return, I see the bedside lamp is on, and Steph is still sitting up, not looking like she is as eager to go back to sleep as I am. I saw him, she tells me, which is a very vague thing to say at any time, but particularly in the middle of the night. Saw who? William. In my dream. He was in the kid's bedroom, and he was covered in blood. What? It felt so real. Charlie and Amelia were there too. I'd gotten up to check on them and then get a drink. Then I heard Charlie calling for me, and when I went in, I saw him standing behind the door. William. It was him. It was a nightmare, I say, without much empathy in my voice, as I get back under the duvet. Was it? What else would it have been? I don't know. You've been spending too much time thinking about that wall and reading news stories online. This is what happens when you get paranoid and start thinking the worst of everything. You have bad dreams. Don't talk to me like I'm a child. Well, it feels like you are, waking up screaming and needing me to calm you down. Grant! I'm sorry, Steph, but it's 3 a.m. and I'm tired. I just want to go to sleep. Don't you think we should talk about this? About what? About William. What if he died here? And what if Ken and Julie know what happened to him? Oh, my God. Not this again. Are you seriously doing this at this time of night? I know something isn't right. We need to find out more about them. Who? Ken and Julie. That's it. I'm sleeping on the sofa. I throw back my part of the duvet in disgust before getting out of bed and stomping towards the door. Grant, wait! Steph cries, but I ignore her, fed up about all of this and even more fed up about the fact that I'm likely to spend the next day of my life suffering from sleep deprivation. After grabbing a blanket and spare pillow from the airing cupboard, I go downstairs to set up camp on the sofa, getting settled down as quickly as I can to try and salvage as much sleep as I can. But it's no good. The sofa might be comfortable to sit on for a few hours while watching TV every night, but it's not designed to be a bed, and I can't drift off. Or maybe it's not the sofa's fault, and is more down to the fact that my wife has filled my head with her silly concerns and behaviour. I'm starting to think that the decision to have her be a stay-at-home mum was the wrong one, and that it will do her good to get out of the house more, and be around other people to give her something else to think about. Colleagues, work problems, deadlines and stresses of her own like I have in my life. If she has all of that, then she certainly won't have time to be indulging in silly stories about the previous owners killing their son and getting away with it. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to suggest that to her. Not only might she not wish to go back to work yet, but there is the small matter of our children and their needs. While Charlie is at school now, he still needs taking and picking up, and as for Amelia, she's a long way off being out of the house all day. I suppose we could send her to a local nursery, but having seen some of the prices those places charge, it would surely wipe out whatever extra money Steph was bringing in again. But maybe it's not about the money. Maybe it's just about giving her something more to do with her time so that she isn't sitting around here all day trawling the internet and filling her mind with conspiracy theories. The bottom line is that I don't know what to do, but I do know one thing. The middle of the night is not the time to be making any big decisions. I'll try and get some sleep. I'll try and forget about my problems until the morning. But as I close my eyes and wriggle around on this strange new bed of mine, I feel like I might as well be trying to captain a mission to Mars. I haven't got a clue what I'm doing and how I'm going to make things work.
20. Steph. I learned 2 things from my little episode in the middle of the night. 1. Nightmares still aren't fun, whether I have them as a child or as an adult. And 2. I cannot bring up the subject of William and his parents to Grant again without having something more concrete to work on. That's why I'm currently following through on an idea I had last night as I lay awake in bed after Grant had gone downstairs to sleep on the sofa. I'm paying a visit to the local estate agents, the one who dealt with the sale of the house we just bought. I'm here to see Rose, and I have some questions for her. It wasn't difficult to find the address for the office where she works. All it took was a quick Google search, entering the name of the estate agency, and then getting back the location where it was based. Then I just had to pretend to Grant that I was taking Amelia for a walk, which was half true. Only instead of going to the local park or wandering the various streets around our house, I had somewhere more specific in mind. But he didn't need to know that I was going to see Rose, and he certainly didn't need to know my reasons for doing so. It's not taken me long to reach the estate agency. One of the perks of living in a small town is that everything is close by. As I approach the door, I see the various listings stuck to the inside of the window of this office, and I pause for a moment to have a look at them. Not that I'm looking to purchase another property for myself. One is more than enough, and certainly one with the kind of history that 31 Birchfield Drive has. But it's also fun to browse, or window shop as they say, and as I stand out here with Amelia in her buggy, I check the listings to see what is on the market in this town. There's a terraced house for sale for £150,000, which seems cheap until I see which part of this town it's in, and it's not a nice one. There's a semi-detached on the market here for £270,000, which looks nice, if a little small for a family like my own. And then there's something at the complete opposite end of the scale. A country mansion with a list price of £900,000 that looks enormous as well as very old, and it probably requires almost as much money to renovate it as it does to buy it. But I'm sure someone will snap it up soon enough. It just won't be me. My mortgage is more than big enough, thank you very much. Deciding to get this over with before Amelia starts getting restless in her pram, I push open the door and go inside. And I'm quickly greeted by a smiling man in a cheap suit, who looks like if he wasn't working here, then he would be working in a car showroom instead. He's straight into the sales patter, probably presuming that I'm here with money to spend, and who knows, maybe I'm coming to inquire about the country mansion in the window. But I'm not here for that, or for him. It's the woman I see sitting at the desk behind him that I have come to see, and I tell him that before he calls to Rose to let her know that she has a visitor. When she looks up at me, I see her expression sour, and it's almost as if the colour drains from her face, which is a strange reaction. But then I wonder if she is afraid that I have come here to complain about the property she ended up selling us. But I smile at her to telegraph that everything is okay, and I come in peace, although my visit might not end up being a seamless one, depending on whether or not she can help me with my inquiry. "Hi, Rose, isn't it?" I say, pushing the pram towards her desk. "You might not remember me. You showed me and my husband around 31 Birchfield Drive a few months ago." "Oh, yes, of course," she says, still looking a little flustered. "Is everything okay?" "Yes, it's fine. Well, mostly fine. Can I have a seat?" "Please," Rose says, gesturing to the empty chair in front of her desk. "Can I get you a drink or anything?" "No, I'm fine, thanks. I won't stay too long. This little one will be wanting her lunch soon." I look down at Amelia in her pram and see that my daughter is staring at Rose, probably sussing her out like all children do when they are in the presence of a stranger. "She's gorgeous," the estate agent tells me with a smile, "but she's still not that comfortable. And I figure it's probably because she has a lot of work to be getting on with, without me and my daughter taking up her time." "I'm wondering if you could help me," I begin, already feeling a little foolish for being here and trying this, but it's too late to go back now. "Would you have records of the previous owners of my house, in particular where they moved to after they sold?" Rose frowns, and I'm not surprised because it is quite a weird request. Well, if we sold them their next house, then there would be a record on the system somewhere. But why do you need that?" I'm well aware that telling the truth and saying I want to know where Ken and Julie Gray moved to next, because I'm interested in finding out whether or not they killed their son, might be a little too much to handle for Rose. So I give her the lie I've come up with instead. My son, Charlie, has been given a school project in which he has to tell the history of the house he lives in. I was hoping I could get him a little more information to work with, because we don't have much to go on right now. He's very keen to impress his teachers, you see. Quite the studious pupil. He's not like I was at his age. I'm nervous, which is why I'm blabbering, but hopefully it's enough to sell my lie. "Oh, okay, I see. Well, what exactly is it that he's after? Because I'm not sure we can give out any addresses we might have for those who lived in your house before you." "Oh no, it's not all the addresses," I say, forcing another laugh. "Just the address for Ken and Julie Gray, if you have it. You see, they came to visit us not long after we had moved in. They're a lovely couple, and they told us all about how they had been the first owners of the house. They were just calling round to see the place again after so many years. It was very sweet." "Oh, that sounds nice." "Yes, it was. But unfortunately I didn't get their phone number or address, so I can't contact them again. And now my son has this project, it seems like they would be the perfect people to talk to about it. They have so many stories about the house, and I'm just convinced that if Charlie could hear a few of them, he would be well on his way to getting an A in his project. And trust me, an A would mean the world to him." I'm laying it on thick, using the innocence and work ethic of a child to try and persuade Rose into giving me what I want. But will it work? I see," she says, glancing at her computer screen, before looking over at the man who welcomed me in a moment ago. He is sitting at his own desk now, but the way Rose looks at him, I get the impression he is her boss, and she is wondering if she should ask him whether or not she can help me with my request today. But I don't want her to ask him, because if she does, it's more than likely he will say no, and that will be the end of it. So I need to persuade her myself, without anybody else getting involved. Could you just check on your system to see if you have the address that Ken and Julie moved to? I ask her. You might not, and then there's not much else you can do. But if you have it, then I would be really grateful if you could pass it on. Not only would it help my son with his project, but I would love to see them both again and invite them around for lunch. I got the impression they were quite lonely, and that's a shame, isn't it? Another load of nonsense has just poured out of my mouth, but it's kept Rose at her desk and away from her boss at the other one, so it might just do the trick. And then Rose smiles before starting to type away on her keyboard, and I cross my fingers that she is not only trying to help me, but is going to provide me with the address I need in a moment's time. "Okay, so it was Ken and Julie Gray, wasn't it?" she asks, and I notice she is keeping her voice low now, which suggests she doesn't want her boss to hear the rest of our conversation. "That's right," I reply in just as low a volume, taking this secretive conversation now as a sure sign that she is going to give me what I want. There is an address here which looks like they moved to after they sold the house you're in now. They must have used us for that sale too." "Was the sale in 1996? "Yes, that matches what they told me." "Where are they now?" Rose hesitates again, but I go in for the kill. "If you do this for my son, I promise I'll get him to bake you a load of cakes, and I'll drop them off in the office next week to say thank you." Will that work? Does Rose have a sweet tooth? She smiles, so I'm guessing so. But then she hesitates again, and it seems there's still something holding her back from helping me. "How's your husband?" she asks me rather randomly. "I'm sorry? Is he enjoying the new house?" I realise she is just being polite and checking up on the both of us after she showed Grant and I around the property before we purchased. "Oh, right. Yes, he is. He loves it. He's finally got his own study, so he's always holed away in there now. I hardly see him, actually. It's quite nice." I laugh and expect Rose to do the same, but she doesn't. She looks a little distracted, but maybe I'm just not as funny as I thought. Have I just blown my chances of getting the address she might have on her computer? Rose suddenly leans a little closer towards me over the desk, and I lean in too, because it's obvious she is going to say something else that she doesn't want her boss hearing now. "Look, I can probably find a few things on here that can help your son with his project," she whispers to me, "but I'm not comfortable printing it all off and giving it to you now, if you understand." I nod my head before Rose goes on. "How about I call by at your house tomorrow night when I've finished work, and I can give you whatever I have found then," she suggests, and that seems incredibly helpful of her. "That would be wonderful, if it's not too much trouble." "It's okay. Your house is on my way home, so I don't mind." "Thank you very much." Rose sits back in her seat then, and that brings our discreet conversation to a close, so I stand up and go to leave, pushing the pram away from the estate agent's desk. "Thank you for your help. I'll have a think about it," I say, for the benefit of Rose's colleague in the corner, so he will presume his co-worker has just dealt with a banal inquiry. "Goodbye." I pull open the door and push Amelia's pram outside, and once I'm out of the office, I feel safe that the man inside there is not going to come after me and try and find out what I was asking for. I also feel quite happy that Rose is willing to be so generous as to call around at my house tomorrow and give me as much information on Ken and Julie as she has. That's incredibly kind of her. She definitely deserves one of my homemade cakes now.
21. Grant. Today was a work-from-office day, and I was actually glad of it because it got me out the house and away from the problems I have there. The builder has finally finished up, so I'm glad he's gone, but things are still a little frosty between Steph and I ever since we argued after her nightmare. That's why it was nice to have a change of scene and chat with some of my colleagues in person, rather than sitting in my study and tiptoeing around things with my wife whenever we crossed paths. But work wasn't exactly fun because there's still the small matter of the business problems hanging over all our heads and making us fear for the security of our jobs. There was one particular tense conversation in the staff room at lunchtime between me and 3 of my colleagues as we discussed the implications of what our boss had told us a little while ago and tried to predict what was going to happen next. There probably aren't many places that are as riddled with negativity, moaning and backstabbing as an office staff room, and I can't say I came back from my lunch hour feeling better than when I'd started it, but it's no surprise that everyone in the office is worried. Life demands that we earn money from a source of income, and if that source was to suddenly stop, how do things get paid for? Like most of the people I've ever worked with in my life, I've tended to live ever so slightly beyond my means. Any pay rise has always been quickly swallowed up by me choosing to buy a better car, or a better house, or take better holidays. I can afford it all as long as I have my job. But if I don't, then I'll quickly be regretting not just keeping the old car and the old house and sticking to cheap package deals to Tenerife rather than the trip to Disneyland, Florida we took Charlie on just before Amelia was born. It's the new car that I'm driving now as I make my way back from the office in the direction of home. This really is a nice motor, but it's pricey, and it's going to feel even pricier if my salary stops. But if the worst happens and I do have to sell it, then I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. For now, I'll just enjoy travelling in comfort. The bus will always be there if I need it. I'm able to pick up my solemn mood by finding some good music to listen to on the radio, and as I keep on driving, stopping and starting through a series of traffic lights, I'm tapping away on the steering wheel and telling myself that tonight will be a good night. No frosty atmosphere in the house, no tension, no worries. Just me with a big smile on my face, a big hug for the kids, and then a nice glass of wine with my wife on the sofa. That shouldn't be too hard to accomplish, should it? I'd like to think not, but as I reach my house and step out of the vehicle, I have no idea what is waiting for me inside. I only learn that once I've tossed my keys onto the staircase, hung my coat on the banister, and strolled into the kitchen to find my loved ones. That's where I see Steph sitting at the kitchen table, and Rose is sitting right next to her. It's as if all the oxygen has just been sucked out of the room as my brain tries to find a reason why my wife and my ex-mistress are together without this ending in me getting asked for a divorce, but I can't explain it. Why is Rose here? Has she come to tell Steph about the affair? If so, why isn't my wife screaming at me right now? What's going on? I ask nervously as Steph and Rose spot me in the doorway, and I'm surprised to see that both of them seem calm about my appearance. They don't appear to be arguing or in the mood for an argument with me. Instead, they seem quite friendly. Hi, Steph says before looking back down at some of the papers on the table in front of her, as if my arrival home is no big deal. You remember Rose, don't you? Yeah, I murmur back, my hand gripping the door handle tightly beside me, and if I hold on to it any harder, I'm afraid it might snap off. Of course, I remember her. I was in her bed not so long ago. But does Steph know that? She's helping out with Charlie's school project, my wife goes on, and while I have absolutely no idea what she's talking about, I don't say anything for fear of messing up what might end up being a safe situation for me. Hey, Rose says, flashing me a very casual smile, as if she has no qualms whatsoever about being sat so close to the woman whose husband she's been sleeping with. We shouldn't be too much longer here, Steph tells me, still more interested in the paperwork that I presume Rose brought with her. Could you just go and check on the kids? Amelia's sleeping and Charlie's in the playroom. Sure, I say, backing out the kitchen carefully, like a bomb disposal expert who's realised he's not going to be able to defuse whatever device he's found and now just needs to leave the scene casually before it explodes. Closing the kitchen door behind myself, I can still hear the two women talking to each other on the other side of the door, but despite my worst fears, it really does seem like they're getting along just fine. This must be an innocent visit, but what the hell was that about a school project for Charlie? Entering the playroom, I find my son sitting on the floor, surrounded by toys and with the television playing loudly, which will explain why he didn't hear me come in. Hey, you okay, buddy? I ask him, and he comes flying towards me when he sees me, hugging me before pulling me down to the carpet to play with him. I grab the remote control and turn the volume down on the TV because it's far too loud for his little ears, but it's also because it makes it easier for me to ask him something now. What's this school project you have? I ask him, curious as to what homework teachers are giving their 5-year-old pupils these days. I certainly don't remember being given any projects when I was my son's age, but maybe the education system is evolving. What? Charlie replies, fiddling with one of his action hero figurines. Mum said that you had a school project. Charlie shakes his head and keeps on playing, and I guess he either doesn't want to talk about it or has no idea what I'm talking about. There's no project? Charlie shakes his head again, and I know my son well enough to know when he isn't interested in a topic of conversation. But I'm pretty sure if he had a project, then he would tell me, because he enjoys school and has never been shy about telling me what he's up to there before. I'm just going to check on your sister, I say, getting up and heading for the door again, and as I move through the hallway, I hear Steph and Rose still chatting. This is very disconcerting, but I guess I should take it as a good sign that I haven't been kicked out of the house yet, so I go upstairs feeling grateful for that. I find my daughter sleeping peacefully in her room when I get there, which is another thing I'm grateful for, and I decide to just stay up there for longer than I need to because the thought of going back downstairs is making me nervous. I only come back out of the bedroom when I hear the kitchen door open, and it sounds like Steph is showing Rose to the door. Rushing to the top of the stairs, I look down at the two women as if this will be the point when the game is up and my sins will be revealed. But that doesn't happen. Steph just thanks Rose for coming and then opens the door to let her out. None of this makes any sense, so I rush down the stairs to try and get a better understanding of what the hell just happened. What was she here for again? I ask my wife as she returns to the kitchen table and I see her collecting up a couple of the papers. I told you, Charlie's school project. I asked him about it and he didn't know what I was talking about. That's strange. For some reason, and despite the circumstances, it seems to be my wife who is more nervous than me. Steph, what's going on? Nothing. Tell me, what is that? I reach out for one of the pieces of paper, and while she tries to stop me, I manage to get it before she can. When I read the contents, I see two names I recognise immediately. Ken and Julie Gray. Steph, what the hell is this? I told you, it's for Charlie's project. Stop lying to me. Please tell me you're not doing what I think you're doing. What's that? You're still looking at that couple and their son? Steph doesn't answer that, which is as good as a yes, and I can't believe it. 5 minutes ago I was worried that my affair had been exposed, but now I'm just worried that my wife has become obsessed with something that has absolutely nothing to do with her. Just leave it, she tries again, grabbing the piece of paper back from me. Tell me what you're doing. Why was the estate agent here? I just had some questions about Ken and Julie. What kind of questions? Nothing important. I was just checking some stuff. What stuff? It's fine, seriously. Just leave it. I'm satisfied that they had nothing to do with William's disappearance. Are you? Yes, and I'm not going to have another argument with you, so please, just drop it. Steph walks out of the room, taking the paperwork with her, and while I'm still not satisfied with her answers, I agree with one part. I don't want another argument either, so I do as she says. I leave it. But that's not all I do. I also regret deleting Rose's phone number. That's because I could really do with double-checking with her that our secret is still intact. Once I know that, I can tell her to make sure she never ever comes back to this house again. But I can't message her, so I'll just have to hope she stays away in future. One thing is for sure, I never want to come home to find her here again.
22. Steph. I'm pushing Amelia's pram over the pavement as I make my way through town on another beautiful summer's day. The weather really has been lovely lately, and I'm grateful for that. And not just because it gives me a chance to get a little vitamin D, it's also because it makes it a lot easier to get out of the house with my daughter and do what I need to do today. I'm taking her for a walk, but we're not just going anywhere. We're going to the address where I believe Ken and Julie live. Rose's visit last night was a productive one, and the helpful estate agent was able to give me what I needed, which was a lead to allow me to keep looking into Ken and Julie Gray and see if I can find out anything that either confirms or denies that they had anything to do with their son's disappearance all those years ago. Rose gave me an address where the couple moved to after they had sold 31 Birchfield Drive in 1996. And while there are no guarantees that they still live there now, I am willing to go there and find out for myself. If they have moved on, then the trail might have run cold, and I'm not sure how else I could locate them again. But if they are still there, then I can figure out what to do next. Approach them directly and ask them some difficult questions, or approach the police and have them do the asking for me. I cross the street as Amelia chatters away to herself below me, and I smile, because my daughter is always such a happy soul, and today is no different. But I'm not feeling particularly happy as I keep moving through town, because I know that my husband would go mad if he knew what I was doing now. The lie about Rose being in our house to help Charlie with the school project was perhaps rather predictably dismissed by Grant. After all, it only took a quick conversation with our son for him to know that it was nonsense. I managed to escape the confrontation in the kitchen without fully divulging what it was I was doing, but he knows I'm still obsessing over William's disappearance and that wall we found, and as long as he does, we'll always be at loggerheads with each other. I guess there are only 2 ways I can stop him being mad at me. Stop looking into this, which I'm not willing to do, or discover something worth knowing, which I'm thinking could be a very real possibility. Checking the map on my phone to see how far I am now from my destination, I see that I'm only a couple of minutes away. Looking left and right at the properties I am passing in this part of town, I see that they are all bungalows, and all of the gardens are well maintained. I also spot a few of the people who own these bungalows, as some of them are out in their gardens, mowing the lawn, trimming hedges, and occasionally waving at me if they see me looking. I wave back at a few of the pleasant pensioners, not just because it's nice to be friendly, but because I don't want my presence on their street to be particularly noteworthy. I'm just a mum pushing her daughter in a pram on a fine summer's day. Nobody here has to know that I'm actually in this area to see if I can locate a couple of pensioners who I suspect of being child killers. Consulting my map one more time, I see that the address in question is just around the bend in the street up ahead, so I slow down and put my phone away, concentrating fully on the task at hand. The last thing I want to happen is to be so engrossed in looking at the directions on my device that I end up failing to spot Ken and Julie walking towards me and end up bumping into them, because that will completely give away the fact that I am lurking in their neighbourhood. They'll wonder why I'm so far from home, and while I could give them some lie about visiting a friend, I'd rather not tip them off to the fact that I could be figuring in their lives again. I don't want them to know I am here until I know for sure that they are here. Stopping on the bend, I look up in the direction of where the map has told me their address should be, and when I do, I see yet another pleasant bungalow with a freshly cut lawn and a pretty rose bush beside the garden path. I can also see the number by the front door, and it is the number I have been looking for on this street. So this is it. Ken and Julie's home. Or at least it has been their home at one point. Are they still here? The sight of the front door opening a couple of minutes later suggests that I am going to get my answer. I take a couple of steps back with the pram so that I am obscured by a tall conifer and watch to see who is coming out. Will it be Ken? Or Julie? It turns out that it is neither, and the disappointment is overwhelming as I watch a middle-aged man in a suit leaving the property and walking down the driveway. Who is this guy? I have no idea, but I guess he lives here now, which means the people I am looking for have gone. I watch as he heads towards the car parked across the street, before I see him turn back and wave in the direction of the doorway he just left through, and I'm expecting to see a woman his age, his wife perhaps, waving him off, as it looks like he is going to work. But I don't see any such thing. Instead, I see the people I am looking for. Ken and Julie are in the doorway now, and they are waving the man goodbye, and while I still have no idea who he is, I don't really care about that right now. I'm just relieved to see that the couple still live here after all. Keeping watch from my hiding place, I see the pair remain in the doorway until the man has gotten in his car and driven away. He goes in the opposite direction to where I am lurking, so I'm glad about the fact that I don't have to try and look normal as he passes me. But even when he's gone, Ken and Julie don't close their door. Instead, Ken steps outside and goes over to one of the bushes in his garden, seemingly checking on something, while Julie watches him. He says something to her that I can't hear from this distance, before he turns back to the door, and it's only then that they both disappear back inside. As the front door closes, I feel my body relaxing a little. But it is quite jarring for me to realise just how tense I have been for these last few minutes. And I wasn't prepared for how seeing Ken and Julie again would actually make me feel. From what I could tell, they seemed exactly like how I saw them the first time. Friendly, happy, in love. Just another normal couple on a normal street. If I didn't know any better, I would say they had the perfect life. But I do know better now, thanks to what I have learned in the time since they first came into my life. While everything seems serene on the surface, I know that they don't have a perfect life. They lost their child, and that's not something any parent ever gets over. But is there more to it than that? Are they just victims of a tragedy, or are they the instigators of a very serious crime? I still don't know, but now that I have found them rather than them finding me, I have the upper hand in my search for the truth. I just have to play my cards carefully. I have to do that, because while it might not look like it on the outside, Ken and Julie might be two very dangerous people who will do anything to keep their secrets buried.
23. Grant. Despite the stresses of the past few days, which have included worrying about my job and coming home to find my mistress having a cup of tea with my wife, I'm actually feeling quite good now as I drive back from the office after another busy day. That's because my boss has put my mind at ease that my job should not be one of those that would be at risk in the near future, and while he couldn't give me a 100% assurance that I won't be let go, it was as close to that as possible. With that weight off my shoulders, I'm feeling happy enough to sing along to the radio as I turn onto my street, and it's amazing how not having to worry about finances in the future can really free up your mind to enjoy some of the simpler pleasures in life. But just before I wrap up my singing and saunter into my house, I see something that completely squashes my good mood and causes all my anxiety levels to go through the roof again. Rose is at my house again. What the hell is she doing back? I've spotted her car outside my house as I park on the driveway, but she hasn't gone inside yet. She's still in her vehicle, and she only gets out when she sees me getting out of mine, making me think she's been waiting for me to come back before accosting me on my driveway. But why would she want to do that? What are you doing here? I ask her through gritted teeth, keeping my voice low as I glance nervously at the front window to check that Steph isn't looking out at us now. My wife is in the house somewhere, so it wouldn't take much for her to see us. I wanted to see you, Rose replied as she steps closer towards me, stepping off the pavement and onto my driveway and ensuring that any onlookers can see that she is definitely on this street for me and no one else. Get out of here before my wife comes out, I say before wondering if Steph has arranged another meeting with the estate agent that I didn't know about. Wait, are you here to see her? But Rose shakes her head. No, I'm here for you. I miss you. What? We're over. I thought we agreed on that. No, we didn't agree on anything. You just told me to stop messaging you, which I have. I didn't expect you to come to my house instead. What the hell was all that about yesterday? Why were you sitting in my kitchen with my wife? She asked me to help her. You should have said no. I was going to, but what? But I thought it might be a good way of getting to see you again. I realised then that Rose isn't just doing this because she fancies another hour of passion at her flat with me. It's because she genuinely likes me, which means this isn't just about sex for her anymore. It's deeper than that, and that's very worrying. I miss you, and I can't stop thinking about you, she admits a moment later, confirming my worst fears. Do you miss me too? I'm married. I know. Then you should know that nothing more can ever happen between us. Nothing should have ever happened at all. It was a mistake. I panic when I worry that I've raised my voice too much and fear that one of the neighbours might be hearing what I'm saying now. There's nobody else out on this street at the moment, but the weather is warm, so several windows are open, and I'm afraid my voice might have carried into one of those houses and given the occupants inside a surprise. But nobody has come to their windows yet to see what all the commotion is out on the street, and I'm hoping that I've gotten away with it. But I've still not gotten rid of Rose, and until I have, the danger is not over. Look, I'm sorry if I've hurt you. I didn't mean to do that, but this is over. You have to understand. Please, I'm begging you. Stay away from me and my wife. You got it? I'd almost feel less guilty if Rose got angry then and stormed off into her car, but she doesn't do that. Instead, she just looks broken-hearted, and that seems to hurt me even more. But what I have just said needed saying before this gets out of hand anymore, and now that I've put it out there, this should be the end of it. I'm going inside now, I tell her, turning to the door. I'd appreciate it if you'd just left. I expect that will be it, and as I check over my shoulder, I'm relieved to see Rose is walking away, but my heart rate ramps up when I hear the front door opening, and a second later Steph is standing in the doorway looking out at us. What's going on? She asks me, before spotting Rose at the top of the driveway. Rose? The estate agent spins back around, and there is a very awkward silence for a moment as all three of us look at each other, and nobody knows what to say. I'm just about to take my best shot at delivering whatever lie comes into my head first to explain Rose's presence here, but before I can do that, the estate agent speaks first. I was just calling round to drop off a few more things to help with your son's school project, Rose says innocently, and while I like to think that I'm a good liar, I see that she is an expert at it. But silly me, I went and left the paperwork in the office, so I've driven all the way over here for nothing. I'm so sorry. It's a tall tale, but it's a good one, and it completely disarms my wife and keeps her from asking any more questions. Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you to try and help us, but Charlie's submitted his school project now, so we don't actually need anything else. It's my turn to appreciate my wife's lying skills now, and it's getting to the point where I'm wondering if there is anybody in my life who tells the truth anymore. A lie detector operator would certainly get some interesting results if he sat us three down and probed us for honesty. Oh, okay, not to worry then, Rose says. I hope he gets a good result from his teachers. Thank you, I'm sure he will. Steph replies before we watch the estate agent give us a wave and walk away. I keep watching her until I see that she has got into her car and started the engine, and I only follow my wife inside when I'm satisfied that she's gone for good. Closing the door and locking it behind me, as if Rose is suddenly going to change her mind and come sprinting back to the house to try and get inside, like some crazy zombie in a movie who knows there are potential victims inside, I let out a deep sigh and shake my head. That was another close shave, and there have been far too many of them recently, but it appears that I've gotten away with it again. They say cats have 9 lives, but I must have 10 if I can keep surviving so many situations where my wife and my mistress are in the presence of each other without the truth coming out. But then I get a fresh wave of paranoia that Steph might have heard something on the driveway before she came out, so I follow her into the kitchen to double-check. That was nice of her to call round to try and help Charlie, Steph says as she sits down at the table and goes back to feeding Amelia, who is in her high chair and looking messy. How did you know she was outside? I ask her nervously as I stand by the table and watch my daughter receive another spoonful of her dinner. Charlie told me. He's in the playroom and heard you two out there. He heard us. Oh, okay, I say. I'll just go and say hi to him. Heading into the playroom to find my son, I'm wondering what exactly it was that he heard. He's only 5, but he's not dumb, and if he heard Rose saying that she misses me, then that would be a very big problem. Hey, buddy, how's it going? I ask him as I sit down beside him and try to gauge if he is receptive to me or not. But he is, and it's a relief when he hugs me before going back to watching the TV. Did you hear Daddy talking to his friend outside? I ask tentatively as a couple of cartoon characters dance across the screen, acting as if life is just one big silly game and nothing is to be taken seriously, which I wish was the case, but alas is not. Charlie nods his head. Did you hear what we were saying? I ask then, well aware that sometimes prizing answers out of my son is like getting water out of a stone. But then he shakes his head, and I feel a little relief, although he could be lying to me, so I need to probe a little deeper. Are you sure? It's okay if you did. I just want to know. But Charlie shakes his head again before looking up at me with his brilliant blue eyes that hold such an innocence to them. It's an innocence that left my eyes a long time ago. I didn't hear what you were saying. I just knew you were out there, so I told Mum. I smile and nod my head, reassuring him that everything's okay then, whilst also feeling reassured myself that I've dodged another bullet. But this has to be the last time that the future of my family is put at risk. Rose has to stay away from here because if she comes back again, I don't think I'll keep getting away with this. I've always felt incredibly lucky to have Steph, Charlie and Amelia in my life, but maybe my luck has to run out at some point.
24. Steph. I'm feeling a little guilty about lying to the kindly estate agent earlier after she came to our house to try and help Charlie some more. The fictitious school project that I created was obviously a very convincing lie because Rose believed it enough to come here a second time with the intention of assisting my son with it. But while I managed to make up an excuse and turn her away without her finding out that I had deceived her, I do feel bad about it. I'm not sure how everything is going to turn out in regard to me looking into the history of this house and Ken and Julie's past. But if it does transpire that I end up solving a mystery that has hung over this town for 50 years, then I will have to make sure I don't forget Rose's involvement in this. I'll get her flowers or a bottle of wine, something to show my appreciation, and something to alleviate my guilt about lying to her. But there's still a long way to go yet before I know whether the information she gave me is going to lead to anything worthwhile. Having found the house where Ken and Julie live now, it's good to know that I can have access to them if I need to, but I'm not sure what my next move should be. That's why I'm going to ask my husband for his opinion. "How is it?" I ask him as I sit down at the table beside him and see him stabbing at one of the meatballs in his bowl of pasta. "Delicious, thank you," he says, but that's all he offers, and he has been unusually quiet ever since he got in tonight. I've already tried to find out if his downbeat mood has anything to do with his day at work, but he has assured me that it doesn't. So I'm not sure what else it could be that is bothering him. But we need to talk about something, and other than work and the kids, which we've already discussed, I only have one other thing on my mind. "Guess who I saw today?" I say, attempting to capture a meatball of my own on the end of my fork. "Who?" "Ken and Julie." "Did you? Where?" "I was out taking Amelia for a walk, and I just saw them." I decide to be as specific as that for now, not mentioning that I actually went to their house with the specific intention of seeing them. "Did they recognize you?" "No, they didn't see me." "Oh, okay." Grant carries on chomping away, probably wondering why I even bothered telling the story if it was going to have such an uneventful ending. But I haven't finished it yet. But seeing them reminded me how strange it was that they visited us on the anniversary of their son's disappearance. Grant drops his fork then, and it clatters loudly against the side of his bowl, the volume of it making it clear how unhappy he is to hear me bringing this up again. "Don't do this, Steph, not tonight," he says wearily. "I just want to talk to you," I try. "That's all. And I'm happy to talk to you about anything else, just not another conversation about that damn couple who used to live here. I'm sorry, but I'm finding it difficult to forget about the fact that we uncovered evidence that could prove they had something to do with their son's disappearance, or at least prove they were abusing him before he vanished." "Did you randomly see them today?" Grant asks me, fixing me with a stare. "Or did you purposefully go looking for them based on information you got from the estate agent who was round here yesterday?" It seems my line about just happening to see Ken and Julie when I was out was not a very convincing one, and Grant has figured it out easily. Now my face gives away the answer. "Bloody hell, Steph, please tell me you are not stalking this couple now." "No, I'm not stalking them." "Then what are you doing?" "I just went to see if they were living at the address Rose gave me." "What?" "They are there. I saw them going in and out of their house." "You were spying on them?" "No. Well, yeah, kind of." "What the hell for?" "Because I think they know what happened to William." "God damn it!" Grant slams his fist down onto the table, and it causes our bowls to jump a little. It also causes me to jump too, because I'm not used to seeing my husband get this angry, and I don't like it. But he's not calming down quickly, nor is he looking like apologising for his outburst. "Just drop it! Stop getting involved in things that don't concern you. If you're bored, get a hobby, phone a friend, do something other than stalking some people who used to live here, because I've had enough of hearing about it, and I'm not sure how long I can put up with it." "Grant, calm down," I say, keeping my voice low to counteract how loud he is speaking. "No, I won't calm down. I'm out every day working and paying the mortgage on this place, while you're spending your time making up all sorts of crazy stories about what might have happened before we moved in. How do you think that makes me feel? How would you like it if I just stopped working and started spouting nonsense about some stuff that happened before we were even born? I'm sure you wouldn't be very grateful then, would you? Grant, keep your voice down, the children. I will if you promise to just drop this." My fear of the children hearing him shouting like this is realised when the kitchen door opens, and Charlie appears in the doorway looking very concerned. "Mummy, why is Daddy shouting?" he asks me, and my heart breaks to see him look so scared. "Oh, darling, everything's okay. We're sorry if we woke you up. Come here." I go over to my son and give him a hug, but he's still not settled, and he looks towards his father for clarification that everything is fine. "Say sorry," I tell Grant, annoyed that I even have to remind him, and he does just about manage it, but he's still far from settled himself. "Let's get you back into bed," I say to Charlie, and I lead him upstairs. glad to get away from his grouchy father in the kitchen, who I can hear crashing around in there as he scrapes his leftovers into the bin and puts his bowl in the dishwasher. I'm almost dreading going back down to see him. But when I do, I find him putting his coat on and grabbing his shoes from the cupboard under the stairs. "Where are you going?" I ask him, dismayed to see that he thinks he can just disappear after an argument. "Out," he snaps back, and he heads for the door. "Wait, we need to talk. I need some fresh air. Grant!" The front door closes behind him before I can finish my sentence, and he is gone, leaving me standing alone in the hallway with no idea what he is thinking and where he might be going. I consider going after him, but I suspect that will only make things worse. And while it has been bad enough having an argument within earshot of our children, it will hardly be any better to have an argument within earshot of all our neighbours. That's why I leave it and return to the kitchen, where I sit down at the table and try to summon up the enthusiasm to finish my meal. But it's hardly surprising to find that I have lost my appetite. And as I decide to scrape my leftovers into the bin alongside my husband's, I feel like I could cry. We never argue like that. Surely it can't all just be about me bringing up Ken and Julie. There must be something more to it, some other reason why he is so on edge. But what it is, I have no idea because my husband isn't talking to me anymore. Maybe that's why I've become so fixated on looking into the mystery of what might have happened to William. It's a distraction from the fact that I feel like my husband doesn't love me as much as he used to.
25. Grant. Where does a grumpy guy go in this town when he's had a fight with his wife and needs to calm down? The pub, of course, and that's where I'm headed now as I move on down the dark streets with my hands stuffed into my coat pockets and my head bowed, my posture reflecting the state of my mood at present. But I'm not going to go to my usual pub because going there might mean I see someone who knows me, and I'm not in the mood for any friends to be asking me how my family life is right now. What I need is a place that serves beer but where the patrons in there won't bother me, and that's why I've come to the Horse and Crown, a pub I've never frequented before but one that I'll be very happy to spend the next couple of hours in because it keeps me out of the house. After pushing open the door and stepping inside, I'm instantly met with the unmistakable smell of ale, but it won't all be the kind that is flowing from the taps in here tonight. It'll be whatever has splashed and soaked into the extremely garish carpet in this place over the years, as well as the seating that looks like it hasn't been reupholstered since the 60s. This really is an old boozer, the kind of pub my grandparents would have drunk in when the smoking ban was not even something on the horizon. But while the laws have since changed and nobody's allowed to light up in here now, I can still smell some of the smoke that has seeped into the furniture here, and that only adds to the character of this establishment. "One of them, please," I say to the surprisingly young man behind the bar, pointing at a particular beer pump before taking a seat on one of the stools. As the barman gets to work, I wonder if he has any family links to this place, or whether he's just some local student who's here to earn a little beer money of his own. But I'm not going to ask him because I'm not here to talk. So I just sit patiently until I have my pint in front of me and I've passed him a £5 note. I don't get much change from that after he's returned from the till, but that's just the way it is around here these days, and I stuff the small coins into my pocket before taking a sip of the frothy drink in front of me. It refreshes me instantly, and before I know it, I'm reaching for my wallet again and ordering another. I'm well aware that sitting in a pub getting progressively drunk is hardly the best way of sorting out my problems at home, but it's the best I can come up with at present, and I need this after recent events. I know many of my stresses have been of my own making, like my extramarital dalliance with Rose, but some of them have not, like my work worries and my wife's insistence on dredging up the past history of our new house. Therefore, on the balance of things, I think I deserve to let my hair down and drink to my heart's content this evening, and to improve the odds of me staying here and drinking more than I should, I know it's a work-from-home day tomorrow, so that seals the deal. I'm starting to unwind by the time I receive my third drink, and as I look around this sparsely populated but historic pub, I admire some of the things I see, like the battered dartboard hanging on the wall, the patchy pool table with the broken cue sitting on top of it, and the signed photo of George Best behind the bar, clearly having been taken when the football legend himself passed through here at some point in his youth. Unlike my house, which I have no desire to learn any more about, I am quite fascinated by the history of this place, and with a few drinks inside of me, I decide to now strike up a conversation with the barman to see what else I can find out about this place. Who knows, this might end up being my new favourite pub. However, it doesn't take long for me to realise that the guy behind the bar is, as I feared, just a local student trying to earn some spare cash, and not somebody who can tell me all about how his parents and grandparents ran this place and all the things that have happened in here over the years. But after overhearing my questions, it turns out that there is someone in this pub who can enlighten me. "He might not be much help to you," says the old guy at the end of the bar, pointing at the barman, who is at least 50 years his junior. "But I've been drinking in here since I was 16, so I know a thing or two about this place." I can tell that the old chap is telling the truth by the fact that he tells me his name is Reg, before pointing to a plaque on the side of the bar in front of him that says, "Reg's seat." With his credentials proven, I shuffle along a couple of stools until I'm sitting beside him, and then settle in for what I'm hoping will be a pleasant evening of drunken tales that occurred under this roof. That's exactly what I get, and an hour later, after several more drinks, including a couple of whiskies for me and my new friend, I'm feeling suitably lubricated and have completely forgotten about the fact that I have a wife at home who is most likely going to kill me when I walk in the door later. But I start to be reminded of that fact a little when Reg finishes up another one of his stories and then asks me where I live. "I'm on Birchfield Drive," I say as I nurse my next pint. "You know it?" "Yeah, I know it. I used to have a friend who lived on there. Dave Roberts was his name, but he passed away a couple of years ago." "I'm sorry." "You might have been neighbours with him. He was at number 14. "We're at number 31, but we only moved in recently." I expect that to be the end of our brief discussion on my street, and I'm just about to move the conversation onto football when Reg leans forward on his stool towards me. "You're at number 31, he asks. "Yeah, why?" "That's the Grey house, isn't it?" "I'm sorry?" "The Greys, Ken and Julie. They used to live there long before you did, but that was their house all right. Number 31. I'll never forget that address as long as I live." "Why is that?" I ask, a little fearful of the answer I might get because I'm already well aware of Ken and Julie, and they are the reason my wife and I keep arguing. "Don't you know? I suppose you wouldn't do with the age of you, but Ken and Julie had a son. William was his name. Well, William went missing one day in 1970, and it was as if he'd just disappeared off the face of the earth. He was never seen again." I let out a deep sigh because I know the story all too well, but I refrain from asking Reg to shut up about it like I do with Steph because he's just a friendly stranger and doesn't know any better. Not like my wife, who has been told time and time again to forget about it. "My parents were part of the search team who went out every day to look for him, and I used to go with them sometimes," Reg goes on. "Not too often because I was a young man then, and I had more interesting things to do, but the story was the talk of the town, so it was hard to get away from it. Everyone wanted to know what had happened to William." I keep staring into my pint as Reg recounts the past, hoping it won't be too long until he changes the subject, or I might have to think about making this drink my last one. But then he says something that causes me to look up from the murky liquid in my glass and stare at the wrinkled, weathered face in front of me. "I think I know what happened to him, and I know a few other people in this town who think the same thing as me. But there was no evidence, so nothing ever happened." "What do you mean?" I ask nervously. "It was the parents," Reg says with a nod of the head. "They did it. They got rid of their son. I don't know how and I don't know where they hid the body, but they killed him. I'd bet every last pound in my bank account on it."
26. Steph. There was a lot that annoyed me about Grant raising his voice earlier during our argument, but the biggest thing is that it completely disrupted Charlie's sleep, and he hasn't settled down again since. After leaving his room for the second time since his father went out for his walk, I have taken my son back to his bed, but he's not showing any signs that he's willing or able to keep his head on his pillow and close his eyes. I know the source of his inability to sleep is because he is worried about his parents fighting, but I've reassured him several times tonight that we love him, we love each other, and everything is okay. That's as much as a 5-year-old needs to know. But he still refuses to settle, and even after reading him a story, he's still got his eyes open and is still looking up at me with concern on his face. "Come on, Charlie boy, try and get some sleep," I say one more time, feeling a lot more tired myself than my son seems to be. But my plea doesn't work, and Charlie stays very much awake. But then he says something that lets me know that there is another reason why he's being difficult tonight. "I'm scared," he says quietly a moment later. "Scared of what?" He shrugs at that. "There's nothing to be scared of," I assure him, whilst wondering why he has suddenly gone back to a phase I thought he had grown out of, from a time when he was afraid of all sorts of things, like monsters under the mattress, witches in the wardrobe, and creepy things in the cupboard. "What about those two people?" "What two people?" "The people who came here." "What are you talking about, Charlie?" "The man and the woman who came in." "What man and woman?" I'm really perplexed now, and it takes one more clue from my son before I get it. "Daddy wanted them to leave, but you let them in." I realise then that he is talking about Ken and Julie. But they came here several weeks ago, and while I've still been thinking about them, I had no idea that my son was. "Why are you scared of them?" I ask him. "They aren't here, and they aren't coming back either. It was just a one-off. You won't see them again." I expect that to soothe my son, but he just shakes his head as if to say that I am wrong. "I've seen them again," he tells me. "They're always outside." "What?" "When I'm in the playroom, I see them standing outside looking at me." "What are you talking about?" "They walk past, and they always stop and look. Are they spying on us?" I can't believe what I am hearing, because I obviously had no idea that Ken and Julie were doing such a thing. But I have no reason to think that my son would lie to me, because while he is as mischievous as any little boy his age, he has never made a habit of being dishonest with his parents. "How many times have you seen them?" I ask him, afraid of what the answer might be, but also aware that my son is capable of exaggeration. "Lots of times." "How many is lots?" "Like 5. 5 times, I repeat as I try and process this. Why the hell would Ken and Julie keep walking past our house so much? They don't live close enough to us for it to be a suitable walking route for them. I had to go very much out of my way to get to their house, so they would have to do the same to get here. So what's their reasoning behind it? "When was the last time you saw them?" I asked my worried boy. "A few days ago." "And why are you scared of them?" "I don't know." I'm aware that a child doesn't necessarily have to have a reason to be scared of something or someone, because at their age they can be frightened of anything, regardless of whether or not that thing is actually a threat. I remember I used to be afraid of my mother's mop, and I would scream every time she would get it out of the cupboard. I was also afraid of the postman too, and I cringe when I think back to the times I would shriek with terror when he would open the letterbox and push something through. Hopefully, my son's fear of Ken and Julie is just another example of a child's irrational fear and overactive imagination. But it's still concerning to hear that the couple have been coming around here, and it's even more concerning to hear that they seem to be stopping and staring when they are outside. "There is nothing to be afraid of," I insist as I stroke Charlie's hair. "But I want you to come and get me straight away if you see them outside again, okay?" Charlie nods. And then he closes his eyes, showing the strongest sign in a long time that he is ready to try and get some sleep now. I stay sitting next to him for a little while longer, just to be sure that he is really going to drift off this time, and I only stand up when I hear his soft breathing get a little heavier, suggesting he has dropped off. After checking on Amelia, who was still very much asleep and didn't even wake up when her father was making so much noise downstairs, I retire to the living room, where I turn on the TV and wait for Grant to make an appearance. I'm not so naive as to think that he is actually still out on the streets walking around now. I'm sure he has found a pub to go into for a drink, and he's most likely making the most of his night, enjoying several beers and possibly watching whatever football match might be on tonight. But even though our last interaction was a fight, and even though him being out there getting drunk is not going to fix things any time soon, I'm glad he hasn't come home yet. I just want to relax myself, and that's a lot easier to do when Grant isn't here. I find some documentary about people selling real estate in Sydney to watch, but it's mainly just background noise for me as I browse the internet on my phone from my horizontal position on the sofa. I have the best of intentions to just try and unwind by catching up on my messages and checking out the latest happenings on social media. But it doesn't take me long to find myself on Google again and typing in William's name. I scroll down for a while when I get the results, because I've read all the top links that have been thrown up, and I'm looking for something new on the story of his disappearance. Preferably, I'd like to find a news article from more recent times, but there aren't many. It appears this case really has gone cold. I wonder what it would take for the police to really want to start seriously trying to solve the mystery again. I also wonder what it would take for the journalists in this town to decide that there is something newsworthy to write about this case that hasn't already been said before. A secret wall full of scribbled messages from William himself might just do it. But I'm nervous about going to the police, because I'm afraid that the only thing that will happen is the interviewing officers laugh at me and tell me to stop wasting their time. That's why I decide to go down the journalist route instead. And after landing on the website of the local newspaper, I click the box below the heading Contact Us. It's in there that I type out a couple of sentences in which I say that I have recently moved into the house that William Gray was living in when he disappeared, and that I discovered a few things written on the wall, things that might have some significance in the case. If what I have is genuinely interesting to anybody other than me, then I guess someone from this newspaper will get in touch with me. If not, maybe my husband is right, and I am being foolish to spend so much time on this. I guess we'll find out soon enough, won't we?
27. Grant. There's always a right time to call it a night and leave the pub. It's usually somewhere on the fourth or fifth drink, when your brain starts getting a little fuzzy and you realise coordinated movement will only start to get more difficult the longer you stay. But while I've always been good at recognising that moment, I've never been good at acting on it, and that's why I'm still sitting at the bar in this rundown pub, nursing another beverage. But I'm also getting another strong sign now that I should leave here and go home. It's because the person sitting next to me is still telling me all about how he believes the previous occupants of my house killed their son and got away with it. I bet they couldn't cope. He had problems, young William. Learning difficulties, I think they call it. I'm sure they have some fancy terms for it all these days, but I don't know what they are. All I know is that they didn't have many fancy terms for it back then. Of course, there were plenty of derogatory terms, but I won't repeat any of those. Not that I ever used them myself, but William wasn't like other children. That much was for sure. It's one thing to be hearing about Ken and Julie and their son from my wife, but it's quite another to be hearing it from a complete stranger, because it's now starting to make me think that there could be something to all of this. I know all children can be difficult, Reg goes on. I was no saint myself when I was a youngster, and I shake my head when I think back at some of the things that I put my parents through when I was growing up. But that was different to William. I was just being mischievous, playing games, doing what all the other kids do. But from what I gathered, William gave his parents bigger problems. Like what? I ask nervously as I take another sip of my beer, a drink that started out as being very refreshing but is now just clouding my judgment the more of it I consume. They told the police that he would attack them sometimes, like a sort of rage that consumed him, biting, kicking, punching. I'm talking about some really wild stuff. I know it's easy to think that his parents should have been able to deal with all of that as he was their child, but I don't think it's as simple as that. It must have been hard for them, although I'm still not excusing what I think they did. I don't understand. If William was hard to manage, why didn't they seek help? Put him in care or something? I imagine it would have helped him just as much as his parents. Maybe they looked into it, but it wasn't an option for them. I don't know what the care facilities around here were like. Maybe they couldn't afford the fees. Then again, maybe they just didn't want to admit that they couldn't look after their own son. Would you admit to such a thing? I don't answer, so Reg, correctly, takes that as me confirming that I would not like to admit it either. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure they loved him. Reg goes on as he gestures to the barman for another drink, and I can tell this wily chap can handle his alcohol a lot better than I can. Then again, he looks to have had many more years of practice than I have. But you still think they killed him? Yes, I do. But the police looked into it. They didn't arrest the parents or anybody else for that matter. Because there was no body, no evidence of a crime, just a mystery. The barman serves Reg his next drink before asking if I want another one, but I wave him off because it's getting late and I really should be going. It would be far too easy to sit here until closing time and listen to Reg's tales, but I vow to myself that I'll go home and face the music with Steph as soon as I've finished my current drink. If you think about it, it's the perfect crime, Reg goes on. Just tell the police he ran away. William had a history of being difficult, unpredictable, taking risks. Every doctor in town could vouch for the parents and say that William was the kind of boy who could have just run out the garden and not look back. But surely somebody would have seen him if he had done that. A witness, and he couldn't have lasted out there on his own forever. If he did die, there'd be a body. The fact that he just vanished is very suspicious. Of course, that's why the police spoke to Ken and Julie several times, going over their story with a fine-tooth comb. But they stuck to what they said. William just disappeared, and that was it. The police had no evidence, so no charges were pressed, and now here we are, over 50 years later, and nothing's happened since. I frown as I stare down at my pint and try and come up with a valid explanation, but I'm hardly likely to do that after several beers, and certainly not if several sober police officers have failed to explain it before me. Do you know what else I think? Reg asks me, leaning forward on his seat again. What? I think the body is still buried on the land somewhere, in the back garden. Under the patio, perhaps. I bet it's there somewhere. I bet William never left that house. I bet he's still there now. It's hard to stop the shiver that runs down my spine when I consider the possibility that there might be a skeleton somewhere so close to where my family currently resides. But then again, it's just hearsay. Probably nothing more than the ramblings of a drunkard in the local pub. And on that note, I think it's finally time to call it a night. It was nice to meet you, I say, carefully getting up off my stool because I'm not sure how coordinated my body will be after drinking so much since I last stood up. The pleasure's all mine, Reg replies before taking a large swig of his fresh pint. But as I turn to leave, he has one last thing to offer up before he loses his audience for the rest of the evening. Keep an eye out the next time you're doing the weeding, he tells me with a chuckle. You never know what you might find in that garden of yours. I don't appreciate the comment, even if it was an attempt at a joke, but I thank Reg anyway because I'm drunk and I'm polite, and then I leave, shuffling out of the pub and into the cool night air. Thinking about Reg as I traverse the route back to my house, it's obvious that he seemed pretty convinced that Ken and Julie killed their son, and that was even without me mentioning the wall we found and the concerning messages that appeared to have been written by William. Who knows what his reaction would have been if I'd told him about those? He most likely would have taken it as more evidence that he was correct, and he probably would have added what I'd told him into his next story when he found himself chatting to another lonely guy in that pub one evening in the future. It would be easy to dismiss Reg as somebody with nothing better to do with his time than spout conspiracy theories, but that's the same accusation I made against my wife, and it can't be the case with everyone I meet, can it? That's why, as I stagger on, the glow from the streetlights guiding me home, I'm struck by a gnawing sense of paranoia that I've mishandled this whole sorry situation. Did I overreact with Steph? Did I shoot her down too quickly, instead of really listening to her and letting her tell me more about what she's been looking into? Perhaps. It's certainly a sorry state of affairs when I spend more time listening to a drunk guy in a pub than I do listening to my own wife. But what's done is done. I can only apologise for the past and try and be better in the future. But as I reach into my pocket and pull out my front door key, I'm aware that I'm hardly in the best state to have any sort of meaningful conversation with my partner right now. Dropping the keys on the floor and spending the best part of 5 minutes trying to pick them up again is only further proof of that. I'm wasted. I just need to lie down in a dark room and sleep this off. Let's just hope Steph lets me do that.
28. Steph. I heard Grant coming into the house about half an hour after I had already gone up to bed. I also heard him drop his keys twice in the hallway before going into the kitchen, where he turned on the tap, presumably to have some water, and stave off a little of his self-induced dehydration. Then I listened as he navigated the staircase, a task that is easy for any able-bodied person on a normal day, but apparently not as easy after several beers. And how do I know Grant has had several beers tonight? Well, I only have to take one look at him when he enters the bedroom to know that. His eyes are a little bloodshot, he has a dopey expression on his face, and his body is swaying a little, as if he is unable to perfectly get his balance, despite everything around him being still. He's hardly on some swaying ship right now, yet he's staggering around like a sailor lost at sea. And I would laugh at him if it wasn't just a little pathetic. I deal with my problems by having a cup of tea in an early night. So why must my husband deal with his, with the help of the local pub? "Hey," he says to me, managing to slur that one word as he approaches the bed. "I've missed you." "Is that why you came back so late?" I ask, not really in the mood to pander to him when he is like this. Just get in bed and go to sleep. We'll talk in the morning. That's what I'm wishing for internally as Grant gets nearer. But just like most of the silent wishes I have made in my life to date, not all of them come true. "Come here," my husband says as he sits down on the edge of the bed on my side and attempts to give me a hug. I can smell the alcohol on his breath as his face nears mine, and I am certainly being treated to a very different scent than he is getting after I applied mouthwash before bed this evening. But we hug, and while it's awkward and sloppy thanks to his state, at least it shows he still cares. I care too. It'll just be a lot easier to show that when he is sober. But then he starts kissing me, and I get what he has in mind. Only I'm not in the mood myself. "Come on, just get into bed," I try, and Grant reluctantly does as I say, ceasing with the display of affection and going around to his side of the bed, where I watch him get undressed at a painfully slow speed. Eventually he slumps onto the bed beside me, and I wonder how long I have got until he starts snoring. The volume of it is most likely going to be unbearable this evening, but at least he is home safe and well. Rather this than him still being out there, and me worrying when he'll be back. "I'm sorry," he says a minute later, surprising me a little. "What for?" "For being a dick." That's a blunt assessment of his behaviour towards me recently, and I don't disagree with it. "I met someone tonight," he goes on as the pair of us lie on our backs, staring up at the ceiling, but I suspect I am the only one out of the pair of us who doesn't think the room is spinning right now. "Oh yeah? Who was that?" "Some old guy. Reg was his name. We got chatting at the bar." "So he did go to the pub. What a shocker." "And what did you and Reg talk about?" I ask, expecting it to be a load of nonsense about man's struggles in life. But it's not that. "We talked about this place, about its past. He thinks Ken and Julie killed William too." "What?" I sit up in the bed and turn to Grant, suddenly feeling wide awake despite the late hour. "He said he thinks they couldn't cope with their son's problems and killed him. Got away with it too, as if it's that easy to do." "This is what I've been trying to tell you. I think there's something seriously dodgy about them." "Yeah, well, it turns out you're not the only person in this town who thinks that." "What else did he say?" "Not much. Just that he thinks the body is still on the land somewhere." That is a very creepy thing to say, and I glance nervously at the bedroom floor then, as if I'm going to see poor William lying there looking back up at me. "Has he ever been to the police?" "What?" "No, I don't think so. They'd probably laugh at him." "Why?" "Because he's just some drunk guy telling stories in a pub. Stories that might be true." "Maybe." That's the first time I have heard my husband admit that what I have been telling him might have some truth to it, and I latch on to it, preparing to tell him about how I sent an email to the local newspaper tonight, and that I'm hoping they can start publicising it again and get the police to take another look at the case. "So you do think it might be true? That's good, because you know I do too, and that's why I—" "Whoa, calm down," Grant says, sitting up in the bed too and taking my hand. "I didn't say it definitely was, just maybe. But we have to be careful." "What do you mean?" "Well, let's just say Ken and Julie are killers. We don't want them coming after us, do we?" "Why would they do that?" "To keep us quiet. And they've already been here once. I don't think we have to worry about that. It's not just that, though, is it? We don't want our house turning into a possible crime scene, do we? Imagine they started digging up the garden or pulling up the floorboards. It would ruin our home. We'd have to move out. Think of the upheaval, not just for us, but for the kids. It would be a nightmare." Grant seems to have sobered up a little as he makes his case, or maybe the alcohol has just given him the confidence to ramble on about everything on his mind. I get that it could be messy, but don't you think William deserves justice? Of course, but only if they killed him. And we don't know if they did. Nor do we know if his body is even here, so it doesn't make any sense to ruin this wonderful new home we've worked so hard for on suspicions and theories, does it? Unless we have some hard evidence, which we don't, then we have to leave it. Because I don't want to lose this house, do you? No, I reply, admitting that I'd hate that too. But that might be what happens if you keep pursuing this. So maybe it's better if we just drop it and move on. And it's not just for the sake of the house too, it's for us as well. What do you mean? Grant sighs and lets go of my hand, lying back down again and looking like he's ready for sleep once more. But before he drifts off, he says something else. We've got enough problems without all this. Is Grant unhappy in the marriage? What is he saying? What do you mean? I ask him. I'm sick of fighting with you. Me too. I don't want us to break up. Whoa, we're not going to break up. Aren't we? I don't deserve you. What are you talking about? They say the truth often comes out when a person is drunk, and it seems like Grant is baring his soul right here. But I have no idea what he is getting at. I just wish we could go back in time to when things were perfect with us. Things aren't that bad, are they? I don't know. Grant closes his eyes then, but I keep staring at him, feeling a knot of dread in my stomach that comes from wondering if my husband is happy in our marriage anymore. Grant, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, he says quietly, and he seems on the verge of sleep now. What are you sorry for? Grant! I shake him to stop him drifting off, but that seems to be the catalyst to snap him out of whatever pity party he was having for himself, and he tells me that everything is going to be okay, before kissing me and rolling over. With his back to me, it's hard not to feel there is some distance between us, but it doesn't look like I'm going to get much more out of him tonight. We'll have to talk in the morning. Until then, I guess I'll be having a sleepless night.
29. Grant. Plenty of people say that they're never drinking again after a particularly heavy night, so I'm aware that I don't deserve any accolades for having said it myself, but it is exactly what I said when I woke up severely hungover 1 week ago today and feared that I had let slip about my affair with Rose. I was harbouring such fears because the first thing I remembered after waking up from that drunken night in the pub was telling my wife that I didn't deserve her and feeling an incredible guilt about what I'd done behind her back. Had I slipped up? Had I told her the truth in my inebriated state? I didn't know, but the fact I'd woken up to find the bed empty beside me had been a very concerning development. Having got up as quickly as I could and put on my dressing gown, I'd run out of the bedroom into the hallway, calling for my wife and needing to know as soon as possible if she was mad at me for sleeping with the estate agent. The feeling of anxiety was overwhelming, and I had been cursing myself for letting myself get into such a careless state that I could have divulged the secret I had spent so much time trying to keep quiet. I had found my wife downstairs with the children, making their breakfast and generally being a good parent, unlike me, who had woken up late and in a very disorientated way. "Is everything okay?" I had asked cautiously as I had observed Charlie at the table with a bowl of cereal while Steph was busy trying to get some food into Amelia's mouth. "It's fine," my wife had replied, but she hadn't given much away with that statement, and I still hadn't been able to decipher if she considered divorcing me. But I also couldn't do too much fishing with the children around, so I'd done my best to help her get them both fed and ready for the day before she had gone out to take Charlie to school. It had been a work-from-home day on that hungover day, so that had been a small blessing, and as I'd gone into my study and wearily logged on, I'd done my best to try and convince myself that I hadn't said too much the night before and blown up my marriage. But it had been impossible to work with the paranoia gnawing away at my brain, and the fact my body was fatigued and dehydrated hadn't been helping either. That was why I'd gone to Steph as soon as I had heard her coming back through the front door, and it was there that I apologised for getting in late the night before and then asking her what I'd said when I got home. Holding my breath, I'd listened as Steph had recounted our conversation from the previous evening, and much of it was news to me because I hadn't remembered most of it, but to my delight there seemed to be nothing about me confessing my guilt over an affair. "You were very soppy, and you told me you didn't deserve me," Steph had said with a hint of a smile, "and I got the feeling you weren't particularly happy with things between us right now, but other than that you just rolled over and went to sleep." It seemed I'd gotten away with my moment of weakness, and while my wife still hadn't been thrilled about me choosing to go out and overindulge on a weeknight after a disagreement, the worst had not happened. My affair was still a secret. Whatever else we'd talked about, and I still can't remember it to this day, was inconsequential. They say hindsight is always in 20/20 vision, and that is true as I reflect back on that night a week ago while standing in my garden with a spade in my hand and a soil bed at my feet. Hindsight is telling me to be more careful now with my secrets, and I will do just that. No more drinking. I'm going to be a better husband, and to prove it, I'm getting stuck into some gardening on this fine summer's day. The task I've chosen for myself is to turn up some of these soil beds and make them more fertile so they're ready for the flowers I'm planning on planting shortly. A quick trip to the local garden centre has furnished me with plenty of colourful plants, and I'm confident that after today this garden will be looking a lot more homely. I've definitely neglected it since I moved in, but the inside of a new house always takes priority. But now I'm outside, and I'm ready to start digging. But I'm not digging for bodies out here, and the police aren't either. That's because Steph seems to have stopped talking about William, and I've done the same, so all of that is in our past now. To prove it, I glance behind me before I start working and see my wife sitting on a blanket on the grass with our children, playing games with them and soaking up the sun. She smiles when she sees me looking over, and I smile back, admiring her in her sun hat as well as the hat she's found for our kids to wear too. The pleasant moment is interrupted a second later when Charlie comes running over to show me the ladybird that he's just found, and I spend some time with him examining it before he gets bored and puts the insect down before returning to the rug. That's my cue to get to work, and I start digging now, disturbing the soil and turning it over, making the surface of it go from a grey colour to a rich black. It's hard work in this heat, but I take pleasure in being productive, and a little manual labour is a nice change of pace for someone who spends their working week sitting at a desk. But I'm just getting a good sweat on when I spot something sitting in the soil, and as I bend down towards it for a closer look, my chest tightens, and I feel a little faint. That's because the thing I'm looking at looks very troubling. It's a bone. I almost don't know whether to pick it up or back away from it, but as I stare at the white object on the ground below me, I know I have to do something. Should I call for Steph? Get her to take a look? But what if it was what I think it is? It'll only panic her as well as most likely upset her. I won't tell her. I need to make sure. So I pick it up. And then I let out a sigh of relief. It's not a bone at all, it's just a very odd-shaped stone, very white and very worrying, until I rub my hands over its surface and realise it's nothing that shouldn't be found in a garden like this one. Tossing the stone away, I let out a sigh of relief, glad that I'm not going to have to report my findings to the police and have them turn up here with sniffer dogs and forensic specialists to try and find the rest of the body. But then I hear the side gate opening, and when I look up to see who's intruding on our property, I start to panic all over again. That's because I see a couple of police officers entering the garden. When I do, the sun suddenly goes behind a cloud, and a large shadow is cast over this garden, turning the warm air chilly as I call to my wife to alert her to the presence of our visitors. Steph looks just as shocked to see the men in uniform as I am, but it's nothing compared to what Charlie does. "The police are here!" he cries, stating the obvious but not caring, because to him this is one very exciting development. But not for me or my wife. We're just sharing a confused glance. And then one of the officers asks me to put the spade down.
30. Steph. The two police officers apologised for entering our back garden unannounced, but they have explained that they had been knocking on the front door for some time, and we obviously hadn't been able to hear them while we were out the back. But I suspect that their apology won't be the only one that is issued here today, because I feel like I'm going to have to give one to Grant once he finds out exactly what I have done to cause this visit from the men in uniform. He has no idea that I spoke to a journalist last week about what I found on the wall, but he is going to find out now. "We're here to talk to you about the report in the newspaper," PC Bridge says, after we have all gone inside to get out of the hot sun, and I have sent Charlie away to keep himself busy in the playroom. There are cups of tea on the table, and Amelia is smiling at the two strangers in our home. But other than that, this is not just some banal occasion. My husband and I are now being questioned by the police, and the expression on Grant's face tells me he knows this is serious. "What report?" he asks, and while Grant tends to avoid reading the local paper, he's about to get a news update right here. "The report in which it said that a wall was discovered here with some unusual things written on it," PC Hill replies. And I see the two officers are going to take it in turns to speak, rather than one taking the lead and the other sitting back. Both officers look to be in their mid-30s, so of a similar age to my husband and me. which means we are essentially going to spend the next 10 minutes talking about events that happened before any of us were born. I have no idea what you are talking about, Grant says earnestly, but then he looks at me, and he realizes that I am a little more enlightened than he is. I know, I admit, and I only do so because I'm banking on the fact that Grant will not erupt at me in the presence of the police. But then I'm suddenly not so sure. What? He cries, turning to me. I might have spoken to somebody about the wall. When? Last week. Why? Because I thought it was of interest. It is, PC Bridge interjects, and I'm glad he does so that Grant can't keep firing questions at me. The article said that you discovered the wall during renovation work, is that right? Yes, we were knocking down the wall between 2 small bedrooms, but it turned out that it wasn't just one big wall, but 2 walls close together. Can we take a look at this wall? PC Hill asks, but I shake my head and tell him it's gone. But I took photos, I add, and I take out my phone, trying to be as helpful to the officers as I can. There were no photos in the article, PC Bridge points out, sounding a little sceptical about this whole thing, but I tell him that was because the journalist said they most likely wouldn't print them due to not wanting to distress William's parents if it turned out to be nothing. But they were still happy to print the short article stating a secret wall had been discovered at 31 Birchfield Drive in last Friday's edition of the newspaper. Grant still looks like he is in disbelief that this has all happened behind his back, but there'll be time to discuss that later. For now, I just focus on showing the photos on my phone to the 2 men opposite us. PC Bridge takes the device from me and examines it as PC Hill leans in for a better look himself, and I wait to see what their reaction to the images will be. Are they suddenly going to feel the urge to drive around to Ken and Julie's house with the blue lights flashing on their police vehicle before taking them in for questioning? Or are they just going to roll their eyes, hand the phone back to me, and admonish me for wasting their time? So you think William wrote these? PC Hill asks me. Yes, his name is written on the wall in the bottom corner there. You can see it if you zoom in. I watch as they do just that, and they nod their heads when they see the name on the wall, which I take as a good sign that they are taking me seriously. It's concerning, isn't it? I go on. All those things he wrote. He sounded scared, right? If he did write them, PC Bridge replies, and I frown. What do you mean, if? His name is on that wall. Yes, but that doesn't mean he wrote any of these things. For all we know, somebody could have made all these markings years after William's disappearance. Why the hell would anybody do that? Playing a prank on the next owners, perhaps? That wall was hidden, you understand? Completely hidden, as if whoever knew about it wanted to make sure that nobody would ever find it. If it was really that incriminating, then they could have had the wall knocked down themselves and got rid of it, PC Hill says with a shrug, and I feel like I am losing them already. But it's not easy to knock down a wall, and Ken and Julie probably didn't want to do it themselves, so it was just easier to have something constructed to cover it up. So you think William's parents are the ones who have something to hide? PC Bridge fires back at me across the table. Yes, I do. Look what William wrote. He was scared of them. He was miserable. They obviously weren't looking after him very well. So what if they killed him? Have you and your colleagues ever considered that? The 2 PCs share a look, and I'm wondering if I have just given them something new to think about. But then PC Hill speaks again, and it shatters that idea. Of course we have considered that possibility. The parents were the first people who were investigated when William's disappearance came to our attention. Now, obviously this was many years ago, but you can be assured that the officers and detectives in charge of the case then were very diligent and made sure the parents' story checked out. What story? I cry. They just said William ran away. And you believed that without asking any more questions. We took several statements from both of them, and those statements have been analysed carefully over the years for any inaccuracies or discrepancies, PC Bridge tells us. Not only do we believe them, but we have several medical professionals who have testified as to the mental state of William Gray, and it is their belief that he very much fitted the profile of somebody who was prone to emotional outbursts and making rash decisions, like running out of his parents' garden and disappearing before they had a chance to stop him. But how did nobody see him? I cry. He couldn't survive on his own at that age, could he? So where's the body? Steph, calm down, Grant says, speaking up for the first time in a while, but I dismiss his suggestion. No, I won't calm down, because I don't think it's fair that this little boy went missing, and everybody has acted like it's one of those unfortunate things that happens in life, and just moved on without wondering if anything more sinister is at play here. We're not saying that we don't think William didn't come to some harm, P.C. Hill says gravely. We just don't think it was his parents who were behind it. So what do you think happened then? We believe William might have been picked up by somebody who saw an opportunity to take him. Perhaps it was a split-second decision, or perhaps the abductor had been waiting for such a chance to cross paths with an unsupervised child. But we believe he was taken and most likely killed, and his body has been hidden ever since. But that's all just speculation, isn't it? You never had any suspects, right? No, we never arrested anybody. But there are a couple of people in prison in the area whose past crimes indicate they are capable of such a thing as child abduction. But despite questioning them several times, they have never admitted to taking William. So maybe they didn't. Well, it wouldn't be unusual for somebody in prison to deny a crime. It also wouldn't be unusual for the people who reported a person missing to be the ones who were responsible for it, right? Look, I can see that you are very passionate about this, P.C. Bridge tells me then, but I can assure you that the detectives in charge of this case back in 1970 were just as passionate, as have been every detective who has ever looked into this. The same goes for all the officers involved in this, past, present, and I'm sure in the future. Everybody here wants to know what happened to William, but we may sadly have to accept that we will never know. We appreciate that you living in the same house that William and his family once occupied means you are feeling a little closer to this story than other people in this town. P.C. Hill jumps in with there. But we must also remind you that going to the newspapers with sensationalist theories is extremely hurtful to the family of the missing boy, as well as very distracting for the police force. You see, many journalists will happily deal in misinformation and conspiracy theories. But we can't do that. We deal in absolutes, and the only thing that we are absolutely certain about is that the parents were not involved in this case. So why did they come back on the anniversary of his disappearance? I asked them both, and that seems to be news to the pair of them. They did? P.C. Hill asks. Yep, they came back here on May the 17th. That was the date William vanished, right? So why did they do that? Tell me that's not because of a guilty conscience, or maybe it's some sick part of their game to return to the scene of the crime. We didn't know this, and we will have to speak to the couple in question to get their explanation for that, P.C. Bridge tells me. And I suppose getting them to go back to see Ken and Julie again is better than nothing. Make sure you ask them some tough questions, I urge the officers, because while they might look old and frail, and like they wouldn't hurt a fly, they didn't look like that 50 years ago, did they? So who knows what they were capable of back then? And who knows what they are still capable of now?
31. Grant. What a day. From thinking I'd found a bone belonging to a dead boy in the garden to having to sit and listen to my wife shouting at a couple of police officers in the kitchen, it's been quite the rollercoaster ride since I got out of bed this morning. But it's coming to a close now as I lie on the sofa with the TV on and a glass of wine in my hand after choosing to break my vow of never drinking again, despite being so adamant that I would stick to it only a few hours ago. But screw it. I need a drink, and I also need some space. That's why it was Steph's turn to go out tonight. After the argument we had once the police had left, we both agreed that it would be best if we weren't around each other for the rest of the evening, so she's gone to a friend's place and I've stayed home with the kids. It's not ideal, but after finding out she had messaged the local newspaper to tell them about the wall markings we'd found, I couldn't help but be angry at her. She kept a secret from me, and while I know I'm guilty of doing the same thing in return when it comes to what happened with Rose, at least my secrets stay buried while hers end up in the news headlines for all to read. I shake my head again as I think about so many people in this town reading that stupid article and putting two and two together and coming up with 5. I'm actually amazed that it took a visit from the police for me to hear about that article too, because I can't believe somebody I know here didn't read it and contact me to ask me what was going on. But while not as many people might read the newspapers these days as they used to, I guess the police keep abreast of what is reported in there because that was how they knew to come calling at our place today. But I guess that, despite what happened, I should be grateful for one thing. Steph didn't get in trouble for going to the papers, and she hasn't been accused of wasting police time as I feared she might be during the heated discussion that took place around our kitchen table. I was surprised at how relentless my wife was as she went back and forth with PC Bridge and PC Hill, refusing to back down to the considerable powers at their disposal and acting as if arguing with somebody who carried handcuffs could not end badly for her. But that's my wife, I suppose. She's nothing if not passionate about things, and God help anybody who gets in her way. But I'm not in her way now, nor is anybody else. The police said they would speak to Ken and Julie. She's gone to see a friend, and I'm sitting by myself, getting steadily tipsy again. This should be the end of the matter, although that could be wishful thinking. I suspect Steph will never really drop this idea of hers as long as we live in this house. So maybe we should move. The thought has crossed my mind a few times this evening as I lie here and try and concentrate on the film on TV. A fresh start, somewhere else in town away from the history of this place, and somewhere Steph won't spend every waking minute wandering the rooms and imagining there are more secrets hidden all around us. But then I think about how much of a hassle it would be to move again so soon after we've got here. The upheaval for us and the kids, the money we'd probably lose selling so quickly, and the fact that my wife will more than likely just find something else to fret about in whatever new place we end up in. That's it decided. We're staying. I'm not letting something from the past affect my family's future. This is just life. People live and die in various addresses, and then others come along to have their turn. Well, now it's my family's turn to live here. Ken and Julie had their turn while they were in this house, and whatever they did here is between them and their son. God bless him, and whatever fate befell him. I wish I knew, just like everyone else around here wishes they knew, but the time has come to draw a line under this. I'm pretty sure that is what PC Hill and PC Bridge were alluding to earlier as well. They just can't come out and say it in so many words because it's their job to keep the case open, but they know as well as I do that it's a cold case and it will never heat up again. There are new crimes being committed every day, and that means there are always plenty of new criminals to catch. Nobody is bothered about a couple who once had a son but lost him 50 years ago. I just wish my wife realised that and started focusing more on our children rather than a child who lived in the past. Amelia might be a little too young yet to be affected by all the arguing and disruption that's gone on around here recently, but Charlie isn't. He knows his parents are struggling, and I hate that because I always used to know when my parents were struggling, and it wasn't a pleasant thing for a child to endure. My son should be happy and content, with nothing more serious to worry about than what toys he's going to get for his next birthday. Instead, he's having to listen to his parents raising their voices at each other, as well as see men in uniform turn up in our back garden on what should have been a peaceful family occasion. It's at that point that I almost accidentally spill some of the red wine in my glass onto the carpet by the sofa, but I catch my glass at the last second before it falls. Thank God, because that would have been the last thing I needed, another mess to clean up. I've got a big enough one of those already, and so has my wife. I wonder if she'll be home soon. Probably not. I bet she's having a fun time bitching about me to a friend. If only I knew what she was really up to at this precise moment, I definitely would have dropped my wineglass then.
32. Steph. I told Grant I was going to see my friend tonight, but I lied again. I've gone to the bungalow across town instead, and now I'm standing on Ken and Julie's doorstep. Taking a deep breath before knocking, I await a response from the other side of the door. It takes a little while, but I eventually hear the sound of a key turning in the lock before the door opens, and I am face to face with the male homeowner. He surprised me by turning up unannounced at my place once. Now it's my turn to return the favour. "Hello," I say, not because that's the polite and accepted way of greeting somebody, but as a way to cut through the awkward silence that occurs as Ken studies me and presumably tries to figure out what I am here for. But he isn't just surprised to see me. He actually pretends not to even recognise me. "I'm sorry, can I help you?" he asks, as if we have never met before, and I'm just some passer-by who has got the wrong address. "I'm Steph. I live at 31 Birchfield Drive," I remind him, studying him myself to see if he really is being forgetful or he's just playing dumb. "Oh, yes, of course. I'm so sorry, I remember you now. Are you okay?" "Yes, I was wondering if I could talk to you." "You want to come in? Is that okay?" "Well, I don't see why not. Hang on a minute, I'll just get my wife. Ken goes back into the house then, and I lose sight of him for a moment. But as I wait, I get a good look at the decor in his hallway, and while it's a little dated, it's not too bad. Not only is it a pleasant-looking home on the outside, but it appears nice on the inside as well. Ken returns with Julie a moment later, and I see the woman smile at me as she approaches the door before she ushers me inside. "Come in, dear," she says as I step into the hallway, and even though it's a warm summer's evening out there, it's even warmer in here. I have no idea why they have the heating on, but it's a little uncomfortable, although I suspect not nearly as uncomfortable as it is going to be when I start asking them some questions in a few minutes' time. "Can I get you a cup of tea?" Julie asks me as she leads me to the living room, while Ken deals with the front door. "Or something a little stronger, perhaps? Ken has a drinks cabinet that he is always eager to go into for our guests." Julie gestures towards the cabinet in question, but I politely decline the offer of any drink and wait for Ken to return before we all take a seat. I'm surprised by how nervous I am feeling now as I sit here in this quaint home and look around at the ornaments on the mantelpiece and the pictures on the wall. One thing that I notice right away is that there are no photos of William anywhere in here. What should I read into that? I have no idea. I'm also curious as to whether or not PC Bridge and PC Hill sat in this same room after leaving my house earlier today, because they promised me that they would come here to talk to Ken and Julie. So did they? "How can we help you, dear?" Julie asks from her armchair, while Ken sits in his own and repositions one of the cushions behind his back. I notice the TV is not on, so I wonder what the pair of them were doing in here before I arrived. Just talking, perhaps. The constant need for being distracted by electronic devices is more of a modern problem, I guess, and maybe they are still immune to it. I wish I was the same. "I had a visit from the police today," I begin tentatively. "It was about something I found in my house." I wait a second to see if either of them are going to tell me that they know what I am talking about, but they don't, so I go on. "We knocked down one of the walls in our house recently, and we found another wall behind it, but I'm guessing you already knew it was there." Ken and Julie share a look then, and it makes it obvious that my statement is correct. "Yes, we knew about it," Ken admits, "and now it turns out that half the people in this town know about it too." "We know you went to the newspaper," Julie says with a sorry shake of her head. "We wish you had come to us first. It would have saved having everybody gossiping and jumping to conclusions, and we've had to put up with quite enough of that over the years, I can tell you." "I'm sorry, but I was very troubled by what I read on that wall," I say, defending my decision to bypass them and go to a journalist. "There were some very concerning things on there, and it seems they were all written by William." "Yes, that's correct," Ken confirms. "William did write those things, and they were indeed very concerning. It was very upsetting for my wife and I when we read them all those years ago." "So you understand why I felt like I had to tell somebody about it?" "Yes, of course." I was worried about this couple being mad at me, but it seems they aren't feeling as strongly as that, although their demeanour is not quite as warm now as it was when I walked in. "Did you read the newspaper article?" I ask them, but Ken shakes his head before Julie answers. "We stopped reading the newspapers back in 1971, she tells me. "That was when we'd had enough of all the speculation in there about what might have happened to William. We didn't need that negativity, so we chose to stay away from it. But it's a shame to learn that journalism hasn't changed very much in all these years." "So you found out about it when the police came to see you today?" I ask next, and Ken nods again before getting up and going over to the drinks cabinet, where he picks up a bottle of whiskey and grabs a glass. "I hope you appreciate that it's not the first time we've had to sit across from a couple of police officers and tell them our version of events surrounding that day when William vanished," Julie tells me, as Ken pours what appears to be a very large measure. "And I hope you also appreciate that it is very distressing each and every time we have to do that. It's not easy recalling the day we saw our son for the very last time." If Julie is trying to make me feel bad, then she is doing a good job of it. But I try to remind myself that this couple could still be lying and harbouring a very dark secret, and that gives me the determination to carry on questioning them myself. The things that William wrote on that wall, I say, shaking my head as I recall them, they seem to suggest that he was afraid of you two, and that he thought he was going to come to harm before he disappeared. You can understand why I thought that was suspicious, right? Yes. You can also understand why we covered that wall up, right? Ken says, turning back around to face me with a drink in his hand now. It doesn't make us look like very good parents, does it? But that's all it is. Just a look. It's not the truth. The truth is that we loved our boy more than anything in the world, and there hasn't been a day since he disappeared that we haven't blamed ourselves for losing him. But we did not hurt him, and if you are here to make out that we did, then I am going to have to ask that you leave. Ken has made his position clear, and he waits to see what I am going to do next, as does his wife, who says nothing, so I know she feels the same way too. I'm sorry if I'm upsetting you, I tell them. I just want to know what happened to him. It's difficult being in that house and knowing that it has such a mystery attached to it. Yes, it is, isn't it? Julie says. That's why we moved. We didn't want to, but it became unbearable to stay. I hope it doesn't reach that point with you. But sadly, that house will always be associated with a tragedy, and there's nothing any of us can do about that. It would help me if I could just hear your recollection of what happened that day, I say next. I know you have told the police several times, but I need to hear it from you. We don't have to do that, Ken starts, but Julie cuts him off and says she is happy to run through it one more time, if it will help put my mind at ease. It was a lovely sunny day, much like the one we had today, Julie begins. I was in the kitchen, and you were in the living room, weren't you, Ken? Yes, I was watching television, he adds. I don't tend to do well in the heat, so I was staying cool in there. And William? I ask. He was running around the house like the little whirlwind that he was, Julie tells me wistfully. He was always difficult to keep occupied. I'm sure you have heard that he had some difficulties. These days, I'm sure there would be something a doctor could do for him to calm him down. But back then, they just told us to do our best. And that's all we did. But I guess it wasn't good enough. Ken steps forward and puts a hand on his wife's shoulder then, consoling her as she seems to get a little emotional before carrying on. We didn't usually let him out in the garden on his own, but that day we did because the weather was so nice and I was washing up in the sink, so I had a good view of the garden from the window. I know that exact view, because I stand at the sink many times myself during the day, and I can imagine the scene for myself now as Julie continues telling the story. I put a little cap on William and told him to come inside if he got too hot, she says. Then I unlocked the back door and he ran out, as quick as a flash. He was always so speedy, wasn't he? He could have been a good athlete, that boy, Ken confirms before taking a swig of his drink. I was watching him running around there and saw he was chasing a butterfly for a little while as I continued with the washing up. I remember smiling and thinking that he was having one of his good days. There had been plenty of bad, hadn't there, Ken? Yes, plenty of those, Ken nods before drinking again. I was planning on going outside to join him when I was done with the washing up, Julie goes on. But then you called out for me to say you wanted a drink. Ken nods, but he has no problem with a drink now because he finishes his whiskey and goes back to pour himself another. I took my eyes off the window for a second as I made Ken a lemon squash, Julie tells me, but now her gaze is on the carpet by my feet, and she seems too ashamed to look at me any more. Does she think I will be judging her from one mother to another? Perhaps. When I looked back again, he had gone, she says, shaking her head as if she still can't fathom how it happened so quickly. I thought he must have gone down the side of the house, so I left the drink and went into the garden to check. There was a gate down there, but he had never opened it before, so I wasn't afraid that he had opened it then. But he had. It was wide open, and he was gone. A horrible silence fills the room then, and even Ken has stopped making any sound, his hand resting on the whiskey bottle, but seemingly too distracted to take it off. I guess it's up to me to speak next. What do you think happened to him? I ask, interested in their opinion, because while the police gave me theirs, I like to think that a mother has a better sense of the fate that befell their child than they ever could. I think he was found by somebody who pretended to be his friend, Julie says. William wouldn't have been suspicious of anybody, not even a stranger with bad intentions. I think that person, whoever they were, took advantage of that and took him away. And all I can hope is that they didn't hurt him too much before he died. You think he is dead? Yes, I can feel it. And I've felt it for a long time. I guess that answers my question about whether a mother would know or not. There are still many questions I could ask, and many theories still circulating in my head, but I decide to just ask the thing that Charlie brought to my attention. My son says that he has seen you outside the house several times since you first came to visit us. Why do you keep coming back? Ken comes back to life then, picking up his drink and returning to his seat before answering. That's the only place we feel close to him, he admits. We don't have anywhere else to go when we miss him. No grave, nothing. Just the memory of him in that house. We've been back many times since we moved out. And we'll keep going back until we can't any more. But we're sorry if your son was troubled by our presence. We didn't mean to worry him. With that rather sobering answer to my question, I feel like I have outstayed my welcome. And Ken confirms it a moment later. If you don't mind, we would like it if you left now, he tells me, and Julie gives me a smile. But it's clear she is on the verge of tears, and I feel bad for bringing her to the brink like this. Thank you for talking to me, I say, as I get up and head for the door, and Ken shows me out while Julie stays behind and dries her eyes with a tissue. You're very lucky, Ken tells me as he opens the front door, and I step outside. You have your children at home. Please stop wasting time on other people's and cherish your own. You never know when the day might come around that they are no longer around for you to love them. That sombre sentence ends my visit, and I nod my head to show that I will take heed of Ken's words before walking away, still feeling uneasy about everything, but also feeling like I believe Ken and Julie and all they have just told me. And if it's good enough for the police, then it should be good enough for me. That's it, I say as I walk away down the dark street past all the other bungalows on here. Time to move on.
33. Grant. Today is one of those work-from-home days that is more about the benefit of being at home and less about the need to work. With no conference calls scheduled, my inbox being surprisingly quiet, and no boss pestering me to meet a deadline, I can afford to take things a little easier. Add into that the fact that the sun is shining and I have the house to myself, and it's perhaps no surprise when I admit I've spent more time today on the patio enjoying a beer than I have sitting in my shady study thinking about work commitments. As I pop open the cap on my second bottle of the day, I'm aware it's only just gone 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but today has a holiday vibe to it, and with little work to do and the weather as nice as it is, I could almost convince myself that I'm somewhere a little more exotic than 31 Birchfield Drive. Almost. Strolling back out into the sunshine, I sip my ice-cold beverage as I look around my garden and admire the work that I've put into it recently. The grass has always been an easy thing to keep on top of, but the flower beds needed some attention, and now I've given them that, they're in full bloom and really bringing some colour to this outdoor space. I'm not going to win any awards for my gardening skills, but I've done enough to make this an even nicer place to sit and enjoy the good weather, and as I lower myself down onto one of the sun lounges that Steph had me pick up at the garden centre last week, I'm feeling very content with things. The main reason for that is that my wife and I are no longer at war. It seemed like things were going from bad to worse not so long ago when we had to spend another evening apart, and she went out to see a friend while I stayed at home nursing a bottle of wine. But, to my surprise, Steph came home that evening and apologised for everything that had happened between us, and I gratefully did the same before we kissed and made up. Ever since then, things have been a lot better in this house. Sure, Charlie and Amelia are still a handful, and there is a bit more painting to be done upstairs before their bedrooms are fully finished, but those are just regular everyday problems for a family in their home. The important thing is that we're no longer arguing about whether or not there's a body buried somewhere on our land. Continuing to look around the garden as I sip my beer, I enjoy the fact that this part of the house is not overlooked by any other properties. I know my wife likes that too, and it was one of the many plus points that she found about this place when we first viewed it. But as I sit there and let my imagination run away with itself, I also see that it wouldn't be the worst place in the world to hide a body. Ken and Julie potentially could have gotten away with burying their son out here if they did kill him all those years ago, because nobody could have seen them digging. The thought of him standing out there in the centre of the lawn driving a spade down into the turf while his wife anxiously watches on from the patio is a morbid image. But that is just my imagination, and a person can imagine all sorts of things if they take the time to just be creative. I know it's highly unlikely that's what's happened here. It might be easy to hide a body in the movies, but I bet it's not that easy in real life. But who knows? Desperate people do desperate things, and it could have been Julie doing the digging while Ken watched on in despair. Letting out a deep sigh that sounds quite loud when out amongst the silence in this garden, I savour this serenity that I only tend to get when I have the place to myself. Charlie is at school, while Steph has taken Amelia with her on a shopping trip, leaving me to make the most of my very quiet day at the office. I'm just contemplating going back into my study to make a quick check on my inbox again before hopefully opening another beer and returning to this sunlounger when I hear the doorbell. It makes me jump because we've only just recently had it installed and I've not got used to it yet. I never really wanted to get one, but it turns out we couldn't hear anybody knocking when we were out in the garden, and the police officers coming around the back was startling proof of that. So I bit the bullet and bought a doorbell, but I definitely need to figure out how to turn the volume on it down a little bit because it really does startle me when it goes off, and I know that Amelia is not a fan of it either. Carrying my half-empty bottle of beer with me to the front door, I wonder if it could be my wife, and she needs my help unloading all the shopping bags from the car. If her hands are full, then she wouldn't be able to get her key out, so she might have just summoned me to give her a hand. But she shouldn't be back for an hour or so yet, so it surely won't be her. Then I open the door and see that it's not my wife. It's Rose. "What are you doing here?" I ask her, as I look her up and down, noting the flowery dress she's wearing and how revealing it is. Sure, it's a hot day, but does she really need to have as much skin on show as she does? Then again, I have seen a lot more than this, and I wasn't complaining at the time. But I am complaining now. "I've got the day off, and I fancied a walk," she tells me, her tone of voice as bright and breezy as her dress. "I told you not to come here," I say, my voice low but strained, and I'm now looking past Rose and up the street in fear of seeing my wife's car coming towards us. But she's not back yet, and the way she shops, it could be a long time before she is. But that doesn't change the fact that this is still a risky situation for me. "I know you did, but I've got something to tell you now," Rose says, and she steps a little closer to me, bringing that flowery dress and that bare flesh of hers even nearer. "I know your wife has gone out, because I watched her leave." "What? You've been watching us?" "Relax. I'm not some crazy stalker, just a woman who wants to give you a choice." "What choice?" "You have two options. You can turn me away, in which case I'll just wait outside until your wife returns and then tell her all about the affair. Or you can let me in, and we can make one last memory together, for old time's sake. What do you say?" "You've got to be joking." "This dress is no joke," Rose says, and she gives me a little twirl to show me the view from all angles. "I'm giving you the chance to admire it, or it'll be your wife getting a good look at it instead." "Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to ruin me?" "I'm not trying to ruin you," Rose says, stopping with a silly twirling, but it's that kind of youthful energy that attracted me to her in the first place. "Then what do you want?" "You, silly. I just want you. One more time." Rose notices the bottle of beer in my hand then and takes it from me before I have a chance to stop her. Then she takes a very long and very seductive sip on it before telling me that the heat out here has got her in the mood for a cold shower. I glance up the street again, but Steph is still not back yet. But Rose is here. "One more time," I repeat back to her for clarification. "Then you promise to leave me alone?" "As long as you give me your best effort," she says with a wink before draining my beer and asking me if I have any more in the fridge, stroking my chest with one of her long fingers as she does. I should just shut this door and deny her entry, but doing that will risk her telling Steph. Plus, it's very hot, and she's wearing that dress, and she is very persuasive. That's why I decide to step aside and allow her in. One last memory, for old time's sake. Then this is definitely over for good.
34. Steph. It's been a productive shopping trip, although I've had to cut it a lot shorter than I wanted to. Amelia was getting cranky in this heat. and I figured it would be easier to just take her home and give her some attention there, rather than try to deal with her in a busy shopping centre that was already teeming with enough agitated youngsters. Now we're both in the car on the way home, and while my daughter is still a little grizzly, she is being a lot better behaved than she was when we were in that department store, when she was screaming at the top of her lungs. "Don't worry, we'll be home soon, and then you can be Daddy's problem for a little bit," I say with a wry smile, looking at my daughter in the rearview mirror and seeing her staring out of the window, amazed by all that is passing her by. But there's nothing much exciting out there, just the same old streets of this same old town. I'm disappointed that the summer holiday I was hoping for never materialised, because it would have been nice to have a change of scene. But we've just been too busy and too distracted to book anything, and the prices for the upcoming school holidays are crazy now. Never mind. Maybe we'll do...
Hello again. Let's slow down for a minute and reset with a bit of... Don't worry, this audiobook won't cost you a thing. Thanks for being part of this journey.
something for the October half-term. And besides, if the weather stays as good as it has been here, then maybe we don't need to go abroad at all this year. I'm already getting pretty bronze from all my walks with Amelia, as well as some of the time I have spent on the sun lounger at home, so I'm not as pale and pasty as I could be. But no holiday does mean extra funds for something else, and it turns out I already have something in mind. I want to hire somebody to give our garden a makeover. At present, I really don't think we are making the best use of the space, and I predict it could look a lot better if we just made a few changes out there. The patio is rather old and dated, so that could be dug up and replaced by some modern decking. We could also look to remove some of the flower beds and get more grass installed, which would give us a space to get the football goals that Charlie has started pestering us about. And fewer flower beds would mean less maintenance for Grant to do out there, because while he says he is happy to do it, I know he'd much rather be kicking back on a sun lounger with a beer on a summer's day, rather than pottering with some plants. I've also got the person in mind who can help us give the garden a new look. There's a guy called Jason, who my friend used on her garden last year, and he comes recommended, so I'm hoping he can fit us into his schedule. In fact, I'm going to try and find out right now. Using the buttons on my steering wheel to find the number I have saved in my phone, which is synced up to the in-car system in here, I locate it and start ringing him. The sound of the ringtone fills the vehicle, but Amelia stays quiet, and that's helpful because if she started crying, then I would probably have to disconnect this call and try again another time. But I don't, and it doesn't take too long until somebody answers. "Hello, Jason speaking." "Jason, hi. My name is Steph. I got your number from my friend Becky, who recommended you. I'm hoping to get a quote for some work in my garden." "Oh, okay, no problem. What are you thinking?" I quickly run Jason through my grand vision for the back garden as I carry on driving back home, and I'm relieved when he doesn't query any of my ideas or tell me that it's not possible. "Okay, when are you hoping to have this work done?" is his next question, and I say as soon as possible, even though I'm well aware that might not be what he wants to hear. If he is as busy as I think he is, then I'm most likely going to be disappointed. But to my surprise, he doesn't just shoot me down and tell me that he's booked up for the rest of the summer. "I see. Well, I might have a gap in my schedule coming up in a couple of weeks. Would it be possible for me to call around later today and take a look at your garden so I can put the quote together?" That would be absolutely fine, I say excitedly, thrilled that this might be happening a lot sooner than I thought. I quickly give Jason my address, and he tells me he will call around about 5 o'clock this evening before I thank him and hang up. That was a productive way of spending the last few minutes of my car journey, and it turned out to be very promising too. That's because I want the garden redoing as soon as possible. But I wasn't strictly honest with Jason there. I don't just want him to do some work to make it look nicer. I want him to do some work because then I'll know if there is anything hidden beneath the surface of that garden of mine. I know I told myself that I would drop it, and I know I apologised to my husband and said I wouldn't mention Ken and Julie again. But that was before I started having more of the bad dreams, in which I see William around my house, and they have gradually been getting worse. The latest one was the worst of all, but perhaps the most telling. In it, I saw Charlie, as I always tend to do in these dreams, and he was pulling on my arm and urging me to follow him somewhere. When I did, he led me out into the garden, but it was a dark, wet and windy night, and I told him we should go back inside. But before we could do that, Charlie pointed at something once again, just like he had done that time when I dreamt he was pointing at the bloodied ghost of William in his bedroom. Looking through the rain across my dark garden, I saw what my son was trying to show me. It was William again, only this time he wasn't standing up covered in blood. He was lying on the grass, his arms and legs splayed out at his sides, and he wasn't moving. He was dead. I get a shiver just thinking about that dream now, even though I'm very much awake, and I turn down the air conditioning in the car to stop myself from getting any colder. But we're home anyway now, and as I park up on the driveway, I try to push the disturbing image from my mind once more. But that bad dream did tell me that it's not as easy to forget about William as I had hoped. It also told me that I should perhaps take heed of what I saw, because maybe there was a deeper meaning behind it than just another bad dream. What if I saw William in the back garden, because that is where he is buried? Okay, I'll admit it. The whole thing with Jason is just a front to get the garden dug up so I can see what's down there. I know there is no way Grant will go for it if he suspects it's about looking for William, so I will pitch it to him as just being a garden renovation. Hopefully he won't suspect a thing, because I haven't mentioned William in a while now, and he thinks I've moved on. If Jason gets to work and digs up the grass and the patio and finds nothing, then I will know for sure that Ken and Julie didn't bury their son out there. Then I can really move on. There will be nowhere else to look after all. But if he does find something, then I'll know that bad dreams were also visions of my home's horrible history. Now let's just hope Jason's quote isn't too high when he gives it. Getting out of the car, I leave the shopping bags for now and focus on taking Amelia inside, because the temperature really is rising out here, and I don't want her getting crabby again. Unlocking the front door, I step inside with my daughter in my arms and call out to my husband in the house. But when I see him, I get a big surprise.
35. Grant. Steph? I didn't think you'd be back so early. I cry as I stand at the top of the stairs with a towel wrapped around my waist and my skin still wet from the shower. I can see that, she replies from the doorway downstairs as she looks up at me with a grin. So, do you make a habit of taking showers in the middle of the day when I'm out? Not really, I reply, feeling like I'm sweating again, even though I just cooled off. I don't really know what to say, so I leave it at that and just stare stupidly down the stairs at my partner. Well, get some clothes on quickly so you can give me a hand with the shopping bags, she tells me, and she heads into the kitchen then, taking Amelia with her and leaving me to realise that I just came very close to being caught by my wife. I never should have let Rose in. It was far too big of a risk to take, but I managed to get away with it. She's gone, and Steph never has to know she was here. My secret is safe. Rushing into the main bedroom and grabbing some clothes, I throw them on quickly so I can get downstairs and give my wife some help. As far as she knows, I'm guilty of nothing more than just taking a little break from work this afternoon and cooling down with an impromptu shower, and that's about as much as I want her to know. My guilt runs deeper than that, but that's for me to deal with and nobody else. Having dressed in an old t-shirt and a pair of scruffy shorts, I scamper down the stairs and put on my shoes before going out to the car to retrieve whatever shopping bags are waiting for me. There's not as many as I thought there would be, so it's a relief to know that our joint bank account won't have taken as much of a beating as it sometimes does, but that's about the only relief I get before I go back inside and face more questions from my wife. "So, what have you been up to this afternoon, besides showering?" she asks me. "Because you sure haven't been working in your study, that much is clear." I worry then that I'm rumbled and look around the kitchen in case there's a stray item of Rose's clothing that might have been left behind, but there isn't. I might be an idiot, but I'm not that careless. How do you know I've not been working?" I ask nervously. "Because your computer is in sleep mode, and it only does that when you haven't used it in a while." "Oh, right," I say, running a hand through my hair that's still wet from the shower. "You checked on it?" "Yeah, I checked on it. I also checked on the bin too and saw a couple of empty bottles of beer in there. Seems like you've been having quite the party without me." Steph really is observant, but the wry smile she is displaying tells me she's only winding me up and she still has no idea of the full extent of what I got up to while she was out. Relaxing a little, I ask her about what she bought on her shopping trip, and she gives me the rundown, ending with her telling me why she came back early. "Your daughter threw quite the temper tantrum in one of the shops," she tells me, and I look at Amelia then, the girl who seems so quiet and happy now, but is very capable of erupting without warning at any second. "Oh no, you didn't give your mummy trouble, did you?" I say as I pick her up and give her a kiss. Amelia giggles as I fuss over her, and despite the craziness of the afternoon just gone, I feel the tension leaving my body when I hold her. But it soon returns to me again once I've put my daughter down because I can't get Rose out of my head, even though she was gone before Steph came back. That flowery dress, that smile, that way she said, "For old time's sake." Why did I let her in? Because I had to. I had no choice. It was either that or she would have told Steph everything, and I have to preserve what I have here. It's too precious for me to give up, and I only need to look at Amelia again to remind myself of that. "We've got a guy coming around at 5 o'clock to take a look at the garden," Steph says a moment later, surprising me because the statement has come out of the blue. "What? Why?" "Just to talk over a few ideas for how we could make better use of the space out there." "It's absolutely fine. I think we could do so much more with it. You can't tell me that patio would be your first choice. And you know Charlie wants his football goals, so we could see about making space for those. It would be good to have him outside more as he gets bigger." I'm sure Steph thinks she's sounding convincing with all the stuff she's saying to me, but I'm not having it. "No, the garden is absolutely fine as it is. We've spent enough money on this house, and if we're going to spend any more, then it can be on a holiday or a new car, not the back garden." "Grant, why are you getting so worked up?" "Because we finally just got things settled around here, and now you want to go digging up the garden." "He's just coming round to give us a quote. Nobody's digging anything up yet." "No, I'm going to have to put my foot down on this," I say, as Amelia starts to cry at all the noise going on around her. "That garden stays as it is, and don't think I don't know what your real motive is for wanting to do it. You want to see if William's out there, don't you?" "What? No, of course not. You haven't dropped it, have you? You're still thinking about him. Well, it's one thing to talk about it, but it's another to start paying somebody to pull up the patio and destroy the garden. Grant, let's just talk about this calmly." "No, I'm going back to work." With that, I leave the kitchen and my crying daughter and my frustrated wife and return to my study. I've happily spent all day dodging being in here, but now it is quite nice to close the door and sit down at my desk, out of the sun, out of the shower, and out of the way of my wife and her silly ideas. The back garden is fine as it is, and nobody is digging it up. My wife will just have to face those facts.
36. Steph. I guess I wasn't as cute and as clever as I thought. Grant saw straight through my plan to have the garden renovated, somehow figuring out that it had less to do with wanting a more picturesque space and more to do with wanting to see if I could solve the mystery of what happened to little William once and for all. But with that charade well and truly shattered, there's no point beating around the bush anymore. If I want that garden digging up, and if I can't get a tradesman to do it, then I will just have to give the police a good reason to want to dig it up instead. Grant won't be able to stop them, will he? With that in mind, I have come to the local police station now, and I have asked the officer on the desk if either PC Bridge or PC Hill are available for a chat. She told me that the latter was off duty, but the former was in, and that he would be with me shortly, and I have been waiting on this plastic seat ever since. It's uncomfortable, as is the fact that I'm in a place that tends to have several criminals passing through it, but it will all be worth it if I leave here with what I need. I've left the kids with Grant and told him I'm calling at my mum's, so there'll be no beers and early showers for him today. Just toys, feeding, and a headache that progressively gets worse. But I've told him that I won't be too long, and I'm hoping that will be the case. Thankfully, PC Bridge emerges into this waiting area a moment later, and when he does, he beckons for me to follow him. Having led me into a small room with just a table and 4 chairs, we take a seat opposite one another, and he asks me what the reason for my visit is. I start strongly, telling him that I believe I have new evidence that could suggest Ken and Julie Gray had something to do with their son's disappearance. "And what would that be then?" PC Bridge asks wearily. "I visited them both recently," I say, and he looks surprised by that. I wanted to talk to them about everything, just to get it all clear in my mind. They were very polite and answered all my questions before we moved on to talking about how I was settling in their old house. When we did, I mentioned that I was thinking of having some work done in the back garden. That was when their demeanour changed. "What do you mean, changed?" They looked very worried, and then they asked me not to do that, so of course I wanted to know why. "And what did they say to that?" I seem to have the policeman's curiosity now, if nothing else. They said that they had performed some kind of memorial service for their son in the back garden one day, a few years after they had given up hope of ever seeing him again. It was just the 2 of them, and apparently they played some music and said a few words, before burying a few of William's old things, clothes, toys, drawings. "They buried them?" "In the back garden, yes, and then they said that they would hate for those things to be disturbed." "Who said that?" "Well, Julie did most of the talking, but they both agreed on it, and they were very adamant. They felt that disturbing the earth at the back of their old house would be disturbing the memory of them laying their son to rest." "OK. I suppose I could see why they would say that." "You don't think it's just an excuse?" "An excuse? For what?" "For that garden not to be dug up." "What are you getting at?" PC Bridge asks, and it looks like I'm losing him again, so I get right to the point. "Don't you see? They don't want anybody digging around in that back garden. Why do you think that is?" PC Bridge says nothing. "It's because William is buried there," I cry. "Now hang on a minute. We might be getting ahead of ourselves here." "No, don't you see? This is proof that they are worried about that back garden. If they were that worried, then they would have just stayed there to make sure nobody touched it. I don't know, but you have to look into this, please." "You want us to dig up your back garden?" "If there is a body there, then yes, I do." "I don't know. I don't think we can arrange a search based on this. This case has been unsolved for 50 years. Don't you think you should take a chance? What have you got to lose at this point?" PC Bridge seems to be thinking about it before telling me that he will mention it to the detective who last looked at the case, and that sounds promising. "All I ask is that you just take a look," I tell him before we depart. "At the end of the day, it's my land, and I am giving you permission to come and look on it. If there is nothing there, then I'll deal with the mess afterwards. But we have to know for sure, right?" "I'll be in touch if we need to speak with you again," PC Bridge says, not giving me any more than that. And I have to leave then, still unsure if I am getting them to do what I want, but hopeful that I've done enough here. As I walk away from the police station, I find it hard to believe how easily I was able to sit and lie to that officer. The whole story about Ken and Julie asking me not to renovate the back garden because they had some of William's memories buried there after a memorial service was complete fiction that I concocted when trying to come up with a good reason to make the police interested. But they won't ever know that. If they do speak to Ken and Julie, then the couple will deny it, but that could just be their word against mine. The only way the police will really know is if they start digging, and that's exactly what I want them to do. If William isn't there, then I might have some explaining to do. But if he is, Ken and Julie will be the ones with questions to answer.
37. Grant. The weather has finally turned, and the blue skies have been replaced with grey, grumpy clouds, the kind that suggest rain is imminent and that it will be a while before the residents of this town need to be reaching for their bottles of sun cream again. Oh well, it was nice while it lasted. But while it wasn't raining when I left my office 10 minutes ago, I can see it's just started to now as the first few drops hit my car windscreen as I drive in the direction of home. Turning on my windscreen wipers for the first time in a long time, I watch as several pedestrians out on the street run for cover, clearly caught out by the sudden change in weather. Brits are funny like that. We moan about the rain all year round, but it only takes a week or so of sun for us to forget that it can turn bad again so quickly. But of course it can, because we don't really have seasons here. It's just random, and it's generally rubbish. But at least I'm dry. Moving on through the increasingly slick streets, I make sure to keep my mind distracted with the radio. Silences aren't my best friend these days, because when they come, I just find myself thinking about life and all the things I've done that have led me up to the present moment. My career choices, the friends I stayed in touch with and the friends I've lost, the night I met Steph and the decision to marry her, the children we opted to try for, the house we decided to purchase, and the woman I decided to get involved with when I should have known better. Was it all just random chance, or was it my destiny to be here now, driving back to 31 Birchfield Drive in the rain, with everything I have and everything I've lost all wrapped up into the messy little bundle that's my life? I have no idea. I'm not that deep of a guy to spend too much time trying to figure it out. All I know is that I've done some things right and some things wrong, and I'll probably carry on that way until the day that I die. Turning onto my street, I can not only see the rain coming down now, but I can hear it hitting my car, and it's getting louder by the second. This is just typical of my luck recently. 5 more minutes and I would have been inside my house, nice and dry, yet I'm now going to have to make a mad dash to get inside, and even then I'll still be drenched. I know I had a go at Steph the other day about spending more money on the back garden, but maybe I was hasty. Perhaps it's not too late for us to book a holiday. It does look like summer is over here after all. And then I see something that confirms that the good days this year are definitely in the past. I see a police car, and another, and another. There alongside a couple of vans and an ambulance, and most worrying of all, they're all parked outside my house. Steph, what the hell have you done? I say out loud as I hit the brakes and stare at all the vehicles blocking the way for me to park on my own drive. But I know I'm only going to find out the answer to that if I get out my car and go inside. So I do just that, exiting my vehicle and running through the rain towards my front door. Bursting inside and calling out for my wife again, I reach the kitchen, but I don't find anybody in the house. That's because they're all outside in the back garden. Steph, the police officers, and the sniffer dogs. Opening the back door, I step out onto the patio, and several officers turn to look in my direction, surprised at my sudden appearance. But they're not half as surprised as I am to see them all here, and I demand to know what's going on as I approach Steph, who's standing under an umbrella and looking rather sheepish. They're looking for William, she tells me quietly, as the search resumes all around us. Why the hell are they doing that? I cry, as the rain soaks into my skin, but I'm not making any effort to try and shelter under my wife's umbrella because I don't want to be any closer to her than I already am right now. That's because I'm so mad at her that I could scream. They got new evidence, she tells me, before assuring me that the kids are safe at her parents' place and that they don't have to know what's going on here. But while that's all well and good for them, I'm fully in the loop, and as much as I wish I wasn't, I can't just forget about this now. Looking around, I see the sniffer dogs with their noses to the ground while their handlers stand by, holding their lead and waiting for a reaction from their canines that would warrant further investigation. To the left of them, I see a couple of officers using what looks like a metal detector, but I assume that particular device is for detecting unusual shapes underground, rather than ancient coins that might be worth £1 or £2 at an auction. And around them there are forensic experts waiting to see if they'll be called upon to lend their expertise, as well as a man who's standing with his arms crossed and chewing hard on his gum. Is he a detective? He sure looks as miserable as all the ones I see in the TV shows, so I assume that he is. But so far, it doesn't seem that anybody has found anything, and maybe it's not too late to get these police officers out of here before all the neighbours start gossiping and the journalists start snooping around. My wife has got us in a right mess here with her obsession over William and where he might be, and while I thought it had already gone far enough, it's clear there are even more levels that her fixation can go to. But this has to stop now because there's no way we're going to last if it doesn't. But then it does stop because I hear the cry from the police officer at the bottom of the garden. He's standing by the shed and is holding one of the ground-penetrating devices, but it's what he said that is more attention-grabbing than what he's holding. He says he's got something. Steph instantly steps forward on the patio then, lowering her umbrella and allowing the raindrops to hit her, but she obviously doesn't care about that. All she cares about is that she is possibly about to be proven right. As the other officers and the forensic specialists move in, as well as a sniffer dog who's already starting to get agitated, I see the patch of grass that is of interest beginning to be disturbed as it is dug into carefully. The low rumble of thunder that occurs at the same time does nothing to make this scene any cheerier, and as I look up to the sky to see if there are going to be any lightning bolts flashing across it, it's impossible to shake the sense of impending doom that hangs over this back garden. There's a lot of shouting a moment later, and Steph demands to know what's going on, pulling at my arm and telling me that she knew there was something here all along. She looks on the verge of tears, and despite my indifference to everything she has ever said about all of this, I am too. As the officers call out to each other over the sound of the thunder and the detectives step forward to get a better look, I have to admit that my wife was right. There is a body in this garden. It just doesn't belong to who she thought it did.
38. Steph. I stare out of the window, my left hand gripping the cup of tea that I'm holding. But just like the weather outside, my drink has gone cold. As I observe the man from the estate agency hammering the for sale sign into the soil bed in my front garden, I wonder how long it will be until I start getting some requests for viewings here. 31 Birchfield Drive is officially on the market again, and it cannot sell quickly enough. Watching as the man outside finishes his work and gives me a thumbs up before getting back into his van and driving away, I'm struck by how casual his gesture was. So carefree, as if there is nothing in the world that can't be fixed by a quick thumbs up and a smile. But that's not the way I see it. Some things can never be fixed, and my relationship with my husband is one of them. Grant is not here right now, nor will he ever be back in this house again, or any other house I end up living in for that matter. That's because he is in police custody, awaiting sentencing for the murder of Rose, the woman who originally showed us around this house before we bought it, and the same woman that my husband ended up having an affair with before he killed her out of fear that she would expose his secret. I know all that now. But of course I had no idea of the full story back when that poor woman's body was found in our back garden. I had assumed that the police were looking for William and had been following up after I had raised my concerns to them over Ken and Julie when they arrived at my property in their numbers. That was why I hadn't asked too many questions of them before they went to work. I also thought that the reason for Grant's exasperation when he got home and found them all there was because he was mad at me for pursuing my fears over that couple and their boy. But it turned out that he was just worried about himself. He knew what he had done, and he knew what the police were going to find out there. And now he knows that I can never forgive him for everything he has done since we moved in here. Walking away from the window with the view of the for sale sign, I go into the kitchen, where I see my mum sitting at the table with Amelia and Charlie. She smiles at me when she sees me re-enter the room, and asks if the sign is up, and I give her a nod, before putting my cold tea down. I didn't even take a sip of this latest drink that my kindly mother has made me, but I'm sure it won't be too long until she offers to make me another one. She has been my rock since that nightmarish day in the back garden, when everybody turned to look at Grant before he was put into handcuffs and led to the back of a police car, amongst the pouring rain. My husband might be a lot of things, but it turns out that he is not somebody who can lie when under heavy police questioning. I suppose that is something to be grateful for, because at least that way it has prevented the need for a long and drawn-out murder trial. Instead, when presented with all the evidence, Grant cracked and admitted everything. He told the police how he had invited Rose in that hot summer's day, and while she had presumed it had been for sex, he had the intention of killing her after realising that his marriage would always be at risk by the estate agent's threats to reveal all to me. They had ended up in the kitchen, and Rose's clothes had started to come off, but before Grant reached for her bra straps, he reached for the rolling pin on the kitchen counter. Then he hit her over the head with it, again, and again, and again. I know all this because it was relayed back to me by the detective who had heard the confession from Grant while in custody, and I had been just as shocked as everybody else who had heard it. This normal man with a normal family and a normal job had acted violently and committed a terrible crime. But he had not stopped there. Not only had he killed Rose that day, but he had tried to get away with it. And Grant had explained how, after the murder, he had run out into the garden and started desperately digging a hole to put the body into. All this time, it had been Ken and Julie who I had suspected of burying a body in the back garden, yet it turned out that it was the man I married who had done all the digging. That made me feel sick then, and it still makes me feel sick now, as I think back over the whole sorry story, while standing at the kitchen window and looking out at the garden in question. While it has been returned to some order after the police concluded their search, this garden will never look the same to me again. Instead of seeing a safe space where Charlie and Amelia could have played together as they grew up in this house, I now see nothing more than the ghosts of all the police officers, forensic experts and detectives who stood out there and gave me some very grim news. Grant didn't try and run. I guess he was too shocked to do so, or maybe he knew he would never have stood a chance at escaping anyway. Whatever his reasoning, he had been whisked away from me and I still haven't seen him since. I'm not sure I will ever want to. But I appreciate that my children might wish to see him one day again. Looking over at Charlie and Amelia, as my mum continues to keep them occupied, my heart breaks for the life they have now. No longer lucky enough to have two parents to live with, they just have me, and anybody I can get to help me. Meanwhile, their father is in a very different place, surrounded by dangerous men who are all convicted of terrible crimes, and as mad as it sounds, it's exactly the place he deserves to be in. He thought he was clever, and he thought he had gotten away with it, but he hadn't accounted for the fact that Rose was nowhere near as good at keeping secrets as he was. After the estate agent had been reported missing by one of her friends, the police had gone to her flat to investigate. It had been there that they had discovered her diary, and in it had been an entry from the day that she was last seen. It recounted how she was on her way to Grant's house to tell his wife about their affair, unless she could convince him to be with her again. Earlier entries in that diary told the story of the affair from its earliest beginnings, starting when Rose mentioned that she had shown a very handsome older guy around 31 Birchfield Drive, and it had concluded with Rose saying that she wondered if Grant would let her get away with telling his wife everything, or whether he would try and shut her up before that. She even joked about how Grant had told her his wife was worried about a body in the back garden, and that while it was a good place to hide something, he didn't think there would be anything there. It was eerie how she had alluded to her fate in her last diary entry, but she obviously hadn't been seriously worried about the prospect of coming to harm, because she had gone to the house, probably presuming that her feminine charms could nullify Grant and render him useless. But she underestimated him, just like he underestimated the evidence that linked him to the missing woman. The diary was enough evidence to make the police go to the address and start a search, and with the scent of the woman detected quickly upon arrival by the sniffer dogs, they had ended up in the back garden, and their hunt had ended in a shocking discovery. For them. And for me. Taking out my phone, I navigate to the website where my house should be listed for sale now, and sure enough I find it. The photos are different to the ones I saw before I first came here, but that's only because the house has had a facelift since then, and the estate agent wanted to accurately represent that fact. But I don't care what pictures they take and what price they suggested I put it on the market for. All I care is that it sells quickly, so I can get my children out of this home and try and forget about what my husband did there. But it's not just my family that has a history here now, and as I put my phone away, I think of Ken and Julie, all the accusations I made against them, how I was so convinced it was them who had killed somebody in this house, and my borderline obsessive need to find the truth. Now I have the truth, and it's that they were not the threat. Grant was. One day, I vow to write to that couple and apologise for suspecting them, as well as all the other things I did in William's name, like going to the newspaper and speaking to the police. The search of the garden uncovered no evidence of William, Just the body of a woman who made the same mistake as me in trusting my husband to look after her. I'm sorry, Ken and Julie. And I'm sorry, Rose, because even though you led my husband astray, you didn't deserve to end up in the ground. I'm also sorry for my children, because they will grow up without a father to look out for them now. But perhaps most of all, I am sorry for the next people to move into this house. They might know what happened here in the past, or they might be blissfully unaware. But whatever the case, one thing is for sure. 31 Birchfield Drive is no ordinary home.
Epilogue. The family that moved into 31 Birchfield Drive did so with a sense of optimism about the future, much like any other family that was starting afresh in a new home. The husband and father was a man called Simon, and he carried the boxes in while his wife Helen ran around after their only son, a little boy by the name of Ralph, who was 7 years old and a total bundle of energy. "Calm down, Ralph," was a familiar expression uttered by the parents during the little boy's life, and as always he ignored it, continuing to run in and out of all the empty rooms as if he would never tire, and he almost never did. He had a paper plane in his hands, the one that had been made by his father before they had come to their new house, and he was having great fun making it fly, throwing it around the house and watching with awe as it soared through the air before hitting the floor and sending him scampering after it. In hindsight, Simon should have known better than to give his son something to play with on such a busy day as that one, but it was too late for that now. Ralph had his new toy, and he was not tired of playing with it yet. As the youngster disappeared into another room, Simon put down another box before holding his back gingerly and looking to his wife for a little sympathy. "I think I might need a back rub before bed this evening," he said to her with a wink, but Helen shot down that idea straight away because she knew full well what had happened the last time she had ended the day by giving her husband a back rub. She had ended up giving birth to Ralph 9 months later. But with their son currently out of the room and out of earshot, Simon thought it was a good opportunity to make a comment about the house, or more precisely, what had happened in it before they had got here. Looking out of the back garden, he joked with his wife about whether or not they might get any unpleasant surprises when they started doing a little gardening out there. But Helen didn't appreciate her husband's idea of a joke, and she let it be known by slapping him on the arm before telling him to never say something like that again. Then she ended the matter by reminding him that there was a good reason why they got this house as cheaply as they had, but they didn't need to dwell on that reason anymore. Simon had rather wisely left it at that, not wanting to antagonize his wife, nor wanting to seem ungrateful for the fact that they had got this property at a very competitive price. It had been obvious during the very first viewing they had here that the owner, Steph, had wanted a quick sale. It was no wonder either, what with the fact that her husband had killed his mistress here and buried her body in the garden. But that hadn't put off Simon, nor had his sympathy for the distressed wife put him off making a very cheap and cheeky first offer. To his surprise, Steph had accepted it without trying to negotiate, and that was how Simon had come to be standing in this home now, surrounded by boxes and still with plenty of money in his bank account to pay for the redecorating. But the smugness he felt about purchasing his newly acquired family home at a ridiculous rate was interrupted a moment later by the sound of his son calling for his help in the other room. Having left the kitchen and entered what had once been a playroom occupied by the previous owner's son, Charlie, Simon saw his boy crouching down on the bare floorboards and trying to stick his fingers through the gap. It didn't take a genius to work out what had happened. The paper plane had accidentally gone through one of the slits in the floorboards, and now it was gone for good, despite Ralph's best efforts to get it back. "I'll make you another one," Simon had assured his upset son, and despite the young boy not wanting to give up easily, he ultimately accepted that it was a lost cause and left the room to go and find something else to keep himself busy with. Simon remained in the empty room for a moment longer, visualizing what it would look like once he had given it a lick of paint and got a new carpet and some furniture in here. It would be transformed, just like the rest of the house, and it would be as if all the previous owners had never lived here. As he walked out of the room, his feet caused the floorboards beneath him to creak a little, but they were strong and sturdy, and it would be a very long time before they needed replacing. That was good for Simon because he didn't want to have to be the one to pay the money to have them changed, but it was also good for somebody else too. It was good for Ken, as well as his wife, Julie. Simon didn't know who they were, but if he did, he would know that they had once lived in this house too. What he wouldn't know was that they had left something behind when they had moved out of it. Beneath the floorboards and beside the piece of paper that had just slipped down under there was the thing they had left behind. It was white, like the paper, but it was much older and had once looked very different. It was a small skeleton. It was the skeleton of the boy who had never ran away.
You've been listening to We Used to Live Here by Daniel Hurst, narrated by Deirdre Whelan and Adam Goodwin. Published by Quest, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2022 Daniel Hurst. This recording is copyrighted 2022 W.F. Howes Limited.